Hello, welcome. In this video, you'll hear a murder story. 10 strangers are invited to a deserted island. None of them know each other, none of them know why they were chosen. This mysterious meeting, which begins in a magnificent mansion, quickly turns into a dark confrontation. As crimes committed in the past are revealed one by one, the guests on the island begin to die one by one. In this place where escape is impossible, there is only one question left. Who is the killer, and who will be next? Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you're ready, let's begin. Important characters mentioned in the novel: Una Nancy Owen, the owner of the island; Lawrence Wargrave, an elderly judge; Vera Claythorne, a young teacher; Philip Lambard, a retired army captain; Emily Brent, a 65-year-old woman; General MacArthur, an elderly retired general; Dr. Armstrong, a very rich, very handsome, middle-aged man; Tony Marston, a tall, handsome, young adventurer; Blore, a former police inspector; Butler Rogers, the man who greets the guests in the room; Mrs. Rogers, the butler's wife. Part 1. Judge Wargrave, puffing on his cigar in the first-class compartment, carefully read the political news in the Times newspaper, then put down the newspaper and looked out the window. They were passing through Somerset. They still had 2 hours to go. He began to think about what he had read in the newspapers about Negro Island. He knew that the island had been bought by an American millionaire who loved the sea and yachts, and that a modern and luxurious mansion had been built on the island, which was close to the Devon coast. But, apparently, the American millionaire's new third wife didn't like the sea and had put the island up for sale. Many advertisements for the sale had appeared in the newspapers. Finally, it was announced that the island had been bought by someone named Owen. After this news, whispers of gossip began in the newspapers. Negro Island had actually been bought by a Hollywood film star named Gabriel Turl. It was claimed that the star intended to spend a few months on the island undisturbed. Another writer claimed that Negro Island had been bought by the British Admiralty for some secret experiments. Aside from the assumptions being incorrect, it was certain that Negro Island had been a much talked about place lately. Wargrave pulled a letter from his pocket. Although the handwriting was quite illegible, some words were surprisingly clear. Dear Lawrence, I haven't heard from you in years. You should come to Negro Island. It's a very mysterious and romantic place, so much to talk about. The old days, alone with nature, soaking up the sun, from Paddington at 12:40. I'll meet you at Oakbridge. The letter was signed by Constance Comington. Wargrave racked his memory trying to remember when he had last seen Lady Constance Comington. It must have been 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, Lady Comington was going to Italy to be alone with nature. He later heard that she had gone to Syria. He didn't know whether it was the sun and nature or a new love affair that had drawn her there. Constance Comington was a strange woman, strange enough to buy a bizarre island and draw a veil of mystery around it. Shaking his head in agreement with the conclusion his logic had reached, Judge Wargrave allowed himself a nap after this discovery. He fell asleep. Part 2. Vera Claythorne leaned back in her third-class compartment, where there were 5 other passengers, and closed her eyes. How difficult the train journey was in this heat. She was glad she was going to the seaside. It was a real stroke of luck to have found this job. When looking for work during the holidays, one had to be prepared to chase after a bunch of mischievous children. Finding work, like secretarial work, during the holidays was quite difficult. Even the employment agency didn't have much hope. But finally, the letter arrived. I received your address from the employment agency, along with your references. I am prepared to pay you the salary you requested. I hope you can start work on August 8th. If you take the train from Paddington at 12:40, you will be met at Oakbridge Station. I am mailing £5 with the letter for your travel expenses. Sincerely, Una Nancy Owen. The address on the letterhead was Negro Island. Sticklehaven, Devon. Negro Island. Lately, the newspapers had contained nothing but gossip about the island. Vera Claythorne knew that most of this gossip was unfounded, but it was certain that the mansion on the island had been built by a millionaire and was a very luxurious one. Having had a tiring school year, Vera Claythorne thought to herself, being a teacher's assistant in a third-rate school is not at all attractive. If only I could find a job in a better school. Then, with a cold shiver in her heart, she thought, but I should be thankful I found this job. No one wants to hire someone who has been prosecuted, even if they are eventually found innocent. She remembered that she had even been congratulated for her courage and diligence in that incident. Mrs. Hamilton had also treated her very well. Only Hugo. It would be better if she didn't think about Hugo at all. Despite the warmth of the compartment, she felt cold, then shivered at the thought of going to the sea. A scene flashed before her eyes. Cyril was trying to swim towards the rocks, his head bobbing up and down in the water. She herself was swimming towards him with steady strokes, but she knew she wouldn't catch up to him in time at this speed. The sea, the blue and warm depth. Hugo. Hugo, who said he was in love with her. Mornings spent on the warm sand. She needed to stop thinking about Hugo. She opened her eyes and looked at the man opposite her. He was a tall, tan man. His bright eyes were quite close together, and he had a cruel-looking mouth. She thought to herself, I bet this man has traveled to the most interesting places in the world and had many adventures. Part 3. Philip Lombard was thinking as he studied the young girl sitting opposite him. She looks like a primary school teacher, but quite pretty. She seems like the type who knows what she wants. I wish I could take her with me where I'm going. He muttered to himself, almost scolding himself. He shouldn't be thinking such things. He was on a business trip. He shouldn't let his mind wander to anything other than work. What could it be? He wondered. That little Jew had spoken in riddles. You are free to accept or not, Captain Lombard, he had said. He had replied thoughtfully. £100, huh? He had said it as if £100 were worthless. Yet he had spent his last penny on a meal the day before. He didn't think his attitude had fooled the Jew, and the thing he hated most about Jews was that they weren't easily fooled about money. They immediately understood the situation of the person opposite them. Then he asked in a more docile voice, Can't you give me any more information about this job? Isaac shook his bald head decisively. No, Captain. Lombard. That's all I have to give you. As I said. My client, who apparently knows of your reputation, has instructed me to pay you £100 if you accept the job. That's all. You will be met at Oakbridge Station, and from there you will go by car to Sticklehaven, where the motorboat that will take you to Negro Island will be waiting. On Negro Island you will be at my client's service. For how long? I don't think the job will last more than a week. Philip, playing with his mustache, said sharply, You can imagine I won't accept it if it's an illegal job. A meaningful smile appeared on Isaac Morris's thin lips. If they make you an illegal offer, you are free to return. The damned fellow, by smiling like that, seemed to imply that he knew Lombard hadn't always prioritized the law in his past actions. A strange and cruel smile appeared on Lombard's lips as he thought this. His illegal behavior had brought him close to the clutches of justice several times, but each time he had managed to retreat just in time. No, he didn't need to worry about that. He was sure he would have a good time on Negro Island. Part 4. In another compartment of the same train, Emily Brent sat as usual, upright. She was 65 years old, but still refused to accept old age. Her father, a colonel raised with old manners, was a very conservative man. In his opinion, the new generation was shamefully disrespectful. On the train, on the street, everywhere. Girls wearing dresses that revealed every part of their bodies, especially walking around half naked on the beach in summer. Emily, remembering last summer's holiday, frowned. This year she would have a very different holiday. On Negro Island. He was replaying the letter in his mind, which he had read many times before. Dear Mrs. Brent, I hope you remember me. A few years ago, we spent August 1st together at the Belhaven guest house and got along very well. I am opening a guest house on Negro Island on the Devon coast. I imagine it will be a pleasant retreat with select guests from the older generation and well-prepared meals. There will be no nudists or gramophone enthusiasts in the area. You would make me grateful if you would be kind enough to spend your holiday on Negro Island. Of course, as my guest. Is early August convenient for you? If so, try to come on August 8th. Sincerely, N.N.O. What was the name of the person who wrote the letter? The signature was quite difficult to read. Everyone signs so illegibly, he thought. He tried to remember the people he had met in Belhaven. He had gone there 2 summers in a row, and in one of them he had met a middle-aged, pleasant woman. What was her name? She'd said her father was an officer. Or was it Ormond? No. It was Oliver. Yes, Oliver was the woman's name. Negro Island. He'd read a lot about Negro Island in the newspapers. About a movie star. Or was it about an American millionaire? What did it matter? He was going to have a free vacation. His income had decreased considerably, while the number of bills waiting to be paid had increased. If only he could remember something about Mrs. Oliver. Part 5. General MacArthur was looking out the compartment window. The train was about to arrive at Exeter Station, where he would transfer. How slow those damn transfer trains were. Actually, this place called Negro Island wasn't far at all. He couldn't quite figure out who Owen was. He might be a friend he'd made overseas. Some of your comrades will be coming too. I think you'll enjoy talking about the old days, the letter read. He certainly enjoyed talking about the old days. Lately, he'd felt everyone was avoiding him. It was because of some ugly gossip. It hadn't been forgotten even after all this time. It had been almost 30 years. Armitage must have been gossiping. What could that damn puppet know about it? Sometimes one could be suspicious of everything. It felt as if everyone knew his secret. Negro Island must be an interesting place. There were many rumors circulating about it. Furthermore, it was said that the Admiralty or the Air Force were interested in the island. The young American millionaire Elmer Robson had spent millions building a mansion on the island. The house was said to be extremely luxurious. The train had arrived in Exeter. There was an hour's wait for a transfer, but the general was impatient to get to Negro Island as soon as possible. Part 6. Dr. Armstrong was driving his Morris car down the Salisbury Road. He was quite tired. He was paying the price for his success with exhaustion. Once, in his modern practice on Harley Street, he would wait for hours for patients, anxiously wondering whether he would succeed. But he had finally succeeded. Now all his days were full. He could spare very little time for himself. He was glad to have left London and gone to the island in this August heat. He wasn't actually going on holiday. He had received a letter from someone named Mr. Owen, written in rather vague terms. Inside the letter was a large check. The Owens were clearly swimming in money. They had a little problem. Mrs. Owen was very nervous. Her husband wanted her to be examined by a good doctor. Nerves. The doctor's eyebrows rose. These women's nerves. Anyway, it wasn't entirely useless. More than half of the women who came for treatment had nothing but boredom. But if he told them, they would get angry. So a proper diagnosis was necessary. A long and complicated, unusual disease name would be fabricated. He would be reassured that it wasn't anything serious, and he would be told that a simple and short treatment was needed. He had recovered well from that incident 15 years ago. He had escaped danger well. His whole future had almost been ruined. The shock had brought him back to his senses. That's why he had completely given up drinking. He had really escaped a great danger. And his thoughts were interrupted by the ear-splitting sound of a down-main sports car. The car sped past him at almost 130 kilometers per hour. Dr. Armstrong almost fell into a ditch. He hated fast drivers. There was almost an accident because of that speed-crazed idiot. Part 7. Tony Marston was speeding down the narrow road in his sports car, thinking to himself, "Cars that go like turtles are becoming a serious danger on the roads. Besides going slowly, they always drive in the middle of the road. Driving in England is no longer enjoyable. It's not like France. There you can press the gas pedal all the way down." Should he stop and have a drink? He only had 160 kilometers left. He certainly had time for a cold beer. And it was so hot. He would definitely have a good time on this island. Of course, if the weather continued like this. He was very curious about who the Owens were. They must have been very rich. Bedger was certainly an expert at sniffing out such people. He had to be, because he didn't have a penny to his name. They probably had some good liquor in their cellar. New rich people never knew where to spend their money. He had always wondered about that. He was upset that the news of Gabrielle Turl buying Negro Island wasn't true. He would love to spend a holiday with people from the film world. Well, maybe he could find a few useful girls there. After finishing his beer, he left the roadside shop. He yawned, looked at the clear blue sky, and got into his sports car. Several young women were admiring him. He was 1.80 meters tall, well-built, tan, blue-eyed, and quite handsome. He took his foot off the clutch and pressed the gas pedal. The car darted into the narrow road. Children playing by the roadside threw themselves into the ditch. Anthony Marston was rapidly heading towards new successes. Part 8. Mr. Bloor had boarded the mail train departing from Plymouth. There was only one other passenger in the compartment besides him. This elderly man, whose attire and overall appearance suggested he was an old sailor, had been sleeping for some time. Bloor was carefully writing something in his notebook. He said to himself, "All complete. Emily Brent, Vera Claythorne, Dr. Armstrong, Anthony Marston, Old Judge Wargrave, Philip Lombard, General MacArthur, the butler, and his wife, that is, Mr. and Mrs. Rogers." He closed the notebook and put it in his pocket. He glanced at the man sleeping in the corner opposite him and thought, "It's one more than 8, I suppose?" He fell into deep thought again. From the expression on his face, it was clear he was doing some calculations, or rather, calculating some probabilities. "It will be easy anyway," he murmured. "I hope my attire is good." He stood up and looked in the mirror. "I could pretend to be an officer," he thought. "No, that won't work. That old soldier would immediately expose my deception." He would introduce himself as a South African. None of the people coming to the island had any connection to South Africa. Besides, he had just finished his travel book about South Africa. He could talk about it at length. Negro Island. He remembered Negro Island from his childhood. It was just a rocky outcrop full of seagulls, smelling of decay. It was about a mile from the shore. It got its name from its silhouette as seen from the shore. From the shore, it resembled the head of a black man with full lips. It wouldn't be wise to build a mansion there. In bad weather, it would be an unbearable place. But you couldn't understand the business of millionaires. The old man in the opposite corner of the compartment had woken up from his sleep. With the air of an old sea dog, he said, No one can predict what the sea will do beforehand. Bloor nodded. You're right. No one can predict what the sea will do. The old sailor stretched. As if revealing an important secret, he whispered, A storm is coming soon. I don't think so, Captain. The weather is very nice. The captain was angry. A storm is coming. I can smell the storm. To appease him, Bloor said, Perhaps you're right. The train stopped at a station, and the old sailor stood up. In a deep Irish accent, he said, I'm getting off here, and walked toward the compartment door. He raised his hand to greet Bloor at the door, winking at him. Be careful. Don't neglect prayer. The day of judgment is near. He disappeared at the door for a moment, then turned back and said to Bloor, I'm telling you, young man, the day of reckoning is very near, he said, and then disappeared again. Bloor, astonished, muttered, You must be closer to the day of judgment than I am. But he was very wrong. Chapter 1 Part 1. A small group was waiting outside Oakbridge Station. Behind them were a few porters carrying suitcases. One of the porters called out, Jim! The driver of one of the taxis parked on the roadside got out of the car and approached them. In a sweet Devon accent, he asked, Aren't you the ones going to Negro Island? 4 of them prepared to answer, then they all began to look at each other carefully. The driver looked at Wargrave, who seemed to be the oldest in the group. 2 taxis have been prepared for you, sir. One needs to wait for the mail coming from Exeter. It will arrive in 5 or 10 minutes. I suppose one of you would not mind staying in this car. That way you will have a more comfortable journey. Vera Claythorne immediately adopted the air of a secretary and interjected, I'll wait. She looked at the other 3. In his gaze and tone of voice, there was more of an order than the confidence of being the host's man. It was as if he were giving instructions to the students about the game they were to play in the schoolyard. Mrs. Brent, with dignity, said, Thank you, and got into the taxi. Judge Wargrave followed her. Captain Lombard said, I will wait with you, madam. Vera replied to the captain, My name is Vera Claythorne. Mine is Lombard. Philip Lombard. The porters had begun loading the suitcases into the taxi. Wargrave was the first to speak inside the car. Our journey has coincided with very good weather, Mrs. Emily Brent replied. Indeed it has. Mrs. Brent thought to herself. He's a very gentlemanly man. He wasn't the type one often encountered in seaside ghost houses. It seemed Mrs. Oliver chose her friends well. Do you know these parts well? Asked the judge. I've been to Cornwall and Torquay, but this is my first time in Devon. I know these parts a bit too. The taxi started moving. The driver of the taxi that remained at the station asked, Wouldn't you like to wait in the car? Vera immediately replied, Of course. Captain Lombard smiled. I think the shade of that wall is much more suitable. Or would you like to go into the station and have a cold drink? No, thank you. The train journey has tired me out so much. You're right. Train journeys in this weather are quite tiring. I hope it stays that way. I mean the weather. Summers in England are quite unpredictable, you know. Have you been here before? Vera Claythorne said. No, this is my first time. And then, to make her situation clear, added immediately, I haven't even seen my boss yet. Your boss? Yes, I'm Mrs. Owen's new secretary. Now I understand. Philip Lombard's demeanor changed immediately. His self-confidence increased, his tone more sincere. Isn't it a little strange? He asked. Vera laughed. No, I don't think it's strange at all. The old secretary suddenly fell ill. They sent a telegram to the employment agency asking for a temporary secretary. And they sent me. So that's it. But what if you don't like the job when we get there? Vera laughed again. It's just a temporary job, after all. My real job is at a girls' school. Besides, I'm very curious about what Negro Island is like. I've read so much about it in the newspapers. Is it really a beautiful place? I don't know. I've never seen it. Oh, really? I'm also very curious about the Owens. What are they like? Tell me about them. Lombard thought for a moment. Perhaps it would be better if he appeared to know the Owens. Then, suddenly, to change the subject, he said, "Watch out, there's a spider crawling on your arm. No, don't move." Making a gesture as if shooing something away, he said, "There, it's gone. Thank you very much. There are a lot of spiders out there this summer. Yes, I think they've all come out because of the heat. Do you know who we're waiting for?" "I have no idea." At that moment they heard the sound of a train approaching the station. Lombard said, "That must be the train we're waiting for." A tall, soldierly, elderly man appeared at the station's exit. His graying hair was cut short, and a neat white mustache adorned his face. The porter, crushed under the weight of a large leather suitcase, hurried towards Vera and Lombard. Vera, approaching with the air of a hostess, said to the newcomer, "I am Mrs. Owen's secretary. The car is waiting for you." Then added, "Let me introduce you to Mr. Lombard." The newcomer, with a liveliness and quickness unexpected of his age, scrutinized Lombard. It was impossible to discern what he was thinking from his intelligent blue eyes. All three got into the waiting taxi. They passed through the secluded streets of Oakbridge and onto the main road leading to Plymouth. Then they turned onto a narrow dirt road lined with greenery on both sides. After a long silence, General MacArthur was the first to speak. "I've never seen this part of Devon. My small estate is in East Devon, right on the border of Dorset." Vera Claythorne replied, "It's a really beautiful place. The hills, the red earth, and the greenery create such a delightful landscape." Philip Lombard said in a pessimistic tone, "But it's a bit hilly." "I like open spaces where one can foresee what is going to happen," he said. General MacArthur asked, "Have you traveled a lot?" "I have traveled quite a bit, sir." Lombard thought to himself, "Now he will ask me whether I participated in the war or not." But General MacArthur did not mention the war at all. Part 2. After climbing a hill, they descended a winding path and arrived at Sticklehaven. The village seemed to consist of a few haphazardly scattered houses and a few fishing boats on the shore. To the south, they saw Negro Island for the first time under the pale light of the setting sun, as it seemed to have sprung from the depths of the sea. Vera couldn't hide her astonishment. "It's quite far from the shore." She had imagined Negro Island quite differently. She had thought it would be closer to the shore, full of beautiful white houses. There was no sign of life on the island either. All they could see was a rock that looked like a giant Negro head. She felt a slight shiver. 3 people were sitting in front of the small 7 Stars Inn. The silhouettes of Mrs. Brent and the judge, who were sitting upright, were visible even from a distance. The third person, who was large in stature, approached them and introduced himself. "We thought it would be more convenient to wait for you. We'll all go to the island at once. My name is Davis. I'm South African, ha ha ha." It was a cold laugh. Judge Wargrave glared at the man. He looked as if he was about to order the courtroom to be cleared. Mrs. Brent was trying to decide whether she liked or disliked people who lived in the colonies. Davis asked, "Does anyone want to rest a little before we leave?" When no one answered, he turned, wagging his finger. "Let's not keep them waiting then. I suppose the hosts are waiting for us," he said. He noticed that a strange and uneasy atmosphere had settled over the other guests. His mention of the host had a chilling effect on them. A man sitting by one of the nearby walls rose and came toward them. From his attire, it was clear he was a sailor. The sea and the wind had created harsh lines on his face. He spoke with a slight Devon accent. Are you ready to go to the island, ladies and gentlemen? The motorboat is waiting. 2 more people will arrive by car. But Mr. Owen ordered me not to wait, as it is not certain when they will arrive. The group rose to their feet. The sailor led them to a stone quay. A motorboat was moored at the quay. Emily Brent said, "The motorboat is too small." The owner of the boat said in a soothing voice, "It is a good boat, madam." Judge Wargrave said sternly, "But we are quite a large group." Philip Lombard chimed in cheerfully, "No harm done. The weather is very nice. We will go comfortably." Although Mrs. Brent did not trust the boat, she took hold of the hands offered to her to get on the motorboat and settled into the row next to the railing. The others followed her. There was no sign of mingling yet in the group. Everyone seemed uncomfortable with each other's presence. The captain paused for a moment as he was about to untie the rope that bound the engine to the dock. A carriage was coming down the zigzagging road from the hill towards the village. A sturdy and beautiful carriage. A young man, his hair blowing in the wind, sat at the wheel. In the pale light of the evening sun, he looked more like a god than a man. Echoes chased each other on the rocky shores of the bay. The young god had honked the horn of his carriage, which resembled the horse in the legend. It was a captivating sight. And in this sight, Anthony Marston felt as if he had come from another world. One day, someone else among those present would remember this scene. Part 3. Fred Narracott sat down in his seat next to the engine, thinking the passengers made up a very strange group. Owen's guests were not at all what he had expected. He had thought more distinguished people would be coming. These were nothing like the guests who came to Mr. Elmer Robson's parties. A slight smile appeared on Fred Narracott's lips as he thought about the American millionaire's guests. Parties were held in those days. Alcohol flowed like water. This Mr. Owen must be a very different person. It was also quite strange that he hadn't yet met Owen and his wife. They had never been here before. Everything had been ordered by this man called Morris, and the payments had been made by him. The instructions were very clear, and the payments were made immediately. Nevertheless, there was still something strange about what was happening. The newspapers had described Mr. Owen as a strange man. They were right. Perhaps Gabriel Turrell had actually bought the island. But after reviewing the passengers on the motorboat, he dismissed that possibility. None of this group could be guests of a movie star. He began to examine them all again, one by one. The old woman was the type to find fault with everything. He knew people like that very well. He could also bet that she had Tatar ancestry. The soldierly old man had clearly served in the army for many years and held a high rank. The young girl, though pretty, was not dazzling. It was clear she hadn't even been near Hollywood. She was a simple girl. The pompous gentleman had no connection to refinement whatsoever. This could only be a retired businessman, Fred Narracott thought. The hungry man, his pupils darting around furtively, was also quite strange. Only he could have something to do with cinema. There was only one passenger on the motorboat who matched his expectations, the man who had arrived last in the car. And what a car he'd arrived in! Sticklehaven had never seen such a car, not even in the American millionaire's time. If the whole group had consisted of people like him, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But now, he couldn't help but marvel as he thought about it. Everything was strange. Very strange indeed. Part 4. The engine rounded a rocky headland. Finally, the house was in sight. The land sloped gently down towards the sea. The house faced south. It was a neat, modern-looking structure with many windows. It was an exciting house. It seemed as if it had been built to be the scene of exciting events. Fred Narracott stopped the engine and turned the bow of the boat towards the natural harbor carved into the rocks. Philip Lombard exclaimed, "It must be quite difficult to approach here in bad weather." Fred Narracott replied cheerfully, "When a strong wind blows from the southeast, approaching Negro Island is impossible. That's why the island is sometimes cut off from the town for weeks. The boat gently hit the rocks and docked. Fred Narracott jumped out. After tying the rope to one of the rings on the ground, he reached out and helped Lombard climb onto the rock. Then the two of them helped the others out of the engine one by one. Narracott led the way, and together they began to climb the steep staircase carved into the rocks. Although General MacArthur exclaimed loudly, "This is a very beautiful place," they were clearly not very pleased. When they reached the terrace on top of the rocks, the group's spirits lifted. A dignified butler was waiting for them in front of the open door of the house. This gave them a sense of security. The house was very beautiful. The view from the terrace was also breathtaking. The butler approached them, bowed slightly, and greeted them. He was thin and tall. He had a reassuring demeanor. "Please come in." Inside, in a large hall, drinks were ready. Bottles were lined up. This sight cheered Anthony Marston. He wondered what he was doing among this group. Why had Badger sent him here? But the drinks weren't bad. And there were plenty of bananas too. What was the butler saying? He pricked up his ears. Mr. Owen was late. He wouldn't be there before tomorrow. He had given instructions for all his orders to be carried out. Would they like to go up to their rooms? Dinner would be ready at exactly 8 o'clock. Part 5. Vera Claythorne followed Mrs. Rogers upstairs. The woman waited for her, opening the door to a room at the end of the corridor. Vera Claythorne entered a beautiful bedroom. One of the large windows offered a view of the sea, while the other faced west. She liked her room very much. "I hope you have everything you need," said Mrs. Rogers. Vera looked around. Her suitcase had been brought up into the room, and its contents put in the cupboard. Through a doorway open in one corner of the room, she could see the bathroom with blue tiles. She replied immediately, "Yes, I think we have everything. If you need anything, just ring the bell, madam." Mrs. Rogers' voice was expressionless and monotonous. Vera looked at her curiously. Her face was pale. Her hair was pulled back. Her eyes had a strange glint, and her gaze darted from place to place. Vera thought, "This woman is afraid of her own shadow." A slight shiver ran down her spine. Why was she afraid? Trying to keep her voice calm, she spoke. "I am Mrs. Owen's new secretary. You must know that, I suppose?" "No, madam. I know nothing. I was only given a list of the ladies and gentlemen who will be arriving and told which rooms they will be staying in. That's all." "Didn't Mrs. Owen tell you about me?" Mrs. Rogers blinked. "I haven't seen Mrs. Owen yet. We arrived here 2 days ago." Vera Claythorne thought. Strange people, those Owens. Then she asked again, "How many people work here?" Vera was surprised. There were 8 people in the house, and only a husband and wife would be serving so many. "I'm a good cook. My husband does the housework." "Of course, I didn't know so many guests would be coming. But you can manage, can't you?" "Of course, ma'am, I'll manage." Mrs. Rogers turned to leave. She walked silently. She vanished from the room like a shadow. Vera went to the window and sat down in an armchair. A strange unease had settled over her. For some reason, everything was strange. The Owens' absence, the maid who resembled a ghost, the guests. Yes, the guests were strange too. Vera thought, "I would very much like to see the Owens and find out what kind of people they are." She got up and began to pace restlessly around the room. The bedroom was very modernly furnished. A large white rug was laid on the gleaming parquet floor. A light shone around the large mirror. A clock was placed inside a modern statue carved from white marble above the fireplace. On the statue, in a bright chrome frame, was a large parchment paper. A poem was written on the paper. She stood in front of the fireplace and read the poem. This poem was taken from an old fairy tale she remembered from her childhood. 10 little Negroes went to dinner. 1 choked on his food. 9 remained. 9 little Negroes went to bed late. 1 didn't wake up in the morning. 8 remained. 8 little Negroes went to Devon. 1 didn't return. 7 remained. 7 little Negroes chopped wood. 1 hit himself with the axe. 6 remained. 6 little Negroes searched for honey. 1 was stung by a bee. 5 remained. 5 little Negroes went to court. 1 was condemned to death. 4 remained. 4 little Negroes went swimming. 1 was swallowed by a fish. 3 remained. 3 little Negroes went into the woods. 1 was caught by a bear. 2 remained. 2 little Negroes sat in the sun. 1 was struck by sunstroke. 1 remained. 1 little Negro was left all alone. He went and hanged himself. No one remained. Vera laughed. Of course, this was Negro's namesake. He sat down in his old spot again and began to watch the sea. How vast the sea was! From where he was, no landmass was visible. An endless blue stretched out under the pale light of the evening sun. How calm the sea was today! Sometimes it could be so cruel. It would pull people into its depths. Drowning. Being found drowned. Drowning in the sea. Drowning. 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 No, he shouldn't think about it. That event was long gone. Part 6. Dr. Armstrong arrived at Negro Island as the sun was setting over the sea. He had talked quite a bit with the motorboat driver who brought him. He was a local. The doctor had wanted to learn something about the owners of Negro Island from him, but the fisherman named Narracott kept saying he knew nothing, or perhaps didn't want to talk about it. So Dr. Armstrong had to change the subject all the way, talking about the sea, the air, and fish. Yes, he was really tired. The sea and complete silence. That's what he needed. He wanted a long vacation. He was financially well off, but he was hesitant to leave his job. People were forgotten so quickly these days. But since he had come here, he would try to rest as much as he could. Islands had a magical quality. The word island, in a way, meant that a person's connection with the world was cut off. An island was a world in itself. Perhaps a separate world from which one can never return. I've left my daily life behind, he thought. Then, laughing to himself, he began to make plans for the future. A happy smile still lingered on his lips as he climbed the steps carved into the rock. An old man was sitting on one of the chairs on the terrace. This man didn't seem unfamiliar to Dr. Armstrong. Where had he seen this frog-like face before? Yes, of course, he had once testified before the old Judge Margrave. He knew the judge who seemed to doze off during the trial, but who intervened at the most crucial moments. It was said that he had a great influence on the jury. There were even those who claimed that he enjoyed handing down death sentences. It was quite strange to encounter him in this place, far from the whole world. Part 7. Meanwhile, Judge Wargrave was thinking to himself, Armstrong, huh? He remembered him in the witness stand. He had spoken very honestly and carefully. But all the doctors were fools, especially the ones on Harley Street. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the advice of the last doctor he had seen on Harley Street. Then, loudly, he said, "The drinks are in the drawing room." Dr. Armstrong replied, "First, I must pay my respects to the hosts." Wargrave closed his half-open eyes completely. "That's impossible." "Why?" Dr. Armstrong repeated the question, unable to hide his astonishment. "Why?" the judge replied. "Because there are no hosts. It's a strange situation. I can't understand it either." Dr. Armstrong looked at him in bewilderment for a moment. Just as he thought the man opposite him had fallen asleep, Wargrave suddenly asked, "Do you know Constance Colmington?" "No. I don't know her," the judge said. "I haven't met anyone who knows her. She has strange handwriting. She must be a woman as unreadable as her handwriting. I'm beginning to wonder if I've come to the wrong place. Dr. Armstrong nodded and went inside. Judge Wargrave's mind was preoccupied with Constance Comington. She, like all women, was an unreliable judge. Then his thoughts went to the two women in the house. The old girl with thin lips and the young girl. He didn't pay much attention to the young girl. She was one of those cold-natured modern girls. No, if you counted Roger's wife, there were 3 women in the house. That creature seemed to be afraid of something. But the Rogers seemed like honest people who knew their business well. At that moment, Rogers went out onto the terrace. The judge asked, "Do you know if Lady Constance Comington will be coming?" Rogers looked at him with an expression of astonishment in his eyes. "No, sir. I have no knowledge of such a guest coming." The judge's eyelids opened. Negro Island, huh? There's something fishy going on here, but what? He thought. Part 8. Anthony Marston was enjoying the hot water in the bath. His joints ached after the long car ride. He was hardly thinking about anything. After all, Anthony was a man of emotion. A man of emotion and action. He thought to himself, "Once it's started, we'll see it through to the end." And then he let everything go and cleared all his thoughts from his head. A hot bath. Aching joints. A shave. A drink. Food. And then? Part 9. Mr. Bloor was tying his tie. He wasn't particularly skilled at such things. Was his attire neat? Probably not bad. No one had shown him any friendliness. How ridiculous it was that they all glanced at each other. It was as if they knew what was going to happen. So everything depended on him. He never considered neglecting his work. His eyes fell on the poem written on a piece of paper in a metal frame above the fireplace. It was a good idea to hang the poem there. He remembered this room from his childhood. "I never imagined I would be doing such a job in such a house," he thought to himself. Perhaps it was a very good thing that one could not foresee the future. Part 10. General MacArthur muttered to himself. Damn it, there was something strange about everything. Nothing had turned out as he expected. He could just find an excuse to turn back and leave everything in the lurch. Whatever the hosts thought. But the motorboat had returned to the shore. He had no choice but to stay. This Lombard fellow was a strange man. He didn't look like a very trustworthy person. He could bet his life he was involved in some shady business. Part 11. As soon as the gong sounded, Philip Lombard left his room and walked to the top of the stairs. He moved with the softness and silence of a panther. He certainly resembled a panther in every way, a panther hunting for prey. Lombard smiled to himself. A week, huh? He had decided to make the most of this week. Part 12. Emily Brent was dressed in a black silk dress, ready for dinner. She sat in her bedroom, reading the Bible. Sinners will sink into the mire of their own making. The webs they have woven to hide themselves will catch up with them. God reveals His presence to His servants through justice. The wicked will ultimately find their own punishment. The place of sinners is hell. Her thin lips curved into a smile, and she closed the Bible in her hand. She got up, went to the mirror, put a large brooch on her lapel, and then went down to the dining room. Chapter 2. Part 1. The meal was drawing to a close. Everything was perfect. The wine was exquisite. Rogers had served very well. Everyone was in good spirits. They were now talking more freely and intimately with each other. Judge Wargrave, tipsy from the fine wine, was telling amusing stories, and Dr. Armstrong and Tony Marston were listening. Mrs. Brent was chatting with General MacArthur. They had discovered they had some mutual friends. Vera Claythorne was asking Mr. Davis clever questions about South Africa. Davis was quite comfortable talking about it. Lombard listened to them while glancing around the table. Anthony Marston suddenly asked, Aren't these strange? He pointed to the small figurines in the center of the round table. Tony said, Negroes. Negro Island. I suppose that's why they put these here. Vera leaned towards the crystal dolls. How many, I wonder? 10? Then, with a slight shriek, she said, How strange! These must be the 10. Little Indians from the poem taken from the fairy tale. In my bedroom, above the fireplace, there hangs this poem in a frame. Lombard. It hangs in mine too, he said. Mine too. Mine too. Everyone said the same thing in chorus. Vera said, What a lovely invention, isn't it? Judge Wargrave grumbled. It's very childish. Then he sipped the wine in his glass. Emily. Brent looked at Vera Claythorne. The two women exchanged glances, then rose and went into the sitting room. The sitting room windows were open, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks came inside. Emily, Brent said, What a lovely sound. Vera replied sharply, I hate that sound. Mrs. Brent looked at Vera with wide eyes. Vera blushed, then spoke in a calmer voice. I don't think it would be very pleasant here in stormy weather. I have no doubt that the island is cut off from everywhere in winter. First of all, it's impossible to find a maid to live here in winter, Vera murmured. I suppose it's always difficult to find a maid here. Mrs. Oliver is very lucky to have found these two. The woman is a good cook, Vera thought. These old people always get names wrong. And said, Yes, Mrs. Owen is really lucky. Emily Brent was rummaging through her purse at that moment. But when she heard Vera's words, she paused for a moment and asked in a harsh voice, Owen? Did you say Owen? Yes. I've never met anyone named Owen in my life. But surely. Before Vera could finish her sentence, the door opened and the men entered. Rogers followed them with a tray of coffee. The judge came and sat next to Emily Brent. Armstrong went over to Vera. Tony Marston was seated by the open window. Blore began examining a bronze statue in the room. General MacArthur sat in an armchair with his back to the fireplace, playing with his white mustache. He had enjoyed the meal, and his spirits were slowly rising. Lombard was flipping through the pages of a magazine he had picked up from a table by the wall. Rogers went around to everyone with a tray of coffee. Everyone had enjoyed a delicious meal, and their worries had been cast aside. There was a peaceful and relaxing silence in the room. Suddenly, a sound was heard. It was an unexpected, chilling, animalistic sound. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The voice continued speaking. You are charged with the following crimes. Edward George Armstrong, you caused the death of Louisa Mary Cleese on March 14, 1925. Emily Caroline Brent, you are responsible for the death of Beatrice Taylor on November 5, 1931. William Henry Blore, you murdered James Stephen Landor on October 10, 1928. Vera Elizabeth Claythorne, you murdered Cyril Ogilvy Hamilton on August 11, 1935. Philip Lombard, you caused the death of 21 people from an East African tribe in February 1932. John Gordon MacArthur, you knowingly sent your wife's lover, Arthur Richmond, to his death on January 14, 1917. Anthony James Marston, you are guilty of murdering John and Lucky Combs on November 14th of last year. Thomas Rogers and Ethel Rogers, you murdered Jennifer Brady on May 6, 1929. Lawrence John Wargrave, you murdered Edward Seaton on June 10, 1930. Do the defendants in custody have anything to say in their defense? Part 2. The sound had stopped. The room was momentarily enveloped in deep silence. Then there was a crash. Rogers dropped his coffee cup. At the same moment, a scream rose from somewhere outside, followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground. Lombard was the first to jump up. He ran to the door and opened it wide. Mrs. Rogers was lying on the floor in front of it. Lombard called out, "Marston!" Anthony jumped up to help him. The two of them dragged the woman by her arms into the living room. Dr. Armstrong immediately rushed over. Together they laid the woman on an armchair. Dr. Armstrong immediately leaned over her. "She's fine. She's just fainted, that's all. She'll come to soon," Lombard said to Rogers. "Bring some cognac." Rogers, his face deathly pale, mumbled, "Yes, sir," and immediately slipped out of the room. Vera asked, "Who was that talking?" He cried out. "Where was it? It was like a voice." Meanwhile, General MacArthur grumbled, "What on earth is going on here? What kind of joke is this?" His hands were trembling too. His shoulders slumped, and he looked 10 years older in an instant. Blore wiped the sweat from his face with his handkerchief. Of those in the room, only Judge Wargrave and Mrs. Brent were calmer than the others. Emily Brent sat upright, her chin held high, watching them from above. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. The judge sat as usual, his head buried between his shoulders. He was gently scratching his ear with one hand. Only his eyes moved. From his darting gaze, curiosity, anxiety, and intelligence shone brightly. Lombard was the first to move again. Since Armstrong was preoccupied with the unconscious woman, Lombard was free to take control. "The sound seemed to come from inside the room," he said. Vera cried out. "Who was it? Who was it then? Could it be one of us?" Like the judge's gaze, Lombard's gaze began to wander around the room. First, his eyes fixed on the open window of the room, then, as if he had made his decision, he moved away from there. Suddenly, a light flashed in his pupils. Silently, he glided past the fireplace, towards the door leading to the next room. When he reached the door, with a sudden movement, he turned the doorknob and quickly opened the door wide. He leaped inside. Joyfully, he shouted, "I've found it!" The others rushed into the room after him. Only Emily Brent hadn't risen from her seat. A table was leaning against the wall adjacent to the dining room. On the table stood an old-fashioned, horned gramophone. The mouth of the horn was pressed against the wall. When Lombard pushed the horn aside, they saw 3 or 4 holes in the wall. When he wound up the gramophone and put the needle on the record, the same voice was heard again. "You are accused of these crimes. Silence it. Silence it. It's terrible." Lombard silenced the gramophone. Dr. Armstrong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I think this is nothing more than a very bad joke." They heard Judge Wargrave's calm and clear voice. "So you think it's a joke?" The doctor looked at him in astonishment. "What else could it be?" The judge's hand slowly went to his upper lip. "I am not ready to give my opinion on this matter at the moment," Anthony Marston interjected. "Look here. You've all forgotten something. Who wound up this gramophone? Who operated it?" Wargrave grumbled. "Yes, I think we should investigate that first." After saying this, the judge walked toward the sitting room. Everyone followed him. Just then, Rogers entered with a glass of cognac in his hand. Emily Brent leaned over Mrs. Rogers, who lay there like a lump of lead. Rogers immediately stepped between the two women. "Let me, madam. I'll talk to her." Ethel, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong, do you understand? Pull yourself together." Mrs. Rogers' breaths resembled deep sighs. Her eyes were wide with fear, darting around at the faces around her. There was a hint of worry in Rogers' tone. "Come to your senses, Ethel," Dr. Armstrong said to the woman in a soft and calm voice. "You'll be fine soon, Mrs. Rogers. It was just a bad joke. That's all." The woman spoke. "Did I faint, sir?" "Yes. Because of that sound." What a terrible sound it was. Like a judge speaking. Then her face turned purple again. Her pupils glazed over. Dr. Armstrong asked in a harsh voice, "Where is that cognac?" Rogers had left the glass on the table. Someone handed it to Dr. Armstrong. The doctor pressed the glass to the unconscious woman's parted lips and said, "Drink this." The woman coughed and drank the cognac. Her face regained its color. "I'm fine now. I just lost consciousness for a while." Rogers immediately interjected. "Of course. I almost lost consciousness too. I even dropped my coffee cup. It was all a lie. All ugly slanders. Who you are." Rogers' words were cut short. A dry, sharp cough was enough to choke Rogers. He turned his head and looked at Wargrave. The judge coughed again, then spoke. "Who put this record in the gramophone? Was it you, Rogers?" Rogers shouted. "I didn't know what it was. I swear I didn't know what it was, sir. If I had known, I would have done it. Was I?" The judge continued in a dry voice. "Perhaps you are right. But I think you need to explain this a little more, Rogers." The servant wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and spoke pleadingly. "I was only following orders, sir." "Who gave these orders?" "Mrs. Owen, sir." "Let's get this straight. What was Owen's order?" "I was to put the record in the gramophone. I was to find the record in the drawer of the table, and my wife was to start the gramophone. Just as I entered with the coffee tray." The judge grumbled. "Quite a strange story. But it's true, sir. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know what was on the record. I didn't suspect anything bad for a moment. I thought it was just a song." Wargrave looked at Lombard. "Does the record have a name on it?" Lombard nodded. He grinned, showing his long, sharp teeth, and said, "Yes. It says Swan Song on it." General MacArthur exploded like a bomb. "All this is a farce. A farce. What's the point of accusing everyone like that? We need to do something about this. Whoever this Oven guy is." Emily Brent interrupted the general. In a harsh voice, she asked, "Who is this man?" Why had the judge adopted that authoritarian air, with the habit of his professional life? He spoke as if he were presiding over a case. "This is the most important issue we need to examine carefully. I think first you should take your wife to bed, Rogers. Then come back here." "Very well, sir," Armstrong said. "I'll help you, Rogers." Mrs. Rogers, holding on to the two men, went out of the room. After they had gone, Tony Marston said, "I don't know about you, but I need a drink." Lombard exclaimed, "Me too," Tony said. "I'll go get some," and left the room. He returned a couple of seconds later. He was pushing a wheeled service table with various bottles of liquor and glasses on it. "I found this ready outside." He began to pour cognac into a glass. The next few minutes were spent pouring drinks into glasses. General MacArthur and the judge each had a glass of straight whiskey. Everyone except Emily Brent wanted to have a few sips of alcohol. She alone had a glass of water. Dr. Armstrong returned to the room. "He's a little better. I gave him a sleeping pill to help him sleep." "What is that?" "Alcohol? I'll have a drink too." As the men refilled their glasses, Rogers entered. Judge Wargrave had taken over the investigation. The room spontaneously transformed into a courtroom. "Now, Rogers, let's find out the truth of this matter. Who is this Owen?" Wargrave asked. Rogers looked at the judge in astonishment and replied, "The owner of this place. We all know that. What we want to know is what you know about this man." Rogers shook his head. "I can't tell you anything about Mr. Owen, sir, because I've never seen him." A strange silence fell over the room. General MacArthur interjected. "You've never seen him? What do you mean?" "They hired us for a week, sir. My wife and I were hired through the employment agency." "And by letter?" Wargrave asked. "Do you have the letter from Owen?" "No, sir. I don't have it with me." "Go on. According to what you said, you were hired by letter?" "Yes, sir. We were supposed to be here on a certain date, and we arrived on that date. We found everything in its place. The pantries were full of food. Everything was spotlessly clean. It just needed dusting, that's all. Then nothing, sir. We received some orders, of course, again by letter. We were ordered to prepare the rooms for the guests who would be arriving. Yesterday afternoon, we received another letter from Mr. Owen. He informed us that he and Mrs. Owen would be late, and that we should accommodate the guests as best we could. The instructions regarding the food and the gramophone were also in that letter. The judge asked, "Surely you haven't thrown that letter away?" "No, sir. I have it with me." The butler took a letter from his pocket and handed it to the judge. It's written on Ritz Hotel paper. And typed it, too." Bloor had gone to the judge with a sudden movement. "Would you allow me to take a look?" Then, without waiting for a reply, he took the letter from the judge's hand. "It's typed on a Coronation brand, quite new. There are no flaws in the letters. It's very cleverly written. I don't think you can get a clue from this letter. I even doubt there could be fingerprints on it." Wargrave began to look at him in amazement. Anthony Marston had come to Bloor's side and was looking at the letter over his shoulder. "What a long name, isn't it? Ulick Norman Oven." The old judge spoke in a low voice. "I am grateful to you, Mr. Marston. You have drawn my attention to a very important and interesting point." Then, looking at those in the room, he stretched his neck like an angry tortoise. "I think it is now time for all of us to reveal what we know." After a moment's pause, he continued, "We are all this man's guests. We should tell each other how we got here." There was a short silence in the room. Then Emily Brent began to speak in a determined voice. "There's something strange about this. I received a letter. In a summer house, a few years ago. The letter tried to give the impression that it had been written by a woman I had met. I guessed the signature would be Ogden or Oliver. I had once met people named Mrs. Oliver and Mrs. Ogden, but I am sure that I have never met anyone named Oliver." The judge asked, "Do you have the letter with you, Miss Brent?" "Yes, it's in my room. I'll go and get it." Miss Brent left the room and returned a few minutes later with the letter in her hand. The judge read the letter. Then he said, "Now the matter is beginning to make sense. And you, Miss Claythorne?" Vera explained how she had been hired as a secretary. The judge turned to Marston. "And you?" "I received a telegram from an old friend named Badger Berkeley. I was quite surprised by the telegram, because I thought our mule was in Norway. He suggested we meet here." Wargrave nodded, then asked again, "You, Dr. Armstrong?" "I was summoned here because of my profession." "So you have no acquaintance with this family?" "No, it was just a friend's name mentioned in the letter." "Yes." "Of course, you lost contact with this friend a long time ago." "Yes." "That's right." Lombard interrupted as he examined Bloor. "Look at me. Something just occurred to me." The judge raised his hand. "One moment. But I will review everything in order, Mr. Lombard. For now, we are reviewing the reasons that have brought us together here tonight. And you, General MacArthur?" The general tugged at his mustache and muttered, "I received a letter from this man called Owen. He mentions that some of my old friends will be here, and he was inviting me as well. I'm afraid the letter isn't with me. And you, Mr. Lombard?" Lombard's mind was racing. Should he reveal his situation, or should he make up a lie? He made his decision. "I received a strange letter," he said. "It said that some of my close friends would be here. I believed it. The letter isn't with me. I think I tore it up." Judge Wargrave turned to Bloor, tapping his upper lip with his index finger. His tone was dangerously polite. "Something ugly just happened. A voice, apparently unknown to any of us, accused us of some unbelievable crimes. Deal with those accusations later. But right now, one small point has caught my attention. Among the accused, there is no one named William Henry Bloor. The name Davis is not mentioned at all." What do you say about this, Mr. Davis? Bloor replied with a cheeky laugh. It seems our deception has been exposed. I suppose I have to admit that my name isn't Davis. So you are William Henry Bloor? Yes, that's me, Lombard interjected. I have something to add. You not only introduced yourself with a false name, Mr. Bloor. As I've noticed today, you're also a first-class liar. You claim to be from Natal, South Africa. I know South Africa and Natal well. I'm prepared to swear that you haven't even set foot there. All eyes turned to Bloor. They were looks filled with anger and suspicion. Anthony Marston took another step closer to him. His fists were clenched in fury. Speak up, pig! Explain! Bloor jumped back, out of fist range. Gentlemen, you've misunderstood me. I have all my paperwork with me. You can see it if you like. I'm a former policeman. I have a private detective agency in Plymouth. I have come here on assignment. Judge Wargrave asked. By whom and for what purpose were you summoned? A man named Owen hired me. He sent a letter listing all your names. He also sent a considerable sum of money. I was to come to your house as a guest and keep you under house arrest. Did he give a reason for this? Yes, Mrs. Owen's jewels. I no longer believe that there is a person with that name. The judge tapped his upper lip again with his index finger and began to speak. This time there was an appreciative expression in his voice. I don't believe it either. The name Ulick Norman Owen is quite strange. Although the signature on the letter Emily Brent received is illegible, the first two names are easily readable. As you have noticed, the initials of the name Una Nancy completely match the other name. So I think Ulick Norman Owen and Una Nancy Owen are the same person. If the names are examined carefully, and the first name's initial and the surname are read quickly, it becomes clear that Oven is nothing other than unknown asterisk. Vera cried out. This could only be the work of a madman. The judge slowly shook his head and began to speak again. Yes, I have no doubt that we were invited here by a madman. This madman could also be a dangerous murderer. Chapter 3. Part 1. There was a deep silence in the room. This silence, which was nothing more than anxious and helpless waiting, was broken by the judge's voice. Now we will proceed to the second part of our investigation. I begin the investigation by presenting my own knowledge of the incident. He took a letter from his pocket and placed it on the table. This letter is written in the name of my old friend, Lady Constance Culmington. I haven't seen her in years. She went to the East. The letter is written exactly as she described it, like a riddle. The reason I tell you this is that whoever brought us here has taken the trouble to gather quite a bit of information about us. This person knows about my closeness with Lady Constance. He also knows about Dr. Armstrong's friends and himself. He knows the pseudonym of Marston's friend and what kind of telegrams he is accustomed to sending. He also knows very well where Mrs. Brent spent her holiday 2 years ago and who she was friends with there. This unknown person also knows the hidden aspects of General MacArthur, the rumors that are spread about him. A murmur was heard. General MacArthur said, "A bunch of lies. It's all nonsense." Then Vera cried out, "Unbelievable!" She was breathing heavily. "Nonsense!" Rogers chimed in. "Lies. All lies. We didn't do anything like that." Anthony Marston asked, "What is this damn madman's purpose then?" Judge Wargrave raised his hand, calling for silence. Then he began to speak again. It was clear he was choosing his words carefully. "I want to tell you this. Our unknown friend accuses me of murdering Edward Seaton. I remember Seaton very well. He was brought before me for trial in June 1930. He was accused of murdering an old woman. His lawyer made a very successful defense. He made a good impression on the jury. However, the evidence showed that he was guilty. I summarized the case to the jury on this basis. The jury found him guilty. I gave my death sentence based on the jury's decision. He had the right to appeal, but his appeal was not accepted, and he was hanged at dawn one morning. I want to say in front of all of you that my conscience is clear on this matter. I only did my duty. My decision was correct and just. Armstrong remembered the Seaton case. The verdict had caused great surprise in the public. On one of the days the trial was ongoing, his lawyer friend Matthews had said that he thought the defendant would be acquitted. After that, many opinions were put forward on the matter. The judge was against the defendant. He had not been impartial. He had summarized the case in a way that would lead the jury to a guilty verdict. Everything was entirely in accordance with the law. Wargrave knew the law well. He had committed a perfect murder within the framework of the law. All these memories rushed into the doctor's mind at once. Without thinking about what his question would mean, he asked, "Did you know Seaton? I mean, before the trial?" A pair of cold eyes fixed on him. The judge spoke in a harsh voice. "I had never seen Seaton before the trial." Armstrong said to himself, "This man is lying. I'm sure he's lying." Part 2. Vera Claythorne spoke in a trembling voice. "I too want to tell the story of the death of a boy named Cyril Hamilton. I was his nanny. His mother had forbidden him from swimming too far out at sea. One day, while I was busy with something else, he started to swim out. I jumped into the sea after him. I couldn't reach him in time. It was a terrible thing. But it wasn't my fault. During the investigation, the police even congratulated me for my bravery. I did everything I could to save him. His mother treated me very well. Why did this terrible incident come up again when it wasn't my fault? This is unfair. This is unfair." She slumped onto the edge of the chair and began to cry silently. "General." MacArthur stroked Vera's shoulder and said, don't cry, my girl. Of course, it's unfair. This man is a madman. He must be in a mess. But he knocked on the wrong door." Then, straightening his shoulders, he continued speaking in a louder and more determined voice. "I think the best thing to do in the face of accusations is to not respond at all. Nevertheless, I want to tell you that what is said about me has nothing to do with the truth. It is all lies. All lies about the allegations made about the death of this young man named Arthur Richmond. Richmond was one of the officers under my command. I sent him on a reconnaissance mission. He died. These things happen all the time in war. I also reject the vile words about his relationship with my wife. My wife was the most virtuous woman in the world." General MacArthur sat down. He continued to tug at his mustache with his trembling hands. It was clear that he was putting a lot of effort into his speech. Lombard began to speak. An expression of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. "As for my natives," Marston asked, "what happened to the natives?" "The story is entirely true. I abandoned them and fled. Of course, I did it to save myself. We were lost in the woods. I and a few white men with me took the remaining food and fled, leaving the natives in the woods." General MacArthur asked in astonishment, "So you abandoned the men and stole the food and fled? You left them to die of starvation?" Lombard replied, "There was nothing else to do. Otherwise, we would all have died of starvation in a few days. Besides, the natives don't care much about death, you know. They don't love life as much as white people do." Vera looked up from the edge of the chair and stared at Lombard in disbelief. "So, you knowingly left them to die?" "Yes, I left them to die." Lombard's eyes, which were filled with delight, looked at Vera's wide-open eyes. Anthony Marston began to speak in a sorrowful voice. "I'm thinking of John and Lucky Combs. They must be the two kids I ran over near Cambridge. It was a terrible misfortune. Judge Wargrave asked in a stern voice. For them or for you? I thought the misfortune was for me. But you seem to be right. The real misfortune was theirs. Of course, it was nothing more than an accident. They suddenly darted out of one of the houses onto the road. That's why they took my driving license away for a year. Dr. Armstrong said paternally. Speeding is always dangerous. Dangerous for everyone. Young people like you have become a terrible danger to society. Anthony shrugged and replied, That's what you say, but the roads in England are also in very bad condition. That certainly plays a significant role in accidents. He looked around, searching for his empty drink glass. He picked up the glass from the table and went to the service counter where the drinks were, and started filling his glass. At the same time, over his shoulder, he said to those in the room, Anyway, it wasn't my fault. It was an accident. These things happen every day. Part 3. Yusak Rogers tried to moisten his dry lips with his tongue, while rubbing his hands together. He began to speak in a low, hoarse voice. May I say a few words, sir? Lombard replied. Of course, Rogers. Rogers moistened his dry lips again with his tongue, and coughed slightly. The record mentions me, my wife, and Mrs. Brady, sir. Not a word of what is said is true. My wife and I were with Mrs. Brady until she died. Her health was always poor. It was the same when we started working for her, sir. There was a storm that night. The telephone broke down the night Mrs. Brady had another crisis. We couldn't call a doctor for her. I had to walk to get the doctor's notice. But we didn't get there in time. We loved her very much. Everyone knows that. Not a single word was said against us in her death. No one found us guilty. Lombard looked thoughtfully at the man opposite him, his face showing concern. His mouth was dry, his lips almost cracked, his gaze anxious. Then he remembered the coffee cup that had fallen from his hand. But without saying what he was thinking, he simply said, Oh, really? Bloor had begun to speak. He had adopted a cold and formal demeanor. Still, you made quite a profit from this death, didn't you? Rogers, composing himself, said, Yes, sir. Because we had served her faithfully for many years, Mrs. Brady left us a small inheritance. Why not? She was a very good lady. Lombard interjected. What about the accusation against you, Mr. Bloor? What accusation? Have you forgotten? Your name is also on the list on the record. Bloor blushed. Do you mean Landor? That incident is related to a bank robbery. The Merchant Bank in London was robbed. Wargrave said. I remember that robbery. I didn't handle the case, but I remember it very well. You were the police officer who testified in that case, weren't you? Bloor replied. Yes, sir. Landor was sentenced to life imprisonment and died a year later in Dartmoor prison. He was a frail man. He probably couldn't stand prison life. Bloor said. He was a con man. He was the one who knocked out the night watchman. All the evidence was against him. Wargrave spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. As I recall, you were promoted after that case. Yes, I was promoted. I had done my job successfully. Lombard started laughing loudly. His laughter echoed through the room. It seems all the people who love their job and respect the law are gathered here. Except me, of course. Now about you, Doctor. What was your professional mistake? Some kind of illegal operation? Emily Brent looked at Lombard with disgust and moved as far away from him as possible. Dr. Armstrong, who seemed to be a man of great self-control, smiled and nodded. I can't remember the incident at all. The name mentioned is completely foreign to me. What was the name? Cleese? Close? I don't remember a patient with that name. I have no connection with the death of such a person. The incident is completely foreign to me. Of course, a lot of time has passed. Maybe it was one of the operations I performed at the hospital. Some patients are brought to the hospital at the last minute. Then, when the patient dies, their family blames the doctors. He shook his head in a gesture indicating his helplessness. He fell silent. He had begun to think. He was thinking about that night. The cause was drunkenness. That's why the patient died. She was drunk that evening. Her nerves were already frayed even before she entered the operating room. Her hands were trembling. She had killed the patient right before her eyes. Poor woman. If she hadn't been drunk that night, she might be alive now. It was such a simple operation. How did this come to light after all these years? Part 4. There was a deep silence in the room. Everyone was looking at Emily Brent. Some trying not to show it, others directly. It took Mrs. Emily a few minutes to realize that everyone was looking at her. Raising her eyebrows halfway across her narrow forehead, she spoke. If you expect me to say something, you are wasting your time. Because I have nothing to say. The judge asked. Are you not going to say anything, Mrs. Brent? Nothing. Mrs. Brent's thin lips pursed, her mouth tightly closed. The judge asked in a gentle voice, Will you postpone your defense? Emily Brent replied in a cold voice. There is no question of a defense. I have always acted according to my conscience. I do not recall any incident where I felt the need to clear my name. The judge coughed lightly once or twice, then said, The first part of our investigation ends here. Now, Rogers, besides you and your wife, who else is on the island? Nobody, sir. Nobody. You're sure of that, aren't you? I'm sure, sir. I don't yet have a complete idea of why our unknown host has gathered us here. But whoever this man is, he's not sane. He could be dangerous. I think it would be better for all of us to leave here as soon as possible. In fact, we should leave this island tonight. Rogers interrupted the judge. Excuse me, sir. There are no boats on the island. How can that be? That's just how it is, sir. So how do you get in touch with the shore? Through Fred Narracott. He comes here every morning. He brings the milk, the bread, and the mail. He also takes the orders. Then we have no choice but to wait until tomorrow to leave the island. The people in the room unanimously approved the judge's decision. Only Anthony Marston opposed the decision. Marston said, I think we need to solve this mystery before we leave the island. It's all like a murder mystery. We'd have a lot of fun trying to solve it. The judge replied coldly, A man my age doesn't enjoy what you call fun, young man. Anthony smiled. Living within the law is quite boring. I'm looking for excitement. That's all. Then he picked up the glass on the table and downed the whiskey in one gulp. He must have drunk too quickly. He coughed. He coughed again, as if choking. He looked like he was struggling to breathe. His face flushed, and he slid down from the chair. The glass in his hand fell to the floor. He lay stiff on the floor, with both hands covering his throat. Chapter 4. Part 1. Everything had happened so quickly, so unexpectedly, that everyone was breathless. They stared blankly at the man lying on the floor. Finally, Dr. Armstrong composed himself and jumped up. He went to Marston and knelt beside him. When he lifted his head from the man lying on the floor, they all saw that the doctor's eyes were wide with astonishment. My God, he's dead! He whispered. Those in the room seemed unable to understand the meaning of the words that came out of the doctor's mouth. They stood motionless, like statues. Was he dead? This young man, who resembled a mythological god, this healthy, strong, handsome man, was he dead? They all stared at the corpse with wide, astonished eyes. Was it possible that such a young and healthy man could die after coughing while drinking a glass of whiskey? No one could believe their eyes. Dr. Armstrong leaned over the corpse's face and sniffed his lips, which were beginning to turn purple. Then he picked up the glass that had fallen from Anthony Marston's hand. General MacArthur murmured, "Is he dead? So the young man died from having the drink stuck in his throat?" The doctor replied, "You could also say something got stuck in his throat. He died from not being able to breathe." As the doctor spoke, he sniffed the glass. He dipped his finger into a drop of drink at the bottom of the glass, then carefully touched it to the tip of his tongue. Armstrong's expression suddenly changed. General MacArthur said, "I never thought a man could die like that. Can a man die from having alcohol stuck in his throat?" Emily Brent spoke in a thin, clear voice. "We mortals live on a line that separates life and death." Dr. Armstrong stood up, speaking as if to himself. No one can die suddenly from having alcohol stuck in their throat. Marston didn't die a natural death. Vera whispered, "Was there something in the whiskey?" Armstrong nodded. "Yes, I can't say for sure what it was. But all the signs indicate that Marston was poisoned with a cyanide-type poison. Perhaps potassium cyanide. This poison acts quite quickly." The judge asked in a stern voice, "Was the poison in the glass?" "Yes." The doctor walked toward the service table where the drinks were. He removed the cap from the whiskey bottle on the table, smelled the contents, and then tasted it with the tip of his tongue. He then checked the soda bottle in the same way. Finally, he shook his head. "There's nothing in these," Lombard asked. "So he put the poison in the glass himself?" Armstrong looked at Lombard strangely and said mockingly, "I guess so." "Suicide, huh? Very strange indeed," Vera said softly. "No one could have predicted that he would take his own life. He was such a lively man. He seemed to enjoy life very much. When he was driving down the hill today, it was as if, oh, how can I explain it? I don't know." But they all understood what Vera meant. Anthony Marston, at the peak of his youth and in the healthiest years of his life, had given everyone the impression of being immortal at first glance. Dr. Armstrong asked, "Does anyone suggest any possibility other than suicide?" Everyone shook their heads slowly. They couldn't think of any other explanation for the event. They had all drunk the same drink. They had all seen Anthony Marston go to the table and pour a drink into his glass. In that case, if there was poison in the drink, it could only have been put in the glass by Marston. Bloor spoke thoughtfully. "I don't think this is suicide. Marston isn't the type to take his own life." Armstrong said, "I agree." Part 2. They left the problem as it was. What else could they do? Armstrong and Lombard carried Marston's body to the bedroom together. They laid him on the bed and covered him with a sheet. When they returned downstairs, the others were huddled in a corner, standing and talking about something. Although the night wasn't particularly cold, it was clear they were all shivering. Emily Brent said, "It's best if we go to bed. It's getting late." It was past noon. The idea wasn't bad, but no one was in a hurry to go upstairs. They were clinging to each other, as if to ensure their safety. The judge said, "Yes, we need some sleep." Rogers said, "I have work to do, sir." Lombard angrily scolded Rogers. "You can do your work tomorrow morning." Armstrong asked, "How is your wife?" "I'll go and check on her now, sir." Rogers went upstairs and returned a few minutes later. "He's sleeping soundly, sir," the doctor said. "Good. Don't disturb him." "No, sir. After I arrange the dining room and the living room, I'll go to bed right away." He walked past them and entered the dining room. The others reluctantly went upstairs. In the hallway upstairs, they wished each other good night, then went to their rooms. They all locked their doors at the same time, as if they had all thought the same thing. Part 3. In his dimly lit room, Judge Wargrave had undressed and was preparing to go to bed. He was thinking of Edward Seaton. He remembered him very well. He hadn't forgotten his hair, his blue eyes, and the audacious gaze that fixed directly into the eyes of those opposite him. It was this audacity that had turned the jury in his favor. The prosecutor hadn't done his job well either. He had gone into too much detail in his indictment. On the other hand, defense attorney Matthews had made a flawless defense. His refutation of the prosecutor's evidence, the questions he asked the defendant and witnesses, and his summary of the case were masterful. Seaton, too, hadn't shown any nervousness during his questioning before the jury, and had answered all of the prosecutor's questions with great ease. The jury, influenced by the defendant's audacious and cool demeanor, had concluded that he was innocent. Attorney Matthews now considered the case a 100% victory. The judge carefully wound his pocket watch and placed it on the bedside table. He remembered what he had been thinking while listening to and taking notes on the prosecutor's and the defendant's lawyer's statements during the trial. He remembered how the lawyer had felt as he refuted, one by one, the claims, each of which was solid evidence. He had enjoyed the trial very much. Matthews' final speech had become a masterpiece of legal literature. After that, the prosecutor had failed to erase the impact the lawyer had made on the jury. Finally, it was his turn to summarize the case to the jury. Judge Wargrave removed his dentures and carefully placed them in the glass of water on the bedside table. His tense lips drooped inward. Now a cruel and predatory expression appeared on his face. Then, rubbing his eyes, he smiled to himself. How he had sent Seaton to the gallows. As quickly as his rheumatic legs allowed, he climbed into bed and switched off the electricity. Part 4. Downstairs in the dining room, Roger stood frozen in amazement. He looked at the porcelain dolls in the middle of the dining table. He muttered to himself, "Strange. I could have sworn there were 10 of them just a moment ago." Part 5. General MacArthur tossed and turned in his bed. He couldn't fall asleep. In the darkness, he kept seeing Arthur Richmond's face. He loved Arthur, he loved him very much. He was pleased that his wife, Leslie, also liked him. Leslie was a capricious woman, who had turned up her nose at many of her close friends, calling them boring. In her opinion, almost everyone was boring. But she hadn't found Arthur Richmond boring. They had gotten along well from the beginning. They talked about plays, music, and painting. MacArthur was pleased that Leslie felt a motherly affection for this boy. Motherly affection. The big fool hadn't considered that Richmond was 29 and Leslie was 28. He loved Leslie. Her round face, her bright, deep-eyed gray eyes, her wavy, light brown hair never left his mind. He loved Leslie very much and believed in her completely. One day, the truth came out. Everything was just like in a romance novel. The husband and the lover's letters had been put in the wrong envelopes. Leslie must have been writing to both of them for a long time, because one day she accidentally put the letter she wrote to Richmond in the envelope with her husband's address on it. MacArthur, even though many years had passed, remembered the pain of the blow he had received as if it were today. It had been a terrible blow for him. According to the letter, this had been going on for a long time. Weekend holidays, Richmond's last leave. Leslie and Arthur. That damned man. Let him keep his smile and his sincere behavior. That damned liar. That scoundrel who stole his friend's wife. Now, even thinking about it, he was in a state where he could commit murder. Despite this, at the time he had acted as if nothing had happened, trying not to let Richmond suspect anything. Had he succeeded? He thought so. Richmond hadn't suspected anything. No one paid much attention to each other on the front lines anyway. He had only seen the young officer Armitage give him strange looks a few times. It was clear from Armitage's destined rise in the army. Perhaps Armitage had sensed something then and made his own guesses. Yes, he had knowingly sent Richmond to his death. Only a miracle could have saved him. And no such miracle had occurred. He had sent Richmond to his death and felt not the slightest bit of remorse. And it had been so easy. Mistakes were frequent during wartime. It wasn't uncommon for officers to be sent to their deaths unnecessarily. Everything was chaotic. In fact, very few people knew what they were doing. After the war, perhaps some would claim that old MacArthur had also lost his temper at some point during the war and given some unnecessary orders. What else could they say? But young Armitage was different. When he heard the order, he had looked at his commander strangely. Perhaps this young man understood that he had knowingly sent Richmond to his death. Had Armitage spoken after the war ended? Leslie knew nothing. He had probably cried a lot after his lover's death. But when he returned to England, he hadn't noticed any change in his wife. He had never told his wife that his love affair had come to light. 3 or 4 years after the war, Leslie had died of bilateral pneumonia. A considerable amount of time had passed. He couldn't be sure if it had been 15 or 16 years. After his wife's death, he had left the army and settled in Devon. He had always wanted to have a beautiful house in a charming corner of the world, surrounded by good neighbors. Finally, he had such a house. He could go hunting occasionally, and fish in good weather. He went to church every Sunday without fail. Everyone in town treated him very well. This continued for a while. But later he began to suspect that people were talking about him behind his back. For some reason, everyone looked at him differently. It was as if they had heard something. How quickly gossip spread. Or had Armitage said something? After that, he too began to ignore the public, withdrawing into himself. It wasn't pleasant to feel that everyone was talking against him. Years had passed, and the event had become a meaningless memory. Leslie had been dead for years. So had Arthur Richmond. Now, all those events had no importance anymore. His life was empty. He hesitated to call his old friends from the army. If Armitage had spoken, it meant they had learned everything. And now, tonight, an unknown voice had brought up that old story again. Had he acted correctly? Perhaps his behavior was ugly, perhaps shameful. But no one could blame him for it. Even himself. And that beautiful girl. The unknown voice had accused her too. She supposedly killed a child. Nonsense. Emily Brent was supposedly the murderer. Tom Brent's niece, with whom he fought in the same regiment. Even a blind person would know that such a kind and polite lady couldn't be a murderer. These accusations were utter nonsense. The ramblings of a damned madman. Since they arrived here. When had they arrived here? They had only arrived that afternoon, but it was as if they had been there for a long time. When will we be able to leave the island? He wondered. Tomorrow, of course. When the motorboat comes from the opposite shore. Strangely, at that moment he didn't want to leave the island at all. He didn't want to leave the island, return to his little house, look at the faces of the people who were talking behind his back, return to all the troubles and worries again. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks came through the open window. The sound had increased considerably compared to the evening. The wind was also getting stronger. What a peaceful sound! Everything gives one peace here, he said to himself. Then, he murmured to himself. The best thing about islands is that you can't escape whenever you want. Now you've come to the end of everything. Suddenly he realized that he didn't want to leave the island at all. Part 6. Vera Claythorne lay in bed. She was awake, her eyes fixed on a point on the ceiling. The lamp on the bedside table was on. She hadn't dared to turn it off. She was thinking to herself, Hugo! Hugo! For some reason I feel you're very close to me tonight? As if you were in the room. Where was Hugo? She didn't know. She would never know. He had left her, gone out of her life. There was no point in trying not to think about Hugo. He was very close to her. Cornwall. The dark rocks, the soft yellow sand, Mrs. Hamilton, and little Cyril, pulling her by the hand and trying to run. I want to swim to the rocks, Mrs. Claythorne. Why can't I swim to the rocks? Wherever she looked, Her eyes met Hugo's. And the nights after she put Cyril to bed. "Shall we go out for a walk, Mrs. Claythorne?" "That wouldn't be bad." The flower-lined path leading down to the beach. Moonlight and a cool Atlantic breeze. Hugo's arms wrapped around her. "I love you. I love you. You know how much I love you, don't you, Vera?" Yes, she knew. Or so she thought. "I can't ask you to marry me, because I don't have a penny. Yet once, for about 3 months, I was considered a very rich man. Cyril was born 3 months after Morris's death. If only he had been a girl." She hadn't built her whole life on this dream, but she admitted that she had suffered a very heavy blow because of it. What could she do? It was fate. Cyril wasn't a bad child either. He had even said he loved her very much. He was always ready to play with his little nephew to entertain him. It was clear he didn't hold a grudge against the child. Cyril wasn't a healthy child. He was small and frail. He could even be called sickly. Perhaps she wouldn't live much longer. One day, "Mrs. Claythorne, why don't I swim to the rocks?" This question was beginning to bother her, even anger her. "That's too far for you, Cyril." "But Mrs. Claythorne, please." Vera got out of bed. She went to the dressing table and swallowed 3 aspirins. She wished she had brought something like sleeping pills, she thought. Then she muttered to herself, "If I were to commit suicide, I would probably take a lot of Veronal or something like that instead of cyanide." Anthony Marston's bruised face came to mind. She shuddered. As she passed the fireplace, she looked at the framed poem again. 10 little Negroes went to dinner. One of them choked on food, 9 remained. She thought to herself, what a terrible death, God. Why had Anthony Marston wanted to die? But he didn't want to die himself. All those deaths were for others. Chapter 5 Part 1 Dr. Armstrong was dreaming. The operating room was very hot. Sweat dripped down his face, his hands slipping. Holding the instruments had become so difficult. How sharp the scalpel asterisk was. How easy it would be to commit murder with such a knife. He was already committing murder, wasn't he? The woman's body on the table seemed to have changed shape. She was clearly a beautiful woman. Her face was covered. Who was she? Who was the woman he was killing? He couldn't remember her name, but he wanted to know. Should he ask the nurse? The nurse kept her eyes on him, scrutinizing him. He couldn't ask her such a thing. She must have suspected something. But who was the woman on the operating table? Patients' faces shouldn't be covered so tightly. If only he could see her face. What he wanted was happening. One of the young assistants uncovered the patient's face. Emily Brent. It was Emily Brent. The woman he was going to kill was Emily Brent. He looked so innocent. His lips were moving. What was he saying? We mortals live on a line that separates life and death. Now he was laughing. No, nurse, don't cover the patient's face. I need to see his face. Was he given anesthesia? Where's the ether? What did you do with the ether, nurse? Anyway, this will work. Uncover the patient's face, nurse. Of course, she knew it all along. It was Anthony Marston. His face was bruised and contorted. But he wasn't dead. He was laughing. The operating table was shaking from his laughter. Attention! Attention! Nurse, prevent the patient from moving. He woke up with a jolt. It was morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the room's window. Someone was leaning over him, shaking him. It was Rogers. His face was deathly pale. Doctor! Doctor! He was shouting. Dr. Armstrong was fully awake. He sat up in bed, then shouted in a harsh voice. What's happening? My wife. Doctor, I can't wake my wife up. God. She just won't wake up. And she's not in a normal state. Dr. Armstrong immediately jumped up. He put on his dressing gown and watched Rogers. He leaned over the woman lying calmly in bed. He held her hand, which was beginning to cool, and lifted her eyelid. He straightened up beside the bed and turned to Rogers. Rogers whispered in fear, "She's dead." "Is she dead?" The butler was trying to moisten his dry lips with his tongue. Armstrong nodded. "Yes, she's dead." His eyes fell on the butler opposite him. Then he looked at the sink next to the table, and the woman lying motionless in bed. Rogers asked, "Her heart? Her heart? How was her health lately?" "She sometimes complained of her rheumatism." "Has he been to a doctor recently?" Rogers asked in astonishment. "A doctor? Neither of us has been to a doctor in years." "Did you have any suspicion that he had a heart condition?" "No, doctor. He's never had such a complaint." "Was he sleeping well?" At this question, Rogers hesitated a little, rubbing his hands together and muttering, "No, sir. He wasn't sleeping very well." The doctor asked in a stern voice, "Did he ever take medication to sleep?" Rogers' eyes widened in surprise. "Medicine? To sleep? No, sir. I'm sure he didn't use any such medication." Armstrong went to the sink. Various bottles sat on the sink shelf. Hair lotion, cologne, glycerin, toothpaste, and a few aspirins. Rogers helped him open the drawers of the dressing table. From there, they searched the wardrobe. They couldn't find any sleeping pills. Rogers said, "Last night he didn't take anything other than the medicine you gave him." Part 2. At 9 o'clock, everyone was up when the breakfast gong rang. General MacArthur and the judge were sitting on the terrace, exchanging opinions about the political situation. Vera Claythorne and Philip Lombard had climbed up the hill behind the house, the highest point on the island. There they met William Henry Bloor, who was watching the opposite shore. "I'm watching for the motorboat, but it's not in sight yet." Vera laughed. "Devon seems like a sleepy place. Everything happens late here." Philip Lombard asked anxiously, "What do you think of the weather?" Bloor, raising his head and examining the sky, expressed his opinion. "It doesn't seem too bad to me." Lombard pursed his lips as if to whistle. "I think there will be a storm before the day is over." Bloor asked. "A storm?" Below, the sound of a gong was heard. Philip Lombard said, "Breakfast. I'd like to eat something." As they walked down the steep slope, Bloor whispered to Lombard, "You know what? I don't understand much of this. Why would that young man kill himself? I've been thinking about him all night. I think Marston was murdered." Emily Brent met them as she came out of the door leading from the living room to the terrace, then asked in a harsh voice, "Is the motor coming?" Vera replied, "No." They went into the dining room to have breakfast. On the table were eggs, cheese, salami, tea, and coffee. Rogers had kept the door open as they entered, then closed it from the outside and disappeared. Emily Brent said, "This man seems ill this morning." Dr. Armstrong, standing by the window, coughed slightly. "We shouldn't mind the missing items on the table. Well, Rogers has to do the work alone this morning." "Mrs. Rogers isn't able to work?" Emily Brent asked. "What's wrong with the woman?" Dr. Armstrong hastily said, "Let's start breakfast. The eggs will get cold. There are some things I want to talk to you about later." Plates were filled, coffee and tea were poured into cups, and breakfast began. Talking about the island seemed forbidden. The topics discussed were things like world news, sporting events, and the latest sighting of the Loch Ness Monster. After the plates were empty, Dr. Armstrong pushed his chair back slightly, cleared his throat with a cough, and spoke with a serious expression. "I thought it more appropriate to wait until you finished your breakfasts before giving you the bad news. Mrs. Rogers died in her sleep." Sounds of astonishment and disbelief rose from everyone. Vera cried out, "How terrible! This is the second death since we arrived on the island." Wargrave narrowed his eyes and said, Very surprising. What was the cause of death?" It's hard to say she died of natural causes. Is there anything that requires an autopsy? No one can give permission for this dead person to be buried, Vera interjected. He looked very angry. He was in shock last night too. Maybe his heart stopped. Right, Dr. Armstrong replied coldly. Undoubtedly, he died from a heart attack. But the real problem is understanding what caused his heart to stop. He died of guilt. These words, uttered by Emily Brent, sent a cold chill through the group. Armstrong turned to her. What do you mean, Miss Brent? Emily Brent, her lips slightly thinner than usual, replied. You all heard. They were accused of murdering their landlady, an elderly lady, along with her husband. So you? Yes, I believe this accusation is true. We all saw what happened to her last night. She completely lost control and fainted. She couldn't withstand the shock caused by her wickedness and guilt. So she died of fear. Dr. Armstrong nodded. But it's difficult to accept this without knowing the woman's health condition. If her heart was weak, Emily Brent said in a firm voice. If you like, call the cause of death God's justice. Everyone was surprised. Mrs. Brent looked at them. Her eyes sparkled. She lifted her chin and stretched her neck, saying, You see it as impossible for a sinner to be punished by God, but I don't agree. The judge scratched his chin and spoke in a slightly mocking tone. My dear lady, from my experience I understand that God has left the task of condemning and punishing to us mortals. And we can sometimes carry out this task with great difficulty. Emily Brent shrugged. Then Bloor asked in a harsh voice. Did he eat or drink anything after he went to bed last night? No. He neither ate nor drank anything. He didn't drink anything? Not even a cup of tea? Not even a glass of water? I swear he must have had a cup of tea. People like him always drink tea before bed. Rogers said absolutely that he didn't eat or drink anything. Bloor said, He may have said that. There was such a definite expression in his tone that the doctor glared at him. Philip Lombard said, So that's what you think? Why not? We all heard the accusation against them last night. Let's assume for a moment that Rogers and his wife cleaned up their old lady. No one knew about it. They thought there was no danger and were enjoying themselves. Vera slowly interrupted Bloor. No, I've never seen Mrs. Rogers enjoying herself. She always looked anxious. Bloor looked at Vera, somewhat annoyed by the interruption, then continued. They thought there was no danger for them. But last night, an unknown voice, some man, spilled the beans. What happened? The woman lost control. She was suddenly at a loss for what to do. Remember how, as she came to her senses, her husband wanted to get her away from us and take her to her room as quickly as possible. Was all his behavior out of love for his wife? No. He had become like a cat walking on hot air. He was terrified of what his wife might blurt out. There was a situation like this. They had committed a murder and hadn't fallen into the clutches of the law. But what would happen if a new investigation were opened? The woman would reveal everything. Her nerves weren't strong enough to withstand the accusations. She had become a living danger to her husband. She was nothing more than a walking danger. Rogers was confident in himself. But he wasn't confident in his wife. If his wife lost her composure, his own life would be in danger. So he put something in a cup of tea and forever closed a mouth that was now dangerous to him. Armstrong said in a low voice. There was neither an empty cup nor anything resembling poison in the room. I looked everywhere. Of course, you wouldn't find it. After his wife finished drinking the tea, Roger's first act was to wash the cup thoroughly and put it away. There was a short silence. Then MacArthur, in a thoughtful voice, explained his opinion. Your guess may be correct, but I simply cannot accept that a man could do such a thing to his wife. A man does not act on his emotions when it comes to going to the gallows. No one spoke for a while. A little later, Rogers opened the door and entered. Looking around at the guests, he asked, "Is there anything you want? When does the motor normally arrive here?" "Between 7 and 8 in the morning, sir. Sometimes it's past 8. I don't know what happened to Fred Narracott this morning." "Even if he was ill, he would send his brother?" Philip Lombard asked. "What time is it now?" "It's 10 minutes to 10, sir." Lombard's eyebrows rose, and his head nodded slightly. Rogers waited a minute or two. General MacArthur suddenly burst out. "We are very sorry about your wife's death. Rogers, the doctor was just telling us about her death." Rogers bowed his head. "Yes, sir. Thank you." Then he took the empty plate of salami from the dining table and went outside. The room fell into a deep silence again. Part 3. They had gone out onto the terrace. Philip Lombard was about to say, "That engine business." Bloor looked at him, shook his head, and said, "I know what you're thinking, Mr. Lombard. I asked myself the same question. The engine should have been here 2 hours ago. Why didn't it come? Have you found an answer?" "In a way, yes. First of all, I don't think it's a coincidence. The events are interconnected, like links in a chain. So you're saying the engine won't come?" A voice behind him answered Lombard's question. It had an irritated and impatient tone. "The engine won't come." Bloor turned his broad shoulders slightly and looked at the speaker with suspicious glances. "Do you think like me, General?" General MacArthur spoke in a harsh voice. "Of course he won't come. We rely solely on this motor to leave the island. Don't you understand? Our end has come. The end of everything." He paused for a moment, then continued in a strange voice. "That's what peace is, true peace. To have reached the end of everything. Not to have to continue living. Yes, that is true peace." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without even looking at their faces. He walked the length of the terrace, then down the slope towards the sea. He was going to the tip of the island, to the headland where the rocks seemed to fall into the sea. He walked strangely. He seemed half asleep. Bloor said, "Here's another one of us gone mad. This will be the end of us all, I guess." The old police inspector laughed. "I don't lose my mind over such things," he said, then continued in a dry voice. "I don't think you'll go mad either, Mr. Lombard." Philip Lombard replied, "For now, I'm perfectly sane, thank you." Part 4. Dr. Armstrong went out onto the terrace. He looked impatient. On his left were Bloor and Lombard, and on his right was Wargrave, pacing slowly up and down, his head bowed. After a moment of hesitation, Armstrong walked toward the judge. But just then Rogers rushed out of the house. "May I say something to you, sir?" Armstrong turned. He was astonished by what he saw. Rogers' face had turned a grayish-green color, his lips were twitching with anger, and his hands were shaking. "Please, sir, may I speak with you inside for a moment?" The doctor followed the distraught butler into the house. "What's wrong, son? Pull yourself together. Here, sir. Come in." The butler opened the dining room door. The doctor went inside. Rogers followed him, closing the door behind him. "Yes," Armstrong said. "What is it?" Rogers's throat and all the muscles in his face twitched at once. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and finally managed to speak. "Strange things are happening here, sir. Strange things I can't understand." Armstrong asked in a harsh voice. "What kind of strange things? Perhaps you'll think I'm crazy. Perhaps it's nothing important. But I just can't explain what's happening." "Well, tell me what's happening. Stop speaking in riddles." Rogers swallowed again. "Sir, those little porcelain figurines. The figurines in the middle of the table. You know, there were 10 of them. I swear there were 10 of them. There were 10 of them. Yes, there were 10 of them. We counted them last night." Rogers leaned closer. "Yes, sir. But when I was tidying up the room last night, there were 9 left." It struck me as odd when I noticed it last night. Then this morning, while setting the breakfast table, I didn't notice anything. Probably because I was so upset and thoughtful. But when I started clearing the table, you can count them if you like if you don't believe me. There were only 8 figurines left. Just 8. Isn't that strange? There were 10 yesterday. 8 today. Chapter 6. Part 1. After breakfast, Emily Brent suggested to Vera Claythorne that they go up the hill to see if the motorboat had arrived. Vera gladly agreed. The wind had picked up, and white foam was beginning to appear on the sea. There were no fishing boats or motorboats in sight. Emily Brent said, "The man who brought us here yesterday seemed trustworthy. It's very strange that he's so late this morning." Vera didn't reply. She was trying to resist the panic that was slowly creeping over her. She told herself, "You have to keep your composure. You weren't like this before. Your nerves were very strong." She only managed to reply to Emily Brent a few minutes later. "I hope he comes soon. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone wants to get away from here as soon as possible. It's a very strange situation. Everything is so meaningless." The old woman next to her spoke in a dry voice. "I'm so angry at myself for falling for something like this and coming here. Upon closer inspection, it's easy to see that there's something strange about the letter I received. But I didn't suspect anything then. Not at all." Vera murmured, "Me either." Emily Brent said, "Sometimes people are so easily fooled. Do you really think as you said at breakfast?" "Speak a little more clearly, dear. What do you mean? Could Rogers and his wife have murdered their elderly lady?" Emily Brent thought for a while, watching the sea, and then replied, "I'm sure of it." "What do you think?" "I don't know what to think. Everything confirms my suspicion. The woman fainting. The man dropping his coffee cup. Do you remember?" Then his description of the event. "What he said didn't seem very true to me." "Yes, I'm afraid they did it." "And the woman's condition?" "She looked as if she were afraid of her own shadow." Emily Brent murmured, "I remember a quote hanging in a frame in my bedroom when I was a child. 'Sin always follows you, don't forget that.' It's so true. Sins follow a person wherever they go." "What about the others? What about the others?" "I don't understand." "What about the other accusations?" "They weren't true. If the accusation about the Rogers is true..." She paused. She seemed to have no strength left to finish her sentence. "Now I understand what you mean, my dear. For example, Mr. Lombard admits to abandoning 20 people to their deaths and fleeing. But those he abandoned were black." Emily Brent interrupted Vera sharply. "Everyone is human, regardless of the color of their skin. All people are brothers and sisters. Our black brothers and sisters." I feel like laughing. My nerves are completely shattered. I'm not myself. Emily Brent continued speaking. "Of course, some of the accusations were fabricated and absurd. For example, the one about the judge. He was just doing his job. The one about the former police inspector too. And the accusation against me." She paused for a moment, then started speaking again. "Considering the situation, I shouldn't have said anything last night. It wasn't a topic to discuss in front of men." Vera listened intently. Mrs. Brent continued, "Beatrice Taylor worked for me. She wasn't a good girl. I realized that too late. I had judged her wrongly and been deceived at the beginning. She was very polite, clean, and hardworking. I was very pleased with her. But all her actions were fake. It turns out she was a loose woman. I only understood this after that thing they call the accident happened to her." Vera asked. "What happened then?" "I didn't keep her under my roof for even an hour. No one could say that I tolerated immorality." Vera asked in a lower voice. "Then what?" What happened to the girl? Poor thing, as if her great sin wasn't enough, she committed a second sin. She committed suicide. After watching Emily Brent's calm face for a moment, Vera Claythorne asked, "What did you do when you learned that she had committed suicide? Weren't you sad? Didn't you feel guilty?" Emily Brent straightened up and replied, "Me? I'm not to blame at all. What if your harsh behavior forced her to do it? It was her own sin that drove her to suicide. If she had behaved like an honorable young girl, none of this would have happened." She fixed her eyes on Vera's. There was no sign of sadness or regret in her gaze. These were cruel and selfish eyes. This cruel and selfish woman, sitting upright like a statue of virtue on the summit of the only hill on Negro Island, no longer seemed meaningless to Vera. The woman opposite him was no longer meaningless, she was terrifying. Part 2. Dr. Armstrong left the dining room and returned to the terrace. The judge was sitting on a wicker chair, watching the sea. Lombard and Bloor were smoking cigarettes on the left, without speaking. The doctor paused for a moment. Finally, his gaze rested on Wargrave. He wanted to discuss the situation with someone. The judge was a sensible man, but he was quite old. Armstrong thought that he needed someone young and energetic for this task. Finally, he made his decision. "Mr. Lombard, may I speak with you for a minute?" Philip replied. "Of course," and immediately walked towards him. The two of them left the terrace and began walking down the slope towards the sea. After they had moved far enough away that their voices could not be heard by the others, Armstrong spoke. "I wanted to get your opinion on something." Lombard raised his eyebrows and said, "I have no medical knowledge whatsoever." No. I want to talk to you about our situation." "Ah, that's different. What do you think of that woman? Do you accept Bloor's hypothesis?" Philip took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, "It's quite a rational hypothesis." Armstrong felt relieved. Lombard was a man with a sharp mind. Lombard continued, "So, if we accept that Mr. and Mrs. Rogers murdered their wife, which I think is not the case, how do you think they did it? Did they poison their old wife?" Armstrong replied in a low voice, "It could have been simpler than that. This morning I asked Rogers what Mrs. Brady's illness was. His answer clarified the situation quite well. Without going into too much medical detail, I'll just say that amyl nitrate is used for all kinds of heart disease. When a crisis comes, an amyl nitrate ampoule is broken and the patient inhales it. If the medicine is not used in time, the patient's end is bad. Is it that simple? It must have been quite an easy job for them." The doctor nodded. "Yes, without doing anything. Not a poison that could easily be found, like arsenic, nor any action. They were able to achieve their goal simply by doing nothing, that is, by not putting the medicine to the patient's nose in time. Instead of giving the medicine, Rogers ran to the doctor, even though he knew he wouldn't make it. There was nothing suspicious about his behavior. No one could hold them responsible for murder." Lombard added, "Even if someone knew, they couldn't find evidence against them. This explains everything." Armstrong said anxiously, "I don't understand." "I mean, it explains the situation on Negro Island. There are some crimes where the perpetrators are not punished. One of them is Rogers's. The other is Judge Wargrave, who committed his murder completely within the law." Armstrong asked sharply, "Do you believe this story?" Philip Lombard smiled. "Yes, I believe it. Wargrave deliberately murdered Edward Seaton. It was no different from a murder committed with a bullet. But he can never be held accountable for this murder, even if Seaton's innocence is proven." Armstrong, as if wanting to change the subject, said, "Let's get back to that woman's death for a minute. Rogers may have killed his wife out of fear that she would talk. A second possibility is that the woman, fearing what would happen to her when the incident came to light, chose the easiest way out. If it weren't for Marston's death, perhaps I could accept that possibility. It's a little hard for me to swallow 2 suicides in 12 hours. If you suggest that someone as heartless and bird-brained as Anthony Marston committed suicide out of sadness for having run over a few children, I would laugh. Let's assume that young man also committed suicide. Where did he get the poison? As far as I know, potassium cyanide isn't something everyone carries in their pocket. Armstrong replied. That's right. Potassium cyanide isn't something just anyone carries in their pocket. Unless it was bought to be used against insects, of course. So it might be found in the pocket of an amateur gardener or a landowner. But not really? How this poison got into Marston's glass is something to consider. If Anthony Marston didn't decide to commit suicide and take the poison with him before coming here, then, yes, then, Philip Lombard smiled and looked at the doctor. Why do you want me to say it? What I'm thinking is on the tip of your tongue too. Anthony Marston was murdered. You know that perfectly well. Part 3. Dr. Armstrong took a deep breath. And Mrs. Rogers? Lombard began speaking again in a low voice. If Marston hadn't died, I could easily believe that Mrs. Rogers committed suicide. I could also believe that Rogers murdered his wife. But we need a hypothesis that will explain both deaths together. Perhaps I can help, said Armstrong, repeating to Lombard what Rogers had told him about the little porcelain figurines. After the doctor finished speaking, Lombard mumbled distractedly. Yes, porcelain Negro figurines. I'm sure there were 10 of them before dinner last night. Now you say there are 8, right? In response, the doctor uttered these lines. 10 little Negroes went to dinner. One of them choked on his food. 9 left, 9 little Negroes stayed up late. 1 didn't wake up in the morning, 8 left. The 2 men looked at each other. Lombard grinned at the other, throwing away the cigarette he was holding. The events fit perfectly into that nonsensical poem. Anthony Marston dies of gasping. And Mrs. Rogers never wakes up from her sleep. Armstrong asked. So? I mean the Negroes. The Negroes at the dinner table. There's a madman involved. Mr. Owen, Yuen Owen, or the madman we might call unknown. Dr. Armstrong sighed. Yes, so you agree. But Rogers swears that there's no one else on the island besides us. Rogers is either lying or mistaken. Armstrong shook his head. I don't think Rogers is lying. The man was very scared. He was terrified to the point of losing his mind. The motorboat isn't coming today. This fits into Mr. Owen's plan for us. No one will come to this island until Owen is finished. Armstrong turned pale. This man could be a dangerous maniac. Do you know what that means? Philip Lombard started speaking again. This time his tone had changed. There's one thing Owen hasn't accounted for. What is it? This island is practically nothing but bare rock. We can quickly search Yuen Owen's ominous island inch by inch. He could be a dangerous man. Philip Lombard laughed. Dangerous? Who's afraid of a headless man? If we ever meet, you'll see who's dangerous. I think we should ask Bloor for help too. He probably has a lot of experience in these kinds of things. Besides, it's better not to tell the women anything. As for the others, the general is a complete snob. And Wargrave is too old to be of any use to us in this matter. The 3 of us must do this job. Chapter 7 Part 1 Bloor immediately agreed with them. He shared their opinion. What you said about the porcelain figurines has given the matter a completely different direction. This is the work of a madman. But there's one thing. Do you think the man who calls himself Owen would handle all his business with poison? What do you mean? Be clearer. I mean this, Marston's sudden death last night, and Rogers' murder of his wife were all according to Owen's plan. Armstrong nodded. He repeated his thoughts about cyanide, and Bloor agreed. Yes, I forgot about that. Cyanide isn't normally something you carry in your pocket. But how did this poison get into the drink? That's what I've been thinking about, said Lombard. Marston had a few drinks last night. But there was quite a gap between when he poured his last glass and when he drank it. Meanwhile, Marston's glass was sitting on one of the tables. I'm not entirely sure, but I remember the glass being on the table by the window. The window was open. Someone from outside could very well have put cyanide in the drink, Bloor asked. So, without any of us seeing? Lombard replied. We were all busy with other things at the time. Armstrong confirmed. Yes. We were all talking to each other in the room or busy with our own business. I think. That's quite possible. Bloor shrugged. We need to investigate. No one has a gun, right? Lombard said. I do, and stroked his back pocket. Bloor's eyes widened. He asked in a strange tone. Do you always carry a gun? Sometimes. I've been in very dangerous places, you know. Surely you haven't been anywhere as dangerous as this. If a madman is hiding on this island, he must have brought a small stash of weapons with him. Armstrong coughed. You may be mistaken, Mr. Bloor. Most maniacal criminals are quiet types, giving the impression that they wouldn't do such things. I don't think our madman is one of those types you're describing, Dr. Armstrong. Part 2. The three men began to explore the island. The search was proving easier than they had anticipated. On the northeast side of the island, the rocks descended steeply towards the shore. There were very few places to hide in the other parts of the island. The three men carefully searched every area from the hilltop to the seashore, even the smallest crack in the rocks was carefully checked, considering the possibility that it might be the entrance to a hidden cave. There was nothing resembling a cave in sight. Finally, they came to where General MacArthur sat, watching the sea. It was a calm place where the waves created sweet melodies as they crashed against the rocks. The old soldier sat upright, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He doesn't seem normal. He seems under the influence of some unknown force, Bloor thought to himself. Clearing his throat, he began to speak aloud. What a beautiful, peaceful corner you've found for yourself, sir. The general grumbled, then glanced over his shoulder and replied. We have very little time. So little time that I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. We didn't mean to disturb you. We were just touring the island. We were going to ask if you saw any place where someone might be hiding. The general grumbled again and replied. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. Please go away. Bloor retreated. When he came back to the others, he said, He's gone mad. This man is mad. It's impossible to reason with him. Lombard asked curiously. What did he say? Bloor shrugged. He says he wants to be alone. He keeps grumbling. Part 3. The search was over. The three men stood on the highest point of the island, watching the land stretching out before them. The wind was growing stronger every moment. Lombard said, There are no fishing boats in sight. I think a storm is coming. How unfortunate that the village is not visible from here. We could have given a signal or done something to ask for help. We could light a fire tonight, said Bloor. Lombard grumbled. Damn it! Everything is so cleverly arranged. In what way, sir? I don't know. Perhaps the villagers have been told that there is entertainment on the island and that they should not heed any signals. You can't make sense of a madman's actions, Bloor asked suspiciously. Do you think they would obey such a warning? People believe lies more easily than the truth. If the unknown oven had warned the villagers not to come to the island until he had eliminated his guests one by one, would anyone believe it? Dr. Armstrong said, Sometimes I can't even believe what's happening. But still. Philip Lombard interrupted Armstrong. Still, it's all true. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it, Doctor? Lombard grinned, showing his long, sharp teeth. Bloor looked at the sea stretching out below their feet. There's no way anyone could be hiding around here, I suppose? Armstrong nodded. You're right. The slope is quite steep. Besides, where could they be hiding? Bloor said. They might be in a cave somewhere on the slope. If we had a boat, we could go around the island and check it from the sea once more. If we had a boat, instead of going around the island, we would have already covered half the distance to the mainland. That's very true, sir, Lombard suddenly said. But whatever happens, we need to be sure of this slope. I think the most suitable places to hide are those that seem impossible. If there were a rope, you could lower me down from here. Blore said. You're right. I'll go and try to find a rope. He quickly descended the slope and walked away towards the house. Lombard looked up at the sky. Clouds were beginning to gather. The wind was picking up. Glancing sideways at Armstrong, he asked, You're very quiet, Doctor. What are you thinking? Nothing. I'm just thinking about how far MacArthur might have lost his mind. Part 4. Vera had been restless since morning. She had tried to stay as far away from Emily Brent as possible. Mrs. Brent was sitting outside on the sheltered side of the house, knitting. Whenever she thought of him, a bruised face with moss caught in its hair came to Vera's mind. A face that had once been beautiful. Perhaps very beautiful. And this face was now in a place beyond the reach of fear and pity. Wargrave was sitting on a chaise longue on the terrace in front of the house. His head was buried deep in his neck. When Vera looked at him, she thought of the tall, blue-eyed, timid young man with blonde hair. Edward Seaton. In her imagination, she pictured the judge putting on his black cap and reading the death sentence with one hand raised. Soon Vera began to walk slowly towards the sea. General MacArthur looked at the approaching woman. There was a questioning and pitying expression in his eyes. This made Vera tremble for a moment. The general's gaze lasted only a minute or two, maybe less. Vera was thinking to herself, How strange! He looks as if he knows something. The general said to the young girl who came to him, So it's you? You've come? Vera sat down next to him. You seem to enjoy watching the sea from here very much? The general nodded slightly in reply. Yes, very much. I think it's a nice place to wait. Vera asked. Waiting? What are you waiting for? My end? I thought you knew that too. Don't you know? We're all waiting for our end here. Vera asked in a restless voice. What do you mean? General MacArthur replied slowly. None of us will escape from this island. That's the plan. Of course, you are aware of that. Perhaps you don't know what escape means. Vera asked in astonishment. Escape? You're still very young. You don't know this feeling yet. But when you get tired of carrying this heavy burden on your back, you'll want to get rid of it. You'll definitely feel it one day. I don't understand what you mean. Vera's voice was angry. She had unconsciously intertwined her fingers. She had suddenly begun to fear this silent, old soldier. Then the general muttered as if talking to himself. Do you understand? I loved Leslie. Very much. I loved her very much. Was Leslie your wife? Yes, she was your wife. I loved her very much. She was such a beautiful and lively woman. After a few minutes of silence, he began to speak again. Yes, I loved Leslie very much. That's why I did that job, Vera said. So, and fell silent. General MacArthur nodded slightly. There's no point in denying it now. Since we're all going to die anyway, I knowingly sent Richmond to his death. So I committed a kind of murder. Strange, I committed murder. A law-abiding man like me. At first, it didn't seem like murder to me at all. I didn't hesitate. I thought he deserved it. That's what I thought. But then... Yes, then? I don't know. I don't know. Nothing turned out as I expected. I don't even know if Leslie found out the truth. But... From that moment on, she distanced herself from me. She went so far away that I couldn't reach her. Then she died. And I was left all alone. Vera said. Alone. All alone. Her voice echoing off the rocks. You'll rejoice when the end comes. Vera stood up, then said in a harsh voice. I don't understand what you mean. I understand, my daughter. I understand. No, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. General MacArthur turned his gaze back to the sea. He seemed unaware of the young girl's presence beside him. A soft, sorrowful voice escaped his lips. Leslie. Part 5. When Blore returned from home with a coil of rope around his arm, he found Dr. Armstrong looking into the depths of the sea where he had left him. Breathlessly, he asked, Where is Lombard? Armstrong, not giving much importance to the question, said, He went to see if a possibility he had in mind was true. He'll be here in a few minutes. Then he added, Look at me, Blore, I'm starting to worry. We're all worried. The doctor waved his hand impatiently, silencing him. I don't know. But I didn't mean that. I'm thinking of old MacArthur. What's wrong with him? We're looking for a madman, aren't we? Could that madman be MacArthur? So MacArthur is a maniacal killer? I can't say for sure. I'm not a psychiatrist. I haven't studied him in that respect. There's nothing to say about his conceit and arrogance. But, Armstrong interrupted him. Perhaps you're right. Don't mind what I said. There's definitely someone hiding on the island. Ah, here comes Lombard. They carefully tied the rope around Lombard's waist. I'll climb down by myself. You just pull the rope and pay attention to the signal I'll give you, Lombard said. A minute or two later, as they watched Lombard descend the first slope, Blore asked, He's a feisty man, isn't he? There was a strange expression in his voice. Dr. Armstrong replied, It's obvious he's been mountaineering. There was a long silence, then the former police inspector spoke again. There's something strange about everything. Do you know what I'm thinking? What? This man isn't a good fit. What do you mean? Blore paused for a moment, then continued. I can't quite explain it. But I don't feel like trusting him, Dr. Armstrong said. He's led quite a turbulent life. Did you bring a gun with you, Doctor? Me? Of course not. Why would I bring one? Well, why did Lombard bring one? Armstrong replied thoughtfully. Perhaps it's his custom to carry a gun. Blore frowned. At that moment, the rope was pulled violently. They struggled with the rope for a while, and when the weight at the bottom of the rope lightened, Blore spoke again. There's a difference between customs, Doctor. There's nothing suspicious about Lombard going into the remote and dangerous mountaintops or forests with his sleeping bag, Primus lamp, and pistol, and carrying ammunition. But his bringing a pistol here can't be just out of habit. People carrying pistols in their daily lives are only seen in cowboy movies. Dr. Armstrong merely shook his head. They leaned over again and watched Lombard's work. He had finished his work, and it was clear he had found nothing. Holding onto the rope, he climbed the slope and came to them. Wiping the sweat from his face, he said, Yes. The person we're looking for can't be anywhere other than home. Part 6. Searching the house was easy. First they searched a few corners outside and the woodshed. Then they turned their search inside the house. They left no place unsearched. There were no hidden corners in the modern building anyway. They started from the ground floor. When they reached the floor where the bedrooms were, they saw Rogers coming out onto the terrace with a tray of cocktails in his hand through the window in the hallway. A rare butler, Lombard said. He keeps doing his job despite everything, Armstrong said in a scolding tone. Rogers is a first-class butler. We can't deny that, Blore said. His wife was also a very good cook. How was dinner last night? They entered the first bedroom. 5 minutes later they were outside. Inside there was neither anyone hiding nor anywhere to hide. In the hallway, Blore said, There's a staircase here. Dr. Armstrong replied, That staircase leads to the servants' quarters. There might be a hiding place on the roof, like a water tank. I think that's the most important place to search. Just as Blore finished saying this, there was a faint sound of footsteps from above. They had all heard it. Armstrong excitedly grabbed Blore's arm. Lombard put his finger to his lips and said, "Hush! Listen." The sound was heard again. Someone was silently moving around above. Dr. Armstrong whispered, "The footsteps are coming from the bedroom where Mrs. Rogers' body was found. Of course, he chose the best place to hide. Since there was a body, he probably guessed that no one would enter that room. Let's walk as quietly as possible." They practically crawled up the stairs. They stopped again for a moment in the space in front of the bedroom and listened. "Yes, someone was in the room," Blore whispered. "Come on." She burst through the door, opening it wide. The others followed her. All three were frozen. Rogers stood in the middle of the room. His arms were full of laundry. Part 7. Blore was the first to compose himself. "Excuse me, Rogers. Well, we heard someone was wandering around here. And we thought. He stopped speaking. "Excuse me, gentlemen, I'm just packing my things. Since I can't sleep in this room tonight. I imagine you won't object to me moving to one of the empty guest rooms downstairs. I'll settle into the smallest room, of course." Of course. "No problem," said the doctor. "No one tried to look at the side of the bed where the body lay, covered with a white sheet." Rogers said, "Thank you, sir." He left the room, his arms full of belongings, and went downstairs. Armstrong went to the bed. He lifted the sheet and looked at the face of the corpse. There was no fear on that face anymore. Only emptiness. "I wish I had brought the necessary materials. I'm so curious about what killed him," Armstrong muttered, turning to the other two. "Let's go finish what we started. But I have a feeling we won't find anything." Blore was struggling to open a hatch in the wall. "This guy moves so quietly. We saw him carrying drinks to the terrace a few minutes ago. None of us heard him go upstairs." Blore finally turned the mallet he had been pulling for a while, slipped through the small door leading to the attic, and disappeared into the darkness. Lombard pulled a match from his pocket and followed him. Armstrong also went into the attic. 5 minutes later, all three were filthy, looking at each other. Their clothes were covered in dust and cobwebs. Their faces were obscured by dust. Only their eyes were visible. They had finally come to an agreement. There were no other people on the island besides 8, including themselves. Chapter 8 Part 1 Lombard said softly, "We were wrong. 2 deaths chasing each other by chance have led us to create nightmares in our imagination." Armstrong replied slowly, "No. The incident is still a mystery. I am a doctor. I have an idea about suicides. Marston was not someone who would commit suicide. Couldn't it have been an accident?" Blore grumbled in response to Lombard's question. "It would be a bit strange to call it an accident." After a short silence, Blore started speaking again. "But, as for the woman," he said and stopped. "Mrs. Rogers? Yes, couldn't the woman's death have been an accident?" Philip Lombard asked. "An accident? What kind?" Blore paused for a moment. His red face turned even redder then, as if spitting. "Look at me, doctor, you gave her medicine to make her sleep, didn't you?" "Doctor." Armstrong glared at Blore and asked, "What do you mean? You yourself said last night that you gave her medicine to make her sleep." "Yes. But it was nothing more than a harmless sedative." "What was its name, doctor?" "I gave the woman a very small dose of Trianol. It's a very harmless medicine." "Couldn't you have given her too much medicine? I don't understand what you mean." Armstrong was thoroughly annoyed. "Couldn't you have made a mistake? These things can happen all the time," Armstrong said. "I didn't make a mistake." "That's ridiculous." Or are you trying to suggest that I deliberately gave the woman too much medicine? Philip Lombard interrupted. Look at me, both of you. Get a grip. Let's not start accusing each other unjustly. I only meant to imply that the doctor might have made a mistake, that's all. Dr. Armstrong, trying to smile, said, Doctors don't make mistakes like that, my friend, Bloor said. If we believe what's on the gramophone, this wouldn't be your first mistake. Armstrong's face had turned deathly pale. Philip Lombard snapped at Bloor. What's the point of attacking this and that? We're all in the same boat. If we row together, we can make it to shore alive. And what about your little mistake? Have we talked about it? Bloor took a step forward. His fists were clenched. Damn that gramophone! The record is full of lies. Don't try to silence me by bringing up those lies. Mr. Lombard, there are some things I want to know. One of them is your past. Lombard raised his eyebrows. My past? Yes, and I also want to know why you brought your gun with you when you came to the island. So you want to know? You know, Bloor? You're not as stupid as you seem. That may be, but tell me about your pistol first. Lombard smiled. I brought my pistol here, anticipating that I would need it. But you didn't tell us that last night. Lombard shook his head. Bloor said, So you lied to us last night. More or less. Well, tell me the truth. Lombard began to speak slowly, emphasizing each word. I came here not as a guest, but as an agent. A Jew named Morris hired me. He heard that I'm a man who can do a good job in dangerous situations. He gave me £100 to come to the island and keep an eye on me. That's all. Dr. Armstrong said. But I suppose he told you more. No, he didn't say. The jester was very secretive. I either had to accept the job without asking any questions or refuse it. I was in a difficult situation. I accepted the job without asking too many questions. Bloor didn't seem very convinced. Well, why didn't you tell me all this last night? Lombard shrugged, saying, My dear friend, how could I have known that I hadn't been called here for last night's events? I had to make up a story to disguise myself. Dr. Armstrong said, So you've changed your mind now. Lombard's face changed. It took on a more confused and stern expression. Yes. Now I believe I'm in the same situation as you. That £100 was the cheese Owen had set up to lure me here. He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and continued. Because we've all fallen into a trap. I have no doubt about that anymore. The death of Mrs. Rogers, the death of Tony Marston, the disappearance of the porcelain figurines of African Americans from the dining table. Yes, Owen's hand is everywhere. But where is this demon himself? The sound of a gong calling them to dinner came from below. Part 2. Rogers was standing in the dining room. As the three of them came down the stairs, he took a couple of steps toward them and said in a low, excited voice, I hope you will be pleased with the meal. Cold meat, boiled potatoes, cheese, and fruit. Lombard said, Not bad in my opinion. The pantry seems full. There's plenty of food in the pantry. It will sustain us all, even if we stay on the island for a long time, sir. Lombard nodded. Rogers followed them toward the dining room, muttering to himself. I'm worried that Fred Narracott hasn't arrived yet. If he doesn't, I'll call it strange bad luck. Emily Brent entered the room, trying to find the ball of yarn she had dropped. As she took her place at the table, she said, The weather is getting worse. The wind has picked up. The sea is foamy. At that moment, Judge Wargrave entered the room. He approached the table with slow, measured steps. Glancing at the guests who had begun to gather around the dining table, he said, You've had a very busy day. There was a strange satisfaction in his voice. Vera Claythorne entered. It was clear from her appearance that she had run a bit. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. I think I'm a little late. Emily Brent said, You're not the... Last. General MacArthur hasn't arrived yet either. They all took their places at the table. Rogers looked at Mrs. Brent. Are you going to start dinner, madam, or will you wait for the general? Vera said. General MacArthur is sitting by the sea. I don't think he could hear the gong. He's been acting strangely today, Rogers said. I'll go and tell him that dinner is ready. Doctor. Armstrong jumped to his feet. I'll go and call him. You can start dinner. As he was leaving the room, Rogers' voice could be heard. Would you prefer cold tongue or salami, madam? Part 3. The 5 people sitting around the table were having trouble finding something to talk about. Outside, the sound of the wind grew louder from time to time, then disappeared again. Vera shivered slightly. I think a storm is coming. Blore wanted to start a conversation. There was an old sailor on the train yesterday from Plymouth. He said a storm was coming. I really wonder how those seasoned sailors know the weather. Rogers was walking around the table collecting the meat plates. Suddenly, he stopped with the plates in his hands and said in a strange and timid voice, Someone is running. They all heard the sound of someone running on the terrace now. At that moment, they understood everything. Everything was understood without anything being said. As if they had received an order, they all stood up. Their faces were turned towards the door. Dr. Armstrong entered. General MacArthur, she said breathlessly. Is he dead? The words came out of Vera's mouth like cannon fire. Yes, he's dead. There was a long silence. The 7 people looked at each other's faces, unable to find words to say. Part 4. As the old soldier's body was being carried through the door, a storm broke out. They all stood in the hallway. Thunder began to be heard along with the rain. As Blore and Armstrong carried the body up the stairs to the bedroom, Vera Claythorne suddenly turned around and entered the empty dining room. The room was as they had left it. The fruit was on the table. Vera went towards the table. A minute or two later, Rogers entered. The room was silent steps. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw Vera at the table. I came to look at, Vera said in a harsh and loud voice. You're right, Rogers, come and see for yourself. There are 7 left. Part 5. General MacArthur was laid on his bed. Armstrong, after examining the body one last time, left the room and went downstairs. The others were gathered in the drawing room. Mrs. Brent was knitting. Vera Claythorne stood by the window, watching the rain. Blore sat in a chair with his hands on his knees. Lombard paced restlessly back and forth. Wargrave sat in an armchair in a corner of the room. His eyes were half closed. The judge's half-open eyelids opened as the doctor entered. Then, in a high-pitched voice, he said, Yes, doctor. Armstrong's face was deathly pale. There was no heart failure or anything like that. General MacArthur was killed by a blow to the back of the head with a hard object. A murmur started in the room, but the judge's clear voice rang out once more. Did you find the weapon used? No. You are still certain that he was killed in this way, aren't you? Absolutely. I am certain, Judge Wargrave said calmly. Now our situation is clear. There was no longer any doubt as to who is in control. Wargrave had spent the morning slumped in his armchair on the terrace, eyes half open, not paying attention to anyone, watching the movements of the others through the gaps in his eyelids. Now, with the habit of years, he had taken the reins. He was speaking as if from the bench in the courtroom. He coughed and began again. Gentlemen, I observed your movements from where I was sitting on the terrace this morning. You all had the same goal. Everyone was searching for the unknown killer on the island, wasn't that right? Philip Lombard said. You are right, sir. The judge continued. You have undoubtedly come to the same conclusion as me. That is, Anthony. Marston and Mrs. Rogers neither committed suicide nor were they victims of an accident. I believe you understand why Owen has gathered us on this island. Bloor grumbled angrily. This man is crazy. A madman. The judge coughed again. That is more or less true, but the man's madness does not change our situation much. We must save our lives as soon as possible. Armstrong spoke in a trembling voice. There is no one on the island. Do you understand? There is no one but us. The judge scratched his chin and said slowly, Yes, there is no one but us. Owen is one of us. Part 6. No! It can't be! It was Vera who cried out. The judge turned his gaze to the young girl and continued his words. At the same time, he was scrutinizing Vera with a harsh look. This is not the time to turn away from the truth. We are all in great danger. One of us is Yuen Owen, and we don't know which one it is. Anthony Marston, Mrs. Rogers, and General MacArthur are certainly beyond any suspicion. That leaves us 7. That is, the 7 little black men on the table. He paused for a moment and looked around. Does everyone agree with me? Armstrong said. Unbelievable. But it's probably true, Bloor said. There's no doubt about it. If you asked me, I have a very good idea. Wargrave silenced her with a quick wave of his hand, then said calmly, We'll get to that later. Right now, I want to know if we all agree on the truth we are facing. Emily Brent, who was still knitting, spoke. Your claim makes sense to me. I also believe that one of us is in league with the devil. Vera murmured. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The judge asked. And you, Lombard? I agree. Completely agree. The judge nodded, indicating his satisfaction with the answers given. Now let's examine the evidence. Is there any reason to suspect a particular person? What would you say, Mr. Bloor? Bloor was breathing heavily. Lombard has a gun, he said. He didn't tell us the truth last night. He admitted it himself. Philip Lombard laughed coldly. I guess I'll have to explain it all over again. Then he recounted the story of his arrival on the island in full detail before the judge. Bloor immediately interjected. Can you prove it? There's no evidence to show that what you're saying is true. The judge coughed. We're all in the same situation. There's nothing we can trust except our own statements. He leaned forward in his seat and continued. None of you fully understand the strange trap we're in. I think there's only one way we can go. Is there anyone among us whom we can put free of all suspicion with the evidence we have? Dr. Armstrong immediately replied. I'm a well-known man. To suspect me like this. The judge silenced the doctor with another gesture before he could finish his sentence, then began speaking in his usual clear voice. I'm a well-known man too. But that means nothing. Many doctors have gone mad. No one can claim that there haven't been judges who went mad. He continued, fixing his gaze on Bloor. It's not uncommon for police officers to go mad either. Lombard interrupted. I suppose we'll leave women out of this. The judge's eyebrows rose to the middle of his forehead, with his voice as sharp as acid. So women can't go mad and commit murder? He asked. Lombard recoiled. That seems impossible to me. He stopped before finishing his sentence. After a short silence, Judge Wargrave, in the same high-pitched, metallic voice, asked Armstrong, Could a woman have killed MacArthur? The doctor answered calmly. Yes, it's possible. So the fatal blow didn't require much force, did it? Yes. Wargrave, stretching his tortoise-like neck, began to speak again. Then we cannot exclude anyone from suspicion. Vera suddenly cried out. You are mad! The judge's gaze swept over everyone in the room and settled on Vera. There was an expression in his gaze that was accustomed to sizing people up. Vera thought to herself. He sees me as a suspect. And She was surprised by what came to her mind. "This man doesn't like me at all." The judge continued, speaking in a measured tone. "Young lady, you are free to vent your feelings to relieve yourself. I am not angry with you. I hope Mrs. Brent is not offended that I have included the ladies among the suspects." Emily Brent spoke in a cold voice, without lifting her head from her braid. "To be accused of taking a human life may seem absurd to those who know my character. But considering that we are all strangers to each other here, and that no one can be trusted unless there is conclusive evidence, I find your words appropriate. Because, as I said before, there is a devil among us. Then we agree. No one will be excluded from suspicion solely on the basis of their social standing and character." Lombard said. "What about Rogers?" The judge turned his gaze to Lombard. "What about Rogers? If you asked me, we can easily exclude Rogers from suspicion." "Really? Why?" "I don't think he's clever enough to plot murder. Besides, one of the victims was his wife." The judge raised his eyebrows once more. "Young man, many people have come before me accused of murdering their wives. And most have been convicted." "Yes, I agree. It's possible for people to kill their wives. We could even call it a natural thing. But not in this way. Rogers may have killed his wife because he was afraid she would expose him by talking, because he was tired of her, or I admit he might have fallen for someone less wrinkled. But I can't imagine him as the Mad Owen. I can't accept that in his crazy game of justice, he started by punishing his wife for a crime they committed together." Judge Wargrave replied, "You accept possibilities as evidence. You shouldn't be fooled by appearances. We are not sure whether Rogers and his wife murdered their wives. Rogers may have made up this story to put himself in the same situation as us. Perhaps Mrs. Rogers' fear last night stemmed from realizing that her husband had lost his mind." Lombard said, "Very well, so be it. One of us is Owen, and no one will be exempt from suspicion." Wargrave said, "What I mean is that no one should be exempt from suspicion based on character, social status, and probabilities. What we need to investigate now is whether we can find one or two people among us whom we can be sure are not Owen. But we must do this based on solid evidence. Let me explain it more clearly. Is there anyone among us who could not possibly have put cyanide in Marston's glass, given Mrs. Rogers too much sleeping pill, or struck the general on the head with a hard object?" Bloor's grim expression brightened. He leaned forward. "You've said it well, sir," he said. "That's the point we need to focus on. If we proceed from this point, I think we can reach our goal. Let's start with Marston's death. Last night, it was suggested that someone might have poured cyanide into the drinking glass standing by the window. This could have been done much more easily by someone in the room. I don't remember if Rogers was in the room, but one of us could very well have done it." He took a deep breath, then continued. "Now, let's talk about Mrs. Rogers. The people most suspicious in this murder are her husband and the doctor. Both of them were capable of doing this easily, in the blink of an eye." Armstrong jumped to his feet. He was trembling with anger. "This is too much. How many times have I told you that the medicine I gave was nothing more than a very harmless sedative?" "Dr. Armstrong!" The judge's cold and commanding voice was heard. Dr. Armstrong fell silent before he could finish his sentence. The judge continued, "I understand your anger at the accusations, but we must accept the facts as they are. You and Rogers were in a position to easily give the woman more medicine. Now let's examine the situation of the rest of us. Could any of us have given this woman poison? Is any of us in a position to completely rule out this possibility?" He paused for a moment, then added, "I don't think so." Vera interrupted angrily. "I didn't even go near the woman." "You can all swear to this." Judge Wargrave waited a couple of minutes, and then began to speak again. "If I make a mistake anywhere, please correct me. When Mrs. Rogers fainted, she was brought from the hallway to the sitting room by Marston and Lombard. Dr. Armstrong helped them. Meanwhile, the doctor sent Rogers to fetch some cognac. Later, all of us except Emily Brent went into the next room and saw the gramophone. Only Mrs. Brent was left in the room, alone with the woman lying unconscious. A slight blush appeared on Emily Brent's cheeks. She dropped her knitting and spoke. "You're starting to talk nonsense." The judge's cold, metallic voice continued. "When we returned to the room, you were leaning over the woman lying unconscious. Am I to be charged with murder for helping a sick woman?" Judge Wargrave said. "I'm just trying to remind you of the situation as it was." Then Rogers entered the room with a glass of cognac, to which he may have added as much as he wanted. The cognac was given to the woman. Soon after, she was carried to the bed between her husband and Dr. Armstrong. There, Dr. Armstrong gave her a sedative, which he claimed was harmless. Bloor said, "That's exactly what happened. Therefore, we can consider Mrs. Claythorne, the judge, Lombard, and myself out of this matter," he said, his voice filled with satisfaction and cheerfulness. Wargrave, glaring coldly at Bloor, murmured, "Let's see, shall we?" "We must consider all possibilities," Bloor said. "I don't understand what you mean." The judge continued. Mrs. Rogers was lying in her bed in her room upstairs. The sedative given by Dr. Armstrong was beginning to take effect. She was about to fall asleep. Suppose that someone knocked on her door and entered with a pill, saying that the doctor had sent it and wanted her to take it immediately. Can you claim that the woman would not take this medicine without thinking? A deep silence fell over the room. Bloor shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Philip Lombard broke the silence. "I don't believe in such a possibility. Besides, no one came out of this room for several hours after the incident. Then Marston's death and all that came into play." The judge replied. "Isn't it possible that one of us could have come out of the bedroom later and done this?" Lombard objected. "Rogers would have seen it," Armstrong chimed in. "Rogers stayed downstairs to clean the dining room and kitchen when we went up to our bedrooms. In that case, any of us could have entered the woman's bedroom without being seen." Emily Brent said, "Of course, the woman would have fallen into a deep sleep under the influence of the medicine you gave her. Right, doctor?" "Most likely, yes. But it might not be so. Unless given to the patient more than once, it is impossible to predict how and for how long such drugs will affect the body." Lombard said, "Of course, it suits you to talk like that, doesn't it, Emil?" Armstrong's face was once again filled with dark shadows of anger. But the words that were about to spill from his lips were again prevented from coming out by that cold, authoritative voice. "We cannot reach a conclusion by randomly hurling accusations at each other. We need to evaluate the evidence. While I acknowledge that the probability of it being close to the truth is low, I think it would be beneficial to thoroughly review the hypothesis. The success of such a plan depends, first of all, on the character of the person carrying it out. In such a case, Mrs. Brent or Mrs. Claythorne entering the room would not arouse the slightest suspicion in the patient. On the other hand, I do not think that Bloor and Lombard entering the room with a pill in their hands would arouse suspicion in the patient." Bloor asked. "So, what's the conclusion?" Part 7. Judge Wargrave replied with a wild glint in his eyes. "The conclusion is this: any of us could have murdered Mrs. Rogers." He paused, swallowed, cleared his throat, and continued. "As for General MacArthur's death, the murder was committed this morning. Does anyone want to say anything about it? I have no knowledge of it. I sat on a chair on the terrace until the gong sounded announcing that dinner was ready. But during that time, I had time to go down to the shore, kill the general, and then return to my place. In that case, I have no evidence to present other than my statement that I did not leave the terrace at all today. As you know, statements are not considered very reliable evidence. Every statement must be proven," Bloor said. I was with Lombard and Dr. Armstrong all morning. That puts me out of all doubt. Armstrong looked at Blore suspiciously and said, You went home to get some rope at one point. Yes, I went and came back immediately. You know that. It took you quite a while to get the rope, though. Blore suddenly turned bright red. What do you mean, Dr. Armstrong? I just said it took you quite a while to get the rope. One can't just reach out and find a coil of rope in a house one doesn't know. The judge asked. Were you two together when Mr. Blore went home? Armstrong replied. Yes. Lombard just went somewhere for a few minutes. I waited for him where I was. Lombard smiled and said, I was just looking for ways to send a message across with a mirror. I was searching for the most suitable spot. That only took a few minutes. Armstrong nodded. Yes, that's right. He didn't stay away from me long enough to commit murder. The judge asked. Did either of you look at your watches at that time? Philip Lombard said. No, I don't think so. My watch wasn't with me. The judge replied coldly. Then the time you say a few minutes might be longer. He then turned his gaze to the woman sitting upright, knitting with a ball of yarn in her lap. And you, Mrs. Brent? I went up the hill with Vera Claythorne. Then I sat on the terrace and sunbathed. I didn't see you on the terrace. That may be. I was on the east-facing side of the house. It was sheltered from the wind there. Did you sit there until dinner time? Yes. And you, Mrs. Claythorne? Vera seemed to have prepared her answer beforehand. She spoke immediately. I was with Mrs. Brent this morning. Then I wandered around a bit. And then I went down to the beach and spoke with General MacArthur. Judge Wargrave interrupted the young woman. What time was it then? Can you tell me? Vera was momentarily surprised. I don't know. I think it was about an hour before dinner. Maybe even less. Blore asked. Before or after our conversation with the general? I don't know, but he was acting very strangely. Vera replied, suddenly feeling a shiver. The judge asked, In what way was he acting strangely? He kept saying that our end was near. He was waiting for his end. That state of his frightened me very much. What did you do then? I went home. I went out a little before dinner. I was walking around the back of the house. When the gong sounded, I had a unease inside me. Now Rogers is the only one left. I don't think what he has to say will add much to our knowledge of the incident, but let's listen anyway. Rogers spoke as if he were in court, but he had very little to say. He had spent the whole morning doing housework and preparing lunch. Sometime before noon, he had taken his belongings from the room where his wife's body was found and placed them in one of the empty bedrooms downstairs. Shortly before dinner, he had taken cocktails to the terrace. He hadn't seen anything from the kitchen window that could be related to the general's death. In fact, he hadn't looked out the window at all. Meanwhile, he swore that there were 8 figurines of black men on his table when he said it. After Roger's interrogation, a deep silence fell over the room. Judge Wargrave cleared his throat. At that moment, Lombard whispered to Vera, Now the judge will announce the verdict. We have investigated the 3 deaths as thoroughly as possible. At the end of our investigation, I have come to the conclusion that one of the 7 people on this island is a dangerous maniac and murderer. I advise everyone to try to protect their lives. The killer has so far easily ensnared his victims because no one suspected him. From now on, we must be suspicious of each other's every move and keep each other under surveillance. Knowing the danger is better than not knowing it. I advise you not to undertake any dangerous actions and to be vigilant against all kinds of danger. That's all. Lombard muttered. The trial is over. Chapter 9. Part 1. Vera asked, Do you believe what the judge said? Vera and Philip Lombard were sitting by the living room window. Outside, the heavy rain, which had begun to turn into a storm, was hitting the glass with large drops swept by the wind. Philip Lombard thought for a moment before answering Vera's question, then spoke slowly. So you're asking if I believe old Wargrave's words that the murderer is one of us? Yes. It's hard to believe. But logically, one must agree with him. Still, Vera finished Lombard's sentence. Still, it's unbelievable. But after MacArthur's death, one can't be sure of anything. Accidents and suicides are no longer possibilities. It's certain that the dead were murdered. So far, 3 murders have been committed one after the other, right before our eyes. Vera felt a slight shiver. It's like a terrible dream. I still can't believe something like this could happen. I understand. One imagines that any moment now there will be a knock on the door, and they'll announce that breakfast is ready. Oh, how I wish all this were just a bad dream. Philip Lombard replied thoughtfully. But unfortunately, it's not a dream. From now on, we must all be very careful to protect ourselves. Vera asked, lowering her voice. If the killer is one of them, can you guess which one it is? A smile appeared on Lombard's face. From your words, it seems you're separating us from them. So you don't suspect me. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure I'm not the killer. I don't see any dangerous criminal tendencies in you either. Besides, you seem like the most level-headed young woman I've ever met. I can easily swear you're not mentally ill, Vera said, with a slight smile on her lips. Thank you. Yes, Miss Claythorne, tell me. Don't you think the same about me? The young woman paused for a moment before replying. You know, you admitted beforehand that you don't value human life. But despite everything, I don't think you're the man who did all this. Lombard said. You're right. If it were just 1 or 2 murders, I could hope to save my head. But a series of murders is not my work. In this case, we can exclude ourselves from the list of suspects. Which one is you, and Owen? Although I have no evidence, I think this man is old Wargrave. Vera asked. Why? In astonishment. It's hard to explain. His years of habit of condemning people from the judge's bench, that is, his accustomedness to playing the role of God's outstretched hand to punish people, may have caused him to lose his mind over time and to contemplate punishing criminals beyond the reach of the law. Vera murmured, Yes, it's possible. Lombard asked, Whom do you suspect? Vera answered without hesitation, Dr. Armstrong. Lombard whistled softly. Dr. Armstrong, huh? You know? I suspected him the least. Vera nodded. Remember, 2 of the deaths were by poisoning. That puts the doctor under suspicion. On the other hand, how can we know that what he gave Mrs. Rogers was a harmless sleeping pill? Yes, you're right. If a doctor goes mad, it takes quite a while to figure it out. Then, one shouldn't forget that doctors are people who work a lot, and whose minds get very tired. Yes, but I doubt the doctor killed MacArthur. He didn't have time to go down to the beach, kill MacArthur, and come back. He didn't commit the murder at that time. He had a very good opportunity later. When? When he went down to the beach to invite the general to dinner. Lombard whistled softly again. So you're guessing the doctor killed the general at that time? He must be a very cold-blooded man. Vera spoke impatiently. There was no danger for him. He's the only one here with medical knowledge. Who could object if he said the general had been killed at least an hour earlier? Philip looked at the young girl thoughtfully. You know, he said. That's a very good guess. Part 2. Is Kira doing this, Mr. Bloor? I want to know. Who is this man? Roger's face contorted with anger as he spoke, twirling the dust cloth in his hand. The former police inspector replied, That's exactly what we're looking for, son. According to the judge, the killer is one of us. But which one? I want to know. Who is this demon in human form? Bloor replied. That's exactly what we're trying to find out. You must have an opinion on this, Mr. Bloor. You must suspect someone. I may have an idea of who the culprit is, Mr. Rogers. But it's nothing more than a suspicion. I may be wrong. If my suspicions are correct, I can say that we've encountered a very cold-blooded man. I can say that I've never encountered such a cold-blooded killer in my professional life. Rogers wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the cloth in his hand. It all feels like a bad dream. Blore looked at the servant with a strange expression. Do you suspect someone? Rogers replied. I don't know. I can't think of anything. That's where the fear that chills me to the bone comes from. I can't understand anything. Part 3. Dr. Armstrong shouted. We must get out of here as soon as possible. We must go. We must go. At any cost. Wargrave was looking out the window of the smoking parlor thoughtfully, fiddling with the cord of his glasses. I can't claim to know much about the weather, he began. But even if the motorboat is on the road, it's impossible for it to get here. Even if they knew our situation, I don't think anyone could come to our aid before 24 hours. And that's only if the weather improves. Dr. Armstrong groaned, putting his hands to his head. By then, we might all be murdered in our beds. I hope that's not the case. I'm ready to do everything possible to secure our lives. Don't forget that 3 people have already been killed. Yes, but don't forget that they weren't prepared for an attack. But we are now prepared. What can we do? Ultimately, there are some things we can do, Dr. Armstrong replied. We don't have the slightest idea who we should suspect. The judge scratched his chin and muttered, I don't agree with you. Armstrong looked at the old judge in astonishment. So you know what? Wargrave began to speak in a cautious and measured voice. If you were to ask for conclusive evidence of the kind sought in a court of law, I have none of that. But the manner in which the murders were committed gives me the impression that a certain person is guilty. Yes, I can say I'm sure of it. Armstrong opened his eyes in astonishment and said, I don't understand. Part 4. Brent went upstairs to his bedroom. He picked up his Bible and sat in the armchair by the window. He opened the Bible, paused for a minute or two, then put the holy book aside and stood up. He went to the dressing table. He took out a black-covered notebook from one of the drawers. He opened the notebook and began to write. Something terrible has happened. General MacArthur is dead. He is married to his cousin, Elsie Macpherson. There is no doubt that the general has been murdered. After dinner, the judge made a very interesting speech. He is certain that the killer is one of us. That is, it seems that one of us is a monster in disguise. I had suspected this before. Which one of us is this demon? Everyone is asking themselves this question. But only I know. She stood motionless for a while. Her eyes clouded over, and she stared into the distance. Her trembling fingers moved the pen across the paper like a drunkard, and she wrote in shaky, large letters. The murderer's name is Beatrice Taylor. Her eyes closed. Suddenly, she shook herself open as if waking from sleep. She looked at the notebook in front of her. When she saw the last sentence of what she had written, she was seized with sudden anger and muttered to herself in a low voice. Did I write this? Me? God, I think I'm going crazy. Part 5. The storm had intensified, and the wind was whistling through the walls of the house. Everyone was in the living room. They huddled together in fear, and at the same time, they were scrutinizing each other with suspicious glances. When Rogers suddenly opened the door and entered with a tea tray in his hand, they all jumped up. Rogers asked, Shall I close the curtains? Perhaps it will look nicer inside then. When no one objected, the butler lowered the curtains and turned on the lights. The room really did feel warmer. Now everyone was more optimistic. The storm would subside by tomorrow, the engine would arrive, and... Vera asked, Would you like to make the tea, Mrs. Brent? No, please, you do it, dear. This teapot is too heavy for me. Besides, 2 balls of my gray wool are missing. I'm so upset. Vera walked towards the table where the tea tray was. The sound of cups coined could be heard. Life seemed to have returned to normal. Tea. The evening tea they always drank seemed to have revived them all today. Philip Lombard told a funny joke. It was followed by Bloor's joke. Then Dr. Armstrong recounted a comical incident that had happened to him. Even Judge Wargrave, who always said he hated tea, took the cup without objection and began to sip its contents. While this relaxed atmosphere prevailed in the room, Rogers entered. He looked angry and frightened. Rubbing his hands together in anger, he asked, "Excuse me, sir. Does anyone know where the curtain from the bathroom downstairs has gone?" Lombard turned to the servant. "The bathroom curtain? What do you mean, Rogers? Be a little clearer," he said. "It's disappeared. It seems to have flown away, sir. I was closing the curtains. When I got to the bathroom downstairs, I noticed the curtains were gone." Wargrave asked, "Was the curtain there this morning?" "Of course, sir." Bloor asked, "What kind of curtain was it?" "A polka dot silk curtain, sir. It had the same pattern as the towels in the bathroom," Lombard said. "So it's gone now?" "Yes." Everyone looked at each other. Bloor said slowly, "What can we do? It's not normal, but what is normal about us? I don't think it matters. I don't think anyone could commit murder with a shower curtain. Don't worry about it," Rogers said. "Well, sir." "Thank you." He closed the door behind him and went outside. A sense of fear had settled over the room again. Everyone started to look at each other suspiciously again. Part 6 dinner was over, the table cleared. The heavy silence in the living room had become unbearable. At 9 o'clock Emily Brent got up. "I'm going to bed," Vera said. "I'm going to bed too." As the two women went up the stairs to the floor where their bedrooms were, Lombard and Bloor caught up with them, waiting at the top of the stairs until they entered their rooms. The sound of 2 keys turning in the lock was heard. Then it was followed by the sound of 2 bolts. Bloor grinned and said, "So there was no need to tell them to lock their bedroom doors?" Lombard replied, "Well, at least they managed to get to their rooms without incident tonight." Then he started to go down the stairs. Bloor followed him. Part 7 4 men went to bed about an hour later. Rogers, while preparing the breakfast table in the dining room for the next day, saw them going upstairs. Then he heard them stop for a moment in the hallway upstairs. The judge's voice was heard. "Gentlemen, do I need to tell you to lock your doors? Also, I think it would be good to put a chair under the doorknob, because there are all sorts of ways to easily open locked doors from the outside," said Bloor. Lombard grumbled. "My dear Bloor, your worst trait is that you know a little too much about such things, I think," the judge said slowly. "Good night, gentlemen. I hope we all see each other safe and sound tomorrow morning." Meanwhile, Rogers had come out of the dining room and was halfway up the stairs. He saw 4 shadows disappear behind 4 doors. Then he heard the sound of 4 locks and 4 bolts. He shook his head and smiled. "This is good," he muttered, returning to the dining room. Yes, everything was ready for the next morning. His gaze fell on the 7 small black statues in the middle of the table. A sudden smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "No one will be able to pull any new tricks tonight, no matter what." He locked the room door, checked it once more, then put the key in his pocket. Then, turning off the lights, he quickly went upstairs and entered the new bedroom. There was only one place in the room where someone could hide, the wardrobe. He looked inside it first, then locked and bolted the door, and began to get ready for bed. He was talking to himself as he undressed. "No playing with black babies tonight. I've secured this." Chapter 10. Part 1. Philip Lombard was accustomed to waking up at dawn. He had done so this morning as well. He sat up on his elbows in bed and listened to the outside. Although the wind had eased, it was still blowing fiercely. There was no sound of rain. Around 8 o'clock, the wind intensified considerably. But Lombard didn't hear it, because he had fallen asleep again. At 9:30 he got up and sat on the edge of his bed and looked at his watch. Then he put the watch to his ear. He grinned, showing his teeth. 10 minutes to 10, Lombard was knocking on Bloor's bedroom door. Bloor cautiously opened the door. His hair was disheveled, his eyes still sleepy. "Are you going to sleep all day? You seem comfortable," Philip Lombard said. Bloor briefly asked. "What is it? Did anyone wake you up? Or did anyone bring you tea? Do you know what time it is?" Bloor glanced over his shoulder at the small travel watch on his bedside table. "It's 25. How did I sleep so long? Where is Rogers?" "I'm wondering the same thing," Bloor asked sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean Rogers has disappeared. I couldn't find him in his room, nor anywhere else in the house. Even the stove in the kitchen hasn't been lit. Where the hell could he have gone? He must be somewhere on the island. Wait a minute, let me get something to wear. And in the meantime, you ask the others if they know anything about this?" Philip Lombard nodded and began knocking on the closed bedroom doors one by one. He found Armstrong almost dressed. He also woke Judge Wargrave, like Bloor. Vera Claythorne was dressed, and Emily Brent's room was empty. The small group began to wander around the house. Once more, together, they looked into Roger's room. The bed was messed up. The shaving brush and soap on the edge of the mirror in front of the sink were still wet. Lombard said, "It's clear he left the room normally." Vera, trying to hide her anxiety, said, "Could he be hiding somewhere, waiting for us?" Lombard replied, "At this moment, anything can be expected from anyone. Therefore, I advise that no one leave the group until the butler is found." Armstrong said, "He can't go anywhere on the island. He must be somewhere around here." Bloor, who was dressed but had joined them without shaving, said, "Well, where is Mrs. Brent? That's another problem." When they went downstairs, they saw Emily Brent entering the house through the front door. The old woman said, "The sea is worse than yesterday. I don't think any motorboats will be able to come here today." Bloor said, "Were you wandering alone on the island, Mrs. Brent? Don't you know that's utter madness? I was carefully checking the surroundings while I was walking around. Did you meet Rogers?" Mrs. Brent's eyebrows rose. "Rogers? No. I haven't seen him at all this morning. Why do you ask?" Judge Wargrave, dressed, shaved, and wearing his dentures, came down the stairs, walking toward the open dining room door. He said, "The breakfast table is set." Lombard replied, "He may have set the table last night." They all entered the dining room and looked at the meticulously prepared breakfast table. Vera was the first to see it. As soon as she saw it, she grabbed the judge's arm, who was standing next to her, and squeezed it so tightly with her young and strong fingers that old Wargrave couldn't help but cry out in pain. At that moment, Vera also screamed, "Look at the blacks! Look at the blacks!" There were only 6 little black figures left on the table. Part 2. Rogers was found without delay. He was in the laundry room at the other end of the garden. It appeared he had been splitting wood to light the kitchen stove. The small axe was still in his hand. Another large and heavy axe was leaning against the door. The sharp edge of the axe was covered in blood. The bloody tip of the axe fit perfectly into the deep gash on Roger's head. Part 3. Armstrong said, "The situation is very clear. The killer came up behind him and brought the axe down on Roger's head as he bent down to cut wood." Judge Wargrave asked, "Does one need to be very strong to use this axe, Doctor?" "If that's what you're asking, I'll answer. A woman could easily use this axe." The doctor glanced around furtively. Mrs. Claythorne and Mrs. Brent had gone into the kitchen. "The young girl could do it more easily than the other. She has an athletic build. Mrs. Brent appears delicate, but these types can actually be very strong. And then we shouldn't forget that people with mental imbalances can also possess superhuman strength." The judge nodded thoughtfully. Blore, who had been kneeling beside the bloody axe, stood up and sighed. There are no fingerprints. It seems the killer thoroughly wiped the handle after he finished his work. A laugh was heard. They all turned towards the source of the sound. Vera Claythorne was in the garden. She was shaking with wild laughter and shouting, "Do they keep bees on this island? Tell me, when are we going to look for honey? Ha! Ha! Ha!" They all looked at the young girl in amazement. The young girl they knew as healthy and balanced seemed to be going mad before their eyes. She continued to speak in a voice that resembled a scream more than a shout. "What are you staring at? Do you think I'm crazy? Answer what I'm asking. Bees, beehives. Don't you understand? Haven't you read that crazy poem? The poem that hangs framed in your bedrooms. Don't you understand that it was put there for you to read? If we used our brains, we should have come right here to look for Roger's body. 7 little black boys went to cut wood. Don't you remember what happened after that? I remember. Let me tell you. 6 little black boys played with the hive. That's why I'm asking. Are there beehives on this island? Isn't it funny? Very funny indeed." The young girl started laughing hysterically again. Dr. Armstrong walked forward. He approached her, then raised his hand and slapped her hard on the cheek. Vera buried her head in her hands. She was silent for a while, then said, "Thank you, I think I feel better now. Mrs. Brent and I will prepare your breakfast. Could you bring some wood when you come so we can light the stove?" Then she turned and walked toward the kitchen. The imprint of the doctor's 5 fingers was still on her cheek. As Vera walked toward the kitchen, Blore said, "You brought the girl back to her senses well, Doctor." Armstrong replied apologetically, "I had no other choice. Besides, we can't deal with things like a nervous breakdown." Philip Lombard said, "She's not a nervous type at all." Armstrong confirmed, "No. She's a healthy and sane girl. She just had a shock. This could happen to any of us." Rogers had chopped some wood before he was killed. They picked it up from the floor and carried it into the kitchen. Vera and Emily were busy. Mrs. Brent was setting up the stove, and Vera was cutting salami. Emily Brent said, "Thank you. We're trying to prepare your breakfast quickly. But the water for the tea needs to boil. It will take at least half an hour, or even 3/4 of an hour." Part 4. The former police inspector whispered to Philip Lombard, "Do you know what I'm thinking?" Philip Lombard replied, "Since you seem intent on telling me immediately, it's not worth trying to guess." Blore was a very cautious man. The slightest clue could help him solve the case. He began to speak slowly. "There was a similar murder in America. An old man and his wife were killed with an axe. In broad daylight. There was no one else in the house except the murdered couple's daughters and the maid. The maid was proven not to have committed the murder. That left the middle-aged girl. But no evidence was found against her." After a short pause, he continued, "As soon as I saw the axe, that murder came to mind. When I went into the kitchen and saw Emily Brent so calmly. It's only natural that Vera would have a nervous breakdown. But the other one. She's wearing Mrs. Rogers' apron. She says breakfast will be here in half an hour. If you asked me, this woman is crazy. Many old women have gone mad. I can't claim they've gone crazy enough to commit murder, but almost all of them suffer from some kind of nervous disorder. Ours has gone mad. She thinks of herself as something like God's hand reaching out to the world to punish criminals. You know she sits in her room all day reading the Bible, right?" Lombard sighed and replied, "It's so hard to prove that. Do you have any evidence, Blore?" Blore insisted. "Then she was the one who left the house early in the morning. She told us she'd gone down to the seaside, but..." Lombard shook his head and objected. "Rogers was killed while chopping wood. That is, while doing his first job after getting up in the morning. In that case, Brent didn't need to wander around and arouse suspicion after killing him. If you asked me, the killer went back to bed and snored after killing Rogers. Bloor said, "You're forgetting one point. If the woman were innocent, she would have been afraid to wander around the island alone in the early morning. She could only have done it knowing there was nothing to be afraid of. That is, if she was the killer." Lombard said, "Yes, that's an important point. I hadn't thought of that." Then, with a mocking smile, he added, "I'm very glad you don't suspect me anymore." Bloor replied, embarrassed. "I started by suspecting you. That gun and the strange story you told us, or rather, the story you hid from us. But now I believe my suspicions about you were unfounded. I hope you think the same about me." Lombard replied thoughtfully, "I may be wrong, but I don't think you have an imagination broad enough to orchestrate this. Let it stay just between the two of us, Bloor. Perhaps by tomorrow we will both be dead, but I still wonder. In that bank robbery, you knew the real culprit, but you had the other man convicted, didn't you?" Bloor shifted uneasily. "It doesn't matter anymore. Let me tell you. Landor was innocent. The gang pressured me. They gave me a bribe that could be called a small fortune. They prepared all the evidence against the man. Of course, there were other witnesses." "Of course, you wouldn't have accepted it if there were other witnesses. Between us, I think you did a smart thing. Even though I broke the law, I was promoted. On the other hand, Landor was sentenced to life imprisonment and died in prison. How could I have known he would die in prison? Yes, that's your bad luck. My bad luck. You probably meant his bad luck. It's bad luck for you too. That's why your life seems to be getting shorter." Bloor looked at Lombard in astonishment. "Are you saying I'll fall into a madman's trap like Rogers and the others?" No. I know how to protect my precious life. Don't forget that," Lombard said. "Anyway, I don't like betting. Besides, if I win, you won't be alive, so you won't be able to pay me back anyway. Look at me, Lombard." "What do you mean?" Philip Lombard grinned, showing his teeth. "I mean, I guess you have no chance of escaping." "What?" "The barrenness of your imagination will make you a fixed target. A killer with a vivid imagination like you and Owen can comfortably and freely roam around you." Blood rushed to Bloor's face. Then he asked angrily, "And what about you?" Philip Lombard's face hardened. "I have quite a vivid imagination. I've been in difficult situations before and I've always managed to get out of them. I don't want to say too much, but I'm sure I'll get out of here." Part 5. The eggs were in the pan. Vera was toasting bread while thinking. "Why did I make myself look so crazy? I acted very wrongly. Don't lose your composure, girl." How many times had she been admired for her composure? Mrs. Claythorne, without losing her composure, immediately started swimming after Cyril. Where had that come from now? She needed to forget it. Cyril had disappeared long before she reached the rocks. Vera felt the current sweeping her out and slowly swam, letting herself be carried by the current, until the boat arrived. Then everyone kept praising her courage and composure. Except Hugo. Only Hugo. He had stared at her intently, in a way that made it clear he understood everything. Where was Hugo now? What was he doing? Was he engaged? Or married? Emily Brent's shrill voice was heard. "Vera, the bread is burning." "Excuse me, Mrs. Brent." "Right, I'm so stupid." Emily Brent took the last egg from the sizzling pan and placed it on a plate. As Vera arranged the bread on the grill to fry again, she said, "You're very cool-headed, Mrs. Brent." Emily Brent pursed her lips in reply. "I was raised in such a way that I would never get excited about anything and would never lose my cool-headedness." Vera thought. Raised under pressure. That could mean a lot. Then she asked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Death? This word echoed deeply in Emily Brent's mind. To die? But she wouldn't die. Yes, the others would die. But she, Emily Brent, wouldn't die. This girl didn't understand. That. She wasn't afraid, of course. Her ancestors were soldiers. They had all faced death. Without blinking. They had all lived an honest life. Just like himself. He had never done anything to be ashamed of. He certainly wouldn't die with the others. God protects those who are with him. Do not fear the darkness of the night, or the light of the day. Now it was daytime and there was nothing to fear. None of us will be able to leave this island. Who said that? General MacArthur, of course. The old soldier who was married to his cousin Elsie Macpherson. He didn't seem to care much about death. In fact, he seemed to want it. He was a sinner, that's why. It was obvious from his demeanor that he was a sinner. Some people didn't think about death so much that they ended up taking their own lives. Beatrice Taylor was one of them. Last night he had seen Beatrice Taylor in his dream. She was pressing her face against the window from outside, begging him to let her in. But Emily Brent hadn't let her in. Because if he had, something terrible would have happened. Emily shook herself awake. The girl opposite him looked at him in astonishment. Gathering his composure, he asked, "Everything is ready, isn't it? We can take breakfast inside." Chapter 11 Part 1 Breakfast was over. Judge Wargrave cleared his throat and spoke in an authoritative voice. "I think it would be better if we gathered and discussed the situation. Shall we meet in the sitting room in about half an hour?" Everyone agreed. Vera began to pile up the dirty dishes. "I'll clear the table and wash the dishes." Philip Lombard chimed in. "We'll carry the dishes to the kitchen." Emily Brent stood up but suddenly sat back down. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" the judge asked. "Is something wrong, Mrs. Brent?" Emily Brent replied apologetically. "Excuse me. I wanted to help Mrs. Claythorne, but I don't know what happened. I think I'm feeling a little dizzy." Dr. Armstrong asked. "Are you dizzy? It could be a delayed shock. I can give you some medicine." "No!" The words burst from the old woman's lips like a bomb in the room. Everyone looked at her. Dr. Armstrong was bright red. Fear and suspicion were visible on Mrs. Brent's face. The doctor said softly, "As you wish. I don't want to take any medicine. I won't take anything. I just want to rest here until my dizziness passes." The breakfast plates were finished being cleared from the table. Mr. Bloor said, "I'm used to housework. Let me help you in the kitchen." Vera replied, "Thank you." Emily Brent was left alone in the dining room. Her dizziness was passing. Now her eyes were beginning to close. She felt as if she would fall asleep immediately if she let herself go. A buzzing sound appeared in her ears. Was there really something buzzing in the room? A bee, she thought. A wasp. Then she saw the bee. It was buzzing around on the window pane. Honey and bees. She loved honey very much. Honeycomb honey, the act of pouring it into a plate with one's own hand. How beautifully it dripped. Drip, drip, drip. There was someone in the room. Someone soaking wet, dripping with water. Beatrice Taylor had come out of the river. If she turned her head, she would see Beatrice behind her. But she couldn't turn her head. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't. Was there no one in the house? Was she all alone? She heard footsteps. Footsteps of someone walking silently behind her. These were the footsteps of the drowning girl. A bee was buzzing on the window. Then she felt a pain. A bee had stung her neck. Part 2. They were waiting for Emily Brent in the living room. Vera Claythorne asked. "Should I go and call her?" Bloor interjected. "One moment." Vera sat down. Everyone looked at Bloor with questioning expressions. Bloor said, "Listen. I don't think we need to go far from the dining room to find the killer. I'm sure that woman is the one we're looking for. Dr. Armstrong asked. Why? Fanatical religiosity. What do you say, Doctor? It's possible. We can't deny it, nor can we prove it, Vera said. She was acting very strangely in the kitchen while we were preparing breakfast. Her eyes, and shuddered. Lombard interjected. We can't judge by that much. Almost none of us are in our right minds at this moment, Bloor said. And there's something else. She's the only one among us who hasn't commented on the accusations thrown around by the gramophone. Why? Because she had nothing to say. Vera shifted in her chair. That's not quite right. She told me everything later, Wargrave asked. What did she tell you, Mrs. Claythorne? Vera recounted Beatrice Taylor's story. After listening carefully, Wargrave said, A plausible story. I see no reason to disbelieve its truth. Tell me, did she show any remorse when she recounted this event? Vera replied. Not at all. She considered herself entirely innocent, Judge Wargrave said. It's 10 minutes to 11. We should call Mrs. Brent and begin the meeting, Bloor asked. Aren't you going to do anything? The judge said. I don't think there's anything we can do. At the moment, our suspicions are nothing more than suspicions. In the meantime, we will ask Dr. Armstrong to carefully examine Mrs. Brent. Now, let's all go to the dining room. They found Emily Brent sitting in the same chair where they had left her. At first glance, nothing unnatural caught their eye except that she seemed not to have heard them enter. Then they saw her pale face, her bruised lips, and her eyes wide with horror. Dead? Bloor cried. Part 3. Judge Wargrave's calm voice was heard. One more person among us. Once again, we are too late. Dr. Armstrong leaned over the dead woman. He sniffed her lips, shook his head. Then he looked up. Lombard's impatience was evident. Why did she die, Doctor? She was fine when we left her. A mark on the right side of the corpse's neck caught Armstrong's attention. There's a needle mark here. Meanwhile, a bee buzzed from the window. Vera cried out. Look! A bee! A wasp! Do you remember what I said this morning? Armstrong murmured. She wasn't stung by a bee. The syringe that was stuck in her neck was held by a human hand. The judge asked. What kind of venom? Something like cyanide, I think. Most likely potassium cyanide, like the poison that killed Anthony Marston. He died instantly, Vera said. But the bee can't just be a coincidence. Lombard replied slowly. No, it's not a coincidence. This is the work of our killer. Quite a playful monster. He's trying to stick as closely as possible to the cursed poem and those silly children's fairy tales. Lombard's voice was excited for the first time, even trembling. It was as if his nerves were about to give out. He continued in a wild voice. Madness. Ultimate madness. I think we're all going crazy, the judge asked calmly. Has anyone brought a syringe here? Dr. Armstrong stood up and said in a voice that wasn't very confident. Yes, I brought one. 4 pairs of eyes turned to him. The doctor felt the hostile stares surrounding him. I always carry a syringe with me. All doctors carry them, Wargrave said. That's right. Now, can you tell us where your syringe is? Doctor? In my bag in my room, of course, the judge said. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. All 5 of them went upstairs without saying a word. Everything in the bag was emptied onto the floor. The syringe was nowhere to be found. Part 4. Armstrong shouted. Someone took the syringe from here. A deep silence fell over the room. Armstrong stood with his back to the window. 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, with suspicious, accusing looks. The doctor looked first at Wargrave, then at Vera, with pleading eyes. I'm telling you, someone took the syringe from my bag. Bloor and Lombard exchanged glances. The judge said, There are only 5 of us in the room. One of us is a murderer. Our situation has become extremely dangerous. We must take every possible precaution to ensure the lives of the 4 innocent people among us. Now I ask you, Dr. Armstrong, what kind of medicines do you have with you? I brought a small medicine bag here. You can check it. Inside you will find some sleeping pills, namely Trinol and sulfonaf tablets, a packet of bromide, bicarbonate, and aspirin. There are no other medicines in my bag. I also did not bring any cyanide-type medicines, the judge said. I have some sleeping pills too. I think it's sulfonal. But those can kill a person if taken in high doses, can't they, doctor? Then, turning to Lombard, he asked, You have a gun, don't you? Philip Lombard replied sharply, Yes. What will happen? What will happen is, I suggest this. Let's collect the doctor's medicines, my sleeping pills, your gun, and all such medicines and firearms, and lock them up somewhere. After that, let's all search each other's clothes and rooms. Lombard said, I'm not crazy enough to give you my gun. Mr. Lombard, you look like a well-built and strong young man. Former Police Inspector Bloor looks just as strong as you. I can't predict the outcome of a fight between you two. But I can say this, you will find me, Dr. Armstrong, and Mrs. Claythorne alongside Bloor. If you resist, you will surely agree that the outcome will be against you. Lombard threw his head back, baring his teeth like a wolf, and said, Very well, there is no harm in it, provided all the weapons are collected. Wargrave nodded contentedly. You seem like a sensible young man. Now, where is the pistol? Tell me. In the drawer of the bedside table. Good. I'll go and get it. It would be better if we came together. Philip grinned again, baring his teeth. You suspicious devil! They all went down the corridor to Lombard's room. Philip went to the bedside table and opened the drawer. The bedside table drawer was empty. Part 5. Lombard's belongings were thoroughly searched by 3 men. Vera Claythorne was waiting at the door. Then, in turn, Armstrong's, Bloor's, and the judge's rooms and belongings were searched. After this was done, the 3 men approached Vera. The judge spoke. I hope you understand, Miss Claythorne. We are not in a position to discriminate. That gun must be found. I assume you brought a swimsuit with you. Vera nodded and said, Yes. Then I would ask you to go into your room, put on your swimsuit, and then come out. Vera went into her room and closed the door. A few minutes later, she came out wearing a swimsuit that clung tightly to her. Wargrave nodded with satisfaction and said, Thank you, Miss Claythorne. Now you wait here. We will search your room. Vera waited patiently in the corridor until they went out. Then he entered his room, got dressed, and joined the 3 men waiting for him in the hallway. The judge said, Now we are completely certain of one thing. None of us have any lethal weapons or medicine. Now we need to lock up the collected medicines in a safe place. I think there is an iron cupboard in the kitchen. Bloor interjected. That's all well and good, but who will keep the key to the cupboard? Presumably you, Mr. Wargrave. The old judge did not answer. He walked toward the kitchen. The others followed him. There was a small iron cupboard built into the wall. It appeared to be made for silverware. At the judge's instruction, the collected medicines were placed in this cupboard, and the cupboard was locked. Then a padlock was attached to the iron cupboard, and it was also locked. The judge gave the key to the cupboard to Bloor and the key to the padlock to Lombard. As he handed them over, the judge continued, You are both strong men. It would be quite difficult for you to take the key from each other by force. Furthermore, it's impossible for one of us to break the lock in the cabinet. However, we're still facing a serious problem. What happened to Lombard's gun? Bloor said, I think the owner of the gun knows best. You stupid, bird-brained idiot. I told you it was stolen. Lombard's nostrils flared and contracted with rage. Wargrave asked, When did you last see your gun? It was in the drawer last night when I got to bed. The judge nodded. It must have been stolen this morning, during the search for Rogers or the discovery of his body," Vera said. "It must be somewhere in the house. Let's look." Judge Wargrave scratched his chin. "I doubt our search will be of any use. Our killer had plenty of time to hide the gun in a good place this morning. It won't be easy to find," Bloor said. "I don't know where the gun is, but I have a guess where the syringe is. Come with me." He opened the door and went out of the house, walking around the building. They found the syringe near the dining room window. Next to the syringe was a broken black doll. The fifth broken little black doll. "This was the only place the syringe could be," said Bloor. "After the killer finished, he opened the window and threw the syringe out. Then he threw the little black figurine next to the syringe." They found no fingerprints on the syringe. It had been carefully wiped clean. Vera insisted. "We have to find that gun," Judge Wargrave said. "Let's search. But while we do, let's try not to separate from each other. Remember, if we separate, we will give the killer an opportunity." They searched the house carefully, from the cellar to the attic, but found nothing. The gun was missing. Chapter 12. Part 1. "One of US! One of US! One of US!" These two words had been ringing in each of their confused minds for hours. 5 people. 5 people in fear. 5 people watching each other carefully and not bothering to hide their nervousness. They had now abandoned politeness. They were like 5 enemies strangely clinging to each other to protect themselves. They had all lost their humanity. They were becoming increasingly monstrous. Wargrave sat motionless, withdrawn into his shell like an old and wild turtle, but his eyes were always alert. His head was buried between his shoulders, his neck disappearing. The old police inspector Bloor was in a miserable state. His silent gait resembled the crawling of a crocodile. His eyes were bloodshot. His gaze was duller and more meaningless than ever. He was like a crocodile lying on the beach, watching its prey. Philip, on the other hand, instead of losing himself, seemed to have composed himself. His ears were ready to hear the slightest sound. His steps had become lighter and quicker than before. He grinned frequently, showing his long, sharp teeth. Vera Claythorne was very quiet. She spent most of her time in an armchair with her back against the wall. Her eyes seemed to stare into space. She looked dazed. She resembled a bird that had hit its head against the window of the room and fallen, lying half unconscious on the floor. Armstrong was also in a pitiable state. His hands trembled. He lit cigarette after cigarette. It was clear that he was the one most affected by their situation. After pacing nervously around the room for a while, he began to speak. "Are we just going to sit here doing nothing? We must do something. There must be something that can be done. If we light a fire..." Bloor asked slowly. "In this weather?" The rain had started again. The wind had also increased in speed. The sound of the raindrops and the wind was driving them mad. According to a prior agreement, only one person was allowed to leave the room. The other 4 waited for him in the living room. Lombard spoke in a very calm voice. "It's just a matter of time. The weather will clear up. Then we can do something. Something like giving a signal, lighting a fire, building a raft." Armstrong interrupted Lombard with a sudden laugh. "So it's a matter of time? Time, huh? We don't have time. We'll all die here." Wargrave chimed in with his metallic voice. "If we're careful, we can survive. We need to be very careful." Lunch was eaten in silence. The 5 of them went to the kitchen together and found a large stock of canned goods in the pantry. They opened a can of tongue and 2 cans of vegetables, and ate their meal standing up at the kitchen table. Then they all returned to the living room. When the clock struck 5, they all jumped up. Vera asked, "Does anyone want tea?" There was a brief silence. Blore said. I'll have a cup. Vera stood up, saying, I'll go and make the tea, you all sit here. Judge Wargrave's voice was heard. Young lady, I suppose we will all want to come and see the tea being prepared. Vera looked at the judge in astonishment. Then she let out a nervous laugh. Of course, let's all go to the kitchen together. All 5 of them went to the kitchen. Only Vera and Blore drank the tea that had been prepared. The others opened a new bottle and drank whiskey. The judge smiled as he sipped his whiskey and said, We must be very careful. Very careful. Then they returned to the sitting room. Although it was summer, it was already dark. Lombard turned the switch to turn on the electricity, but there was no electricity. Then he said, Of course. Since Rogers wasn't here, nobody thought to start the electric motor all day. Lombard said anxiously, Let's go and start the motor. The judge said, There are a few candles on the buffet. It's better if we use them tonight. Lombard went to the dining room. The 4 of them waited for him, carefully observing each other. Lombard returned with a box of candles in one hand and a pile of plates in the other. 5 candles were lit and placed in various parts of the room. It was 6:15. Part 2. At 6:20, Vera felt she could no longer sit there. She wanted to go up to her room and wash her aching head and throbbing temples with cold water. She got up and walked towards the door. Then, remembering there was no electricity, she turned back and took a candle from the box on the table. She lit the candle. After dripping a few drops of candle wax onto the plate in her hand, she placed the candle firmly on the plate. She left the room and closed the door behind her, leaving the 4 men alone. She went up the stairs, crossed the corridor, and arrived at her room. When she opened the door, she suddenly stopped. A strange smell hit her nose. The sea. The smell of the sea. The smell of the sea in St. Tredenick. She couldn't be mistaken. Of course, there was the smell of the sea on the island too. But this smell was different. She would recognize this smell anywhere. That day, it was the smell of the seashore. The smell of seaweed drying in the sun on the rocks as the tide receded. Can I swim to the rocks, Miss Claythorne? Why can't I swim? Little troublemaker. If it weren't for her, Hugo would be rich. Then they could get married. Hugo. Yes. Yes. Hugo was here, beside her. No. He was waiting for her in the room. She took a step inside. The wind coming through the open window extinguished the candle in her hand. The darkness sent a shiver down her spine. Don't be foolish. She tried to reassure herself. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're all downstairs. All 4 of them are downstairs. The room is empty. There's no one in the room. You're hallucinating, girl. But this smell. The smell of St. Tredenick Beach. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. There was someone in the room too. She had heard a rustling sound. She was sure she had heard it. At that moment, a slippery and wet hand touched her throat. A wet hand that smelled of the sea. Part 3. Vera let out a terrible scream. Then screams followed one another. They were wild screams of desperation, begging for help. She didn't even hear the sound of the chair falling downstairs, the door bursting open, or the men running. She was only aware of the horror she was in. Then she saw the lights and the people filling the room. Trembling, she took a step towards them and fainted. She didn't even notice the slaps on her cheeks, the hands rubbing her wrists and neck as they tried to revive her. Suddenly, she came to with a voice saying, "My God, look at that!" She opened her eyes, lifted her head, and saw men with candles in their hands looking at her. A thick bundle of moss hung from the ceiling of the room, near the door. So that's what had been wrapped around her neck in the darkness. So that's the wet hand of the drowned child she thought had come out of the sea and tried to strangle her. She started to laugh. Nervously. It was seaweed. Just seaweed. So that's where the smell came from. Then she fainted again, as if swept away by the waves of the sea. Afterwards, some hands started rubbing and slapping her neck and wrists. It felt like centuries had passed. Someone was trying to make her drink something, pressing the glass to her lips. The smell of cognac burned her nostrils. Just as she was about to sip the drink, alarm bells started ringing in her brain. She pushed the glass away and sat down. She asked in a harsh voice, "Who brought this drink?" Bloor's voice answered, "I brought it," Vera cried out. "I won't drink this." There was a short silence. Then Lombard laughed. "Well done, Vera, even when you're going crazy with fear, you're still sane. I'll get you a sealed bottle from downstairs." Vera spoke in a trembling voice. "I'm fine now. A glass of water will do." Armstrong helped the young girl as she tried to stand up. She staggered to the table in her room. There, she poured some water from the carafe into a glass and drank it. Bloor said, "There was nothing in the cognac." Armstrong asked. "How do you know?" Bloor replied angrily. "I didn't put any poison in it." "I didn't mean you put poison in it." "You might have, but someone else might have wanted to take advantage of the situation." Lombard entered the room silently. He had an unopened bottle of cognac and a bottle opener in his hand. He brought the bottle close to Vera's nose. "Look, girl, the seal is perfectly intact," he said, and after breaking the seal, he tried to remove the cork with a corkscrew. "Thankfully, Yun Owen stocked up on quite a lot of liquor. He's a very thoughtful man indeed," he said. Vera felt a wild shiver. Among Phillips, Armstrong held the glass as he poured the drink. "You wouldn't mind drinking this, Miss Claythorne, you've suffered a bad shock." Vera took a few sips from the glass, and some color returned to her face. Philip Lombard laughed and said, "Here's a murder, which didn't end successfully according to the killer's plan." Vera asked in a whisper, So you think this was a plan to kill me?" Lombard nodded. "The one who prepared this probably intended to kill you by frightening you. In that case, some people might die of fear, right, Doctor?" Armstrong replied thoughtfully. It's hard to guess. Not very likely for a young and healthy person with a healthy heart." Then he picked up the glass of cognac that Bloor had brought. He dipped his finger in the drink and touched it to the tip of his tongue. There was no change in his facial expression. "There's nothing wrong with the taste," he said. Bloor stepped forward, blushing. "If you're going to say I put something in the drink, I'll break your thick head." Vera, who had sobered up a bit with the cognac she'd drunk, chimed in. "Where's the judge?" The three men looked at each other. "Strange. I thought he'd run upstairs with us." "Me too." "Doctor, you went up the stairs right behind me. Did you see the judge?" Bloor asked. Armstrong said, "I thought he was following me. Of course, I thought he'd come up. Slowly because he's old." They looked at each other again. Lombard said, "Very strange." While Bloor shouted, "We need to look for him." They rushed out of the room, Bloor in front and Vera behind. As they went downstairs, Armstrong spoke over his shoulder. "Maybe he's in the sitting room. Wargrave! 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 Where are you?" There was no answer. The house was shrouded in deathly silence, except for the sound of raindrops hitting the windowpane. When they reached the door of the living room, Armstrong, who was at the front, froze. Those behind him looked over his shoulder. One of them screamed. Wargrave was sitting in the long-backed armchair, a candle burning on either side of him. But what horrified them was that he was dressed in a red-spotted robe and wearing a judge's wig. Dr. Armstrong approached the man. He bent down and looked at the judge's face. Then he slowly lifted the wig from his head. The judge's head fell back. A large red spot was visible right on his forehead. Dr. Armstrong raised his lifeless hand and checked his pulse. Then he turned to the others. His voice was meaningless and lifeless as he spoke. He spoke. It was as if he were calling out into the distance. He was shot dead with a gun!" Blore exclaimed. "My God! A gun!" The doctor continued speaking in the same lifeless voice. "He was shot in the head. He died instantly." Vera looked at the wig and cried out in a trembling voice. "Mrs. Brent's missing gray wool," Blore said. "And the robe, and the curtain that disappeared from the bathroom," Vera whispered. "So that's why he disappeared." Philip Lombard started to laugh. He was laughing hysterically. 5 little black boys went to court. One was convicted for remain. That's how the end of the bloody Judge Wargrave came. He can no longer condemn anyone to death. He can no longer wear his black cap. Here he is, sitting on the judge's bench for the last time. He can no longer influence the jury and send any innocent to their deaths. How much? Edward Seaton would laugh if he were here. My God, how much he would laugh, poor fellow. Lombard's words, spoken in a frenzy, frightened the others. Vera shouted, "Just this morning you were saying he was the murderer." Philip Lombard's face changed. His brows furrowed. "I know. I said that. So I was wrong. It turns out that one of us is innocent. But it's too late." Chapter 13 Part 1 They carried Judge Wargrave to his room and laid him on his bed. Then they went downstairs and stood in the hall, looking at each other. Blore asked, "What are we going to do now?" Lombard said, "We're going to eat something." Once again they all went to the kitchen together. They opened another can of tongue, and ate it like machines, without understanding the taste of what they were eating. After the meal, Vera said, "I'll never put a tongue in my mouth again in my life." They sat around the kitchen table, examining each other. Blore said, "There are only 4 of us left. Whose turn is it now?" Armstrong, like a robot, said, "We must be very careful. Very careful," and stopped before finishing his sentence. Blore shook his head. "He kept saying that too, but he died," Armstrong said. "I still don't understand how it happened." Lombard grumbled. "It's a very devilish game. The killer hung that moss in Mrs. Claythorne's room. Everyone thought Vera was being murdered and ran upstairs. And in the confusion, the killer caught our old man defenseless," Blore said. "But why didn't anyone hear the gunshot?" Lombard shook his head and replied, "Mrs. Claythorne was screaming, the wind was howling. We were running upstairs. There was so much noise in the house that it was impossible to hear the gunshot. There are 4 of us left, and we don't know who the killer is," said Armstrong. Blore murmured, "I know," Vera said. "I have no doubt left." Armstrong said slowly, "I think I know now." Philip Lombard blurted out, "I know for sure which one of us is the devil in disguise." They looked at each other again. Vera felt herself trembling from the back of her neck to her heels. "I feel terrible. I should go to bed." "I'm like dead," Lombard said. "Good idea. It's useless to sit here and stare at each other," the doctor muttered. "Although I'm sure none of us will be able to sleep, I think it's best to go to bed anyway." They walked toward the door. Blore muttered, "I wonder where that gun is now." Part 2 They went up the stairs. Their next actions were quite strange. They stopped in front of their bedrooms, one hand on the doorknobs. Then, as if given a signal, they all entered their rooms at the same time and closed their doors. The sounds of locks, bolts, and objects being pushed were heard. The 4 people, terrified, had formed a barricade behind the doors. Part 3 Philip Lombard placed a chair under the doorknob and breathed a sigh of relief. He went straight to the dressing table. In the flickering light of the candle in his hand, he examined his face with curiosity. Then he muttered to himself, "Yes, this work has tired you out quite a bit." Suddenly, a wolf-like grin spread across his entire face. He quickly undressed. He went to the side of the bed and placed his wristwatch on the bedside table. Then he opened the drawer of the bedside table. The pistol was in the drawer. He stood there for a while, frozen in astonishment. Part 4. Vera Claythorne lay down on her bed. The candle by her bedside was still burning. She didn't dare put it out. She was afraid of the dark. She kept repeating to herself, "There's no danger until tomorrow morning. Nothing happened last night. Nothing will happen tonight either. Nothing can happen. You locked and bolted the door from the inside. No one can get in." Then she started to think. "Of course. I can stay here. I'll shut myself up and sit here. Food doesn't matter. I'll sit here and keep myself safe. I won't leave the room until help arrives. Even if I stay for 2 days, it doesn't matter." Staying in the room. Could she stay in the room? 4 hours, maybe even days. Without talking to anyone, doing nothing but thinking. She started to think about Cornwall. Hugo. Cyril. What a clingy child he was. He kept bothering her. "Miss Claythorne, why don't I swim to the rocks? I can swim there. I know I can swim." How foreign his voice sounded to her as she answered the boy. "Of course you can swim, Cyril. I'm sure of it." "Then shall I swim, Miss Claythorne? But your mother doesn't want you to go too far out to sea. Look, what can we do? Tomorrow you can swim to the rocks. I'll keep your mother talking on the beach and try to prevent her from seeing you. Then when she looks for you, you can wave to her from the rocks. It will be a big surprise." "Hooray, Miss Claythorne. You're so kind." Tomorrow everything would be over. Hugo was going to Newquay tomorrow. When he returned, everything would be over. But what if things didn't go as he thought? What if something went wrong? What if Cyril was rescued in time? Then he would tell her, "Mrs. Claythorne said I could swim to the rocks." He would say. Even if that were true, what harm would it do? He would deny it. "How can you tell such a terrible lie, Cyril? Did I ever say such a thing to you?" Of course, they would believe him, not the child. Cyril sometimes made up fairy tales. He was a child who often lied anyway. Of course, Cyril would know the truth. But what did it matter? Besides, nothing would go wrong. He would jump into the sea as if he wanted to save the child, swim too slowly to reach him in time. And no one would suspect anything. Had Hugo suspected anything? Was that why he had looked at him so strangely then? Did Hugo know? Was that why he had fled after the investigation? He hadn't received a reply to the letter he wrote to him. Hugo. Vera tossed and turned restlessly in her bed. No, she shouldn't think about Hugo anymore. She was in a lot of pain. These were the past. Past and forgotten. Hugo should be forgotten too. Why had she felt Hugo was in the room with her for a while this evening? She looked at the ceiling. She was amazed to see a large black hook hanging from the ceiling. She had never noticed this hook before. Moss must have gotten caught on it. She shivered as she remembered the cold, wet touch she had felt on her neck. She didn't like the black hook on the ceiling at all. She couldn't take her eyes off it. The large black hook fascinated her. Part 5. Former Police Inspector Bloor sat on the edge of his bed. His small, bloodshot eyes were alert. He was like a wild cat ready to attack. He showed no intention of sleeping. Disaster was drawing ever closer. It was very close now. 6 out of 10 were gone. Despite all their attention and all the precautions they had taken, the judge had also. Watch the others. Bloor stretched as if he felt a strange pleasure. What was that old goat constantly saying? We need to be very careful. The conceited fellow accustomed to ruling. He thought himself God's representative when he sat on the judge's bench in court. He had found his doom. Now he didn't need to be careful at all. And now there were only 4 of them left. The girl, Lombard, Armstrong, and himself. Soon one more person would be gone. But it wouldn't be William Henry Bloor. He would take the necessary precautions for that. But who had the gun? What bothered him most was this gun. Bloor sat on his bed, his head in his hands, trying to solve the gun problem. In the silence, he heard the sound of the clock ticking downstairs. Midnight. He felt a little relieved. He even went so far as to lie down on his bed, but he hadn't undressed. He lay there thinking. He reviewed all the events again, from beginning to end. He tried to solve all the events, just like in his police life. He couldn't reach any conclusion. The candle by his bedside was almost finished. After checking to see if there were any matches nearby, he blew out the candle. He was strangely frightened of the darkness. It was as if thousands of years of fears were waging a battle for dominance in his brain. Faces flashed before his eyes. The judge's face, Mrs. Rogers' cold, dead face. Anthony Marston's bruised face. There was another face. A colorless, thin face with a yellow mustache. He remembered seeing this face somewhere, but where? Not on the island. No, he had seen that face a long time ago. The owner of that face had a strange name. The guy looked a bit like a vagabond. It suddenly came to him. Landor. He thought he had completely forgotten Landor's appearance. Just yesterday he had tried to remember the guy's face, but he couldn't. And now that face was right in front of him, with all its features, as if he had seen it just yesterday. Landor also had a wife. A thin and gaunt woman, always anxious. And he had a child. A girl of about 14. For the first time, he wondered what had happened to them. But the gun was more important now. What had happened to the gun? Where was it? Who had it? That was the most important thing right now. The gun was with one of the people in the house. Downstairs, the clock struck 1. Bloor suddenly sat up in bed, because he had heard a very faint sound. The sound had come from somewhere outside the bedroom door. Someone was wandering around the house, which was shrouded in darkness. Sweat droplets appeared on his forehead. Who was it that was secretly and silently wandering in it? Corridors? It was certainly not someone with good intentions. With an agility and silence unexpected of his heavy build, he leaped from his bed, reached the door in 2 steps, and began to listen outside. The sound was not heard again, but Bloor was sure he was not mistaken. He had heard footsteps right outside his door. The hair on his head stood on end slightly. He was afraid. Someone was silently wandering in the darkness of the night. Now an irresistible desire had arisen within him. If only he could go out and see who it was, whatever it was. But opening his bedroom door would be madness. Perhaps the one outside was waiting for this. Perhaps they had deliberately made noise, anticipating that Bloor would come out. His nerves were stretched taut like a bowstring. He listened. Now he began to hear sounds from all directions. Cracks, mysterious whispers. On the other hand, he also knew that these sounds were the product of his imagination. Suddenly he heard a sound he was sure wasn't a hallucination. Footsteps. Very faint, very quiet, but footsteps that someone as attentive as Bloor could easily hear. As the footsteps receded towards the stairs, he made his decision. He would definitely find out who was walking. The footsteps had passed his door and gone towards the stairs. Where was the owner of these footsteps going? Bloor moved surprisingly quickly for his heavy and clumsy appearance. He immediately jumped to his bedside. He put the matches from the nightstand into his pocket. Then he unplugged the night lamp, wrapped the cord around his hand, and grasped the lamp. The lamp's chrome body wasn't a bad weapon. He came to the door without making a sound. He pulled the chair from under the doorknob, carefully turned the key, and then pulled the bolt. He opened the door and stepped into the hallway. A faint sound came from the hall below. Bloor, since he was only wearing socks, ran to the top of the stairs without making a sound. At that moment, he understood why he could hear the sounds so clearly. The wind had died down. The clouds must have parted too, because there was a light moonlight outside. Moonlight filtering through one of the windows illuminated the hall. Bloor saw a shadow open the front door and go out. He stopped just as he was about to run down the stairs. He was about to do something incredibly foolish. Perhaps this was a trap to lure him out of the house. But this guy's calculations. There was something he had been waiting for. Finally, he had fallen into Bloor's hands. Because one of the 3 bedrooms upstairs should be empty right now. This empty room would now answer the question he had been asking himself for so long. Who? Bloor slowly crossed the corridor. First, he stopped at Dr. Armstrong's door and knocked. There was no answer. He waited for about a minute, then went to Lombard's room. As soon as he knocked, the answer came. Who's there? It's Bloor. I don't think Armstrong is in his room. Wait a minute. He went to the room at the other end of the corridor. He knocked on the door. Mrs. Claythorne, Mrs. Claythorne? Vera's voice answered anxiously. Who is it? What is it? Nothing, Mrs. Claythorne. Wait a minute. I'll be back. He ran straight to Lombard's room. At that moment, the door of the room was also opened. Lombard was waiting for him with a candle in his hand. He had put his pants on over his pajamas. His right hand was in his pajama pocket. What's going on? He asked. Bloor quickly explained. Lombard's eyes lit up. Armstrong, huh? So our pigeon is Armstrong? Lombard walked toward the doctor's room. Excuse me, Bloor, but you can't trust anything, he said. He knocked on the door quickly. Armstrong, Armstrong, he shouted. There was no answer. Lombard knelt down and looked through the keyhole. There's no key on the other side of the keyhole, Bloor said. That means he locked the door from the outside and took the key with him. Philip nodded. We have to be cautious. We've caught him this time, Bloor. He can't escape us this time. Give me a second. He ran to Vera's room. Vera! Yes? We're after Armstrong. He's not in his room. Don't open your door no matter what. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. If Armstrong comes to your door and says that I or Bloor have been killed, don't believe him. Do you understand? Only open your door if we come with Bloor. Remember. Yes, I understand. I'm not that stupid. Good. Going to Bloor, he said. Let's go after the doctor now. The hunt has begun. We need to be careful. Don't forget he has a gun. Philip Lombard laughed as he came down the stairs 2 at a time. That's where you're wrong. Then, as he opened the door, he said, he left the lock open. It must be so he could come back. And continued, I have the gun. He had pulled his gun halfway out of his pocket as he said this. Bloor froze. His face suddenly changed. Lombard saw it too. Stop being silly, Bloor. I'm not going to shoot you. Go back to your room if you want. Pile all your things behind the door again. I'm after Armstrong. Lombard disappeared into the darkness of the night without looking back. Bloor paused for a moment, then followed him. Meanwhile, he was thinking, I guess I'm looking for trouble anyway. He had chased after criminals with guns in their pockets many times before. Bloor might lack everything, but he had courage. He only feared unseen dangers. Vera got out of bed and dressed while waiting for the result. Meanwhile, she glanced at the door of the room several times. It looked like a sturdy door. It was locked and bolted. She had placed a chair made of solid oak under the doorknob. It seemed impossible to break the door down. Especially, it was impossible for Dr. Armstrong, who was clearly not a strong man, to break it down. If Armstrong were to try to kill him, he probably wouldn't resort to force. To get the door opened, he would have used a trick, as Philip had suggested. Or he would have groaned in front of the door, as if he were injured. He could have used other tricks. He could have said the house was on fire and tried to get him out. He could even have set the house on fire. Then, like an idiot, he would have stayed in his room until it was too late. He went to the window. It wasn't very high. If he jumped, he might get injured, but there were flowers below. They would slow his fall. He sat down and picked up his diary and began to write. Time seemed to drag on. Suddenly, he listened intently. He heard a sound. A sound like glass breaking. It came from below. He listened carefully, but heard no other sound. Then he heard, or thought he heard, faint footsteps. Sounds like the creaking of stairs, footsteps on the carpet. But later, he realized that it was something his own mind had invented out of fear. Soon, distinct sounds began to come from downstairs. Then the sounds went up the stairs. Doors opened and closed. Footsteps went up to the attic. Noises came from there. Finally, the sounds descended into the corridor, and Lombard's voice was heard at the door of the room. "Vera, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "What happened?" Bloor's voice was heard. "Can we come in?" Vera went to the door. She pulled up a chair. She unlocked the lock. She pulled the bolt and opened the door. The two men standing at the door of the room were breathing heavily with exhaustion. Their shoes and trousers were wet up to their knees. Vera asked again. "What happened?" Lombard replied. "Armstrong has disappeared." 6. Vera shrieked. "What?" Lombard said. "It's as if he just vanished." Bloor said. "He disappeared. It's as if he vanished in an instant with a magic word." Vera said anxiously. "Nonsense! How could that be? He must be hiding somewhere." Bloor, he gave it. "No, he's not hiding. There's nowhere to hide on this island. This island is as bare as the palm of our hand. There's moonlight outside. It's as bright as day. Despite all this, we couldn't find him anywhere." Vera said. "He might have gone back home. We thought that too and searched the house." "You must have heard us. He's not there. I'm telling the truth." "He disappeared, vanished like a magician." Vera said. "I don't believe it." Lombard interrupted. "But it's true, my love." He paused for a moment, then continued. "There's something else. One of the windows in the dining room is broken, and only 3 little black children are left on the table." Chapter 14. Part 1. 3 people were sitting in the kitchen, having breakfast. Outside, the sun was shining in all its glory. It was a beautiful day. The storm was a thing of the past. The change in weather had somewhat dispelled the dark thoughts in the minds of the prisoners on the island. Now they felt as if they had awakened from a nightmare. There was danger, but now the danger was in the daylight. It was as if the fear that had surrounded them yesterday, along with the howling wind outside, had also gone. "Today we will try to signal to the shore from the highest point of the island with a mirror. Perhaps one of the clever children wandering on the beach will understand the SOS signal and send it to the village. We will also try to send a signal by lighting a fire at night. But there isn't much wood on the island. Besides, those who see us might think there's a party going on and not pay attention," said Lombard. Vera said. "Surely someone who understands Morse code will come along. Then they will come and get us from here before nightfall. The weather has improved, but the sea is still not completely calm. There are quite a few waves. I don't think they'll be able to approach the island by motorboat before tomorrow. So we're going to stay here another night?" Lombard shrugged. "We have to endure what comes our way. I think 24 hours will be enough. Of course, if we survive until then." Bloor cleared his throat. "We need to come to a definite conclusion. I think. What happened to Armstrong?" Lombard replied. "Yes, at least we have some evidence. There were only 3 little black boys left on the dining room table. It seems to me that Armstrong has passed away. Vera asked. Then why haven't you found his body? Blore confirmed. That's right. Lombard shook his head, muttering. That's really strange. I don't understand anything about it either, Blore said thoughtfully. Maybe his body was thrown into the sea. Lombard responded sharply. Who could have thrown him into the sea? You or me? You saw him go out the door of the house. Then you found me in my room. We went out and searched together. I couldn't have had time to kill him and throw his body into the sea, Blore said. I don't know. I only know one thing. What is it? The gun. It was your gun that killed the judge. And now the gun is with you again. There's no evidence to prove it wasn't with you when it was thought to be missing. Be a little logical, Blore. We were all searched from head to toe. Yes, but you could have hidden the gun somewhere else and retrieved it after the search. Very well. My poor thick-headed friend, I swear, after it was stolen, it was left in a drawer in my room. I found the gun there. I've never been so surprised in my life as I was when I found it. Do you think we'll believe such a fairy tale? If Armstrong or someone else had stolen the gun from you, why would they return it? Lombard shrugged in despair. That's what I don't understand. There's something absurd about everything on this island. It's unbelievable. What was the purpose of someone who used the gun and then left it where they found it? Someone like you should have been able to come up with a better lie. That's the whole absurdity. Isn't it true that I have to make up a lie to convince you? I know how to distinguish truth from falsehood. You don't look like it. Look here, Lombard. If you're as honest as you want to appear. Philip muttered. When did I ever claim to be an honest man? No, I never said such a thing. Blore continued. If you're really telling the truth, there's only one thing to do. As long as you have that gun, Mrs. Claythorne and I are at your mercy. The thing to do is to put that gun with the other locked things, and the key will remain with us both. Philip Lombard lit a cigarette. After taking a deep breath and exhaling the smoke, he said, Stop being an idiot. So you won't agree? No, I won't. The gun is mine. I need it to protect myself. And I have no intention of letting it out of my sight. So a conclusion emerges. So you and Owen is me, is that right? Since I'm the murderer, why didn't I kill you last night? I had at least 20 opportunities to kill you. Blore shook his head. I don't know. Maybe there was a reason. Vera, who hadn't gotten involved in the argument, spoke. I think you're both acting foolishly. Lombard looked at her. Why? Because you forgot the poem. There's a sequence in the poem, isn't there? Then Vera began to read the poem in a meaningful voice. 4 little Negroes went to sea. 1 was caught by a fish, 3 remained. 1 was caught by a fish. What does that mean? Armstrong didn't die. He took the Negro figurine from the table to make us believe he was dead. Say what you will. Armstrong is on the island. His disappearance is nothing but a trick. Lombard sat down. You know what? Maybe you're right. Blore said. Yes. But where could he have hidden? We searched outside, inside, everywhere. Vera asked. We searched for the gun too, didn't we? Lombard mumbled. But there's a difference between a gun and a person. A person can hide where a gun can hide. Vera said. Whatever happens, I'm sure of it. By talking about deception in the poem, isn't he giving himself away? He could have written the poem differently. Vera shouted. Understand? Don't you see? The man is crazy. A maniac who wants to do everything according to poetry. Making the judge wear a robe and a wig, killing Rogers while he was splitting wood, giving Mrs. Rogers too much medicine to keep her awake, having a wasp buzzing around the room when Mrs. Brent died. Like a mischievous child playing games. He tries to make everything conform to poetry. Blore said. Yes, you're right. After a moment's thought, he added. But whatever happens, there's no zoo on the island. I think he'll have some trouble making that happen. Vera shouted at the top of her lungs. Don't you see? The zoo is the island. We are the animals. We've all lost our humanity since last night. This is the zoo. Part 2. They spent the morning on the hill, sending SOS signals to the opposite shore using a mirror. But no one saw their signals. The weather was fine. A light breeze was blowing. The sea was still covered with white foamy waves. No ships were visible. They searched the island all over again. They couldn't find the slightest trace of the missing doctor. Vera looked at the house from where they were. One feels safer in the open air. It's better if we don't go inside at all, Lombard said. That's not a bad idea. We're safe here. No one can approach us without being seen, Vera shouted joyfully. So we're staying here then, Laura said. But we'll have to go inside to spend the night anyway. Vera shuddered. I can't stand staying in that house another night. Philip tried to reassure her. You'll be safe once you lock your room, Vera mumbled. You're right. Then, spreading her arms, she said, How wonderful! How wonderful to see the sun again! Suddenly she began to think. How strange! I feel happy! Even knowing that my life is in danger. For some reason nothing affects me anymore. I'm not afraid of anything in the daylight. I feel strong. I feel that no one can kill me. Laura looked at her wristwatch. It's 2 o'clock, she said. Aren't we going to eat? Vera said decisively. I'm not going into that house anymore. I'll stay here, in the open air. Don't be childish, Mrs. Claythorne. You need to be strong. If I see Canton again, I'll definitely get sick. I don't want to eat anything. People sometimes live perfectly well without eating anything for days. Laura said, I eat my meals regularly. What about you, Lombard? I'm tired of eating Canton too. I'll stay here with Mrs. Claythorne, said Philip. Laura paused. Don't worry about me. I don't think Philip will shoot me as soon as you turn your backs. If you don't mind, I don't either. But we decided never to be separated, Philip said. You're the one who wants to enter the lion's den. If you want, I can come with you, Laura said. No, you can't. You'll stay here. Philip laughed. Are you still afraid of me? I could kill both of you right now if I wanted to. Yes, but that wouldn't fit the plan. The murders must be committed one by one and in a specific way, Philip said. Very well. You know everything very well anyway. Even so, going to that house alone is a little difficult. So, should I give you my gun for that? My answer is no. Do you understand? I won't give up my gun. Laura shrugged and climbed the hill, walking away towards the house. Philip Lombard said, It's dinner time at the zoo. Animals are very attached to their customs, you know. Vera stammered excitedly. This is very dangerous. No, I don't think he's doing anything very dangerous. You know Armstrong doesn't have a gun. Blower is at least twice as powerful, a remote possibility. I'm sure he's not home. Where else could he be? Philip whispered. Blower. So he's the killer? Listen, girl, if we take Blower's account as true, I can't possibly have anything to do with Armstrong's disappearance. His account clears me. But it doesn't clear himself. He himself said he heard footsteps and saw someone coming out of the house door. It could all be made up. Wouldn't he have settled Armstrong's score a few hours before knocking on our doors? How? Lombard shrugged. I don't know. But if you asked me, there's only one danger we should fear, and that danger is Blower. And what do we know about this man? Almost nothing. The old cop story might be made up. He could be anyone. A crazy millionaire. A maniacal businessman. With curiosity, he said, I'm glad you trust me, Vera. You're sure I won't shoot you, aren't you? One must trust someone. But despite everything, I'm sure you're wrong about Bloor. I'm still suspicious of Armstrong. Don't you feel like someone's always watching us? Don't you feel like someone's waiting, watching us? Lombard said calmly. It just seems that way to us because our nerves are frayed, my dear. So you felt the same thing? Suddenly the young girl, her whole body trembling, leaned forward a little more from where she was sitting. Tell me, have you ever thought about it? Vera paused for a moment, then began to tell her story. I once read a story. 2 judges came to a small American town. Thanks to them, complete justice prevailed in the town. Because the judges weren't from this world. Lombard raised his eyebrows. Someone from the other world? No, I don't believe in such things. These things come from people like us. Vera said softly. Sometimes I'm sorry, he said. Lombard looked at the young girl. Your conscience is troubled. So you really did drown that boy in the sea? Vera mumbled in despair. No, you can't say that. Lombard laughed. Yes, you did it, my dear. I have a guess as to why you did it. There was probably a man involved. A sudden weariness came over Vera. Her knees felt as if they couldn't support the weight of her body. She mumbled softly. Yes, there was a man involved. Lombard said. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Vera suddenly straightened up in her seat. What was that? Was there an earthquake? No, but it's strange. It felt like the ground shook. And, did you hear anything like a scream? I did. They both looked at the house. Lombard said. The sound came from there. It wouldn't hurt to go and check. No. I'm not going. As you wish. I'm going, Vera said in a helpless voice. Okay, I'm coming too. They walked up the slope towards the house. The terrace had a calm and innocent look. In the sun, they stopped on the terrace for a moment. Then they decided to look around before going inside. Inside, they found Bloor in the stone courtyard on the east side of the house. His head had been crushed by a large piece of marble, making him unrecognizable. Whose room is the window directly above us? Philip asked. Vera answered in a trembling, weak voice. My room. And this is the marble clock above the fireplace. I remember now. The clock was shaped like a moon. She repeated the last words. The clock was shaped like a moon. The sound that came out of her mouth was as if it wasn't hers. Her whole body was trembling. Part 3. Philip Lombard grabbed Vera by the shoulders and shook her. Come to your senses. Everything's out in the open now. Armstrong is hiding somewhere in the house. I'm going to go in and catch him now. Vera clung to his neck and cried out. Don't be crazy. It's our turn now. He wants us to look for him. He's waiting for this. He must have set a trap inside. Lombard paused. He thought for a moment and said, You're right. Vera asked in a sobbing voice. Are you finally admitting I was right? Lombard nodded. Yes, you won. So it was Armstrong. But where was he hiding? We searched everywhere. We searched the whole house down to the smallest detail. Since you couldn't find him last night, you won't find his hiding place today either. Yes, but he must have prepared a secret place for himself beforehand. Of course, he must have done that. There must be a secret passage in the house, like in old monasteries. This isn't an old house. Couldn't he have had one built? Philip Lombard shook his head again. I measured all the walls the other day. There isn't a single wall in the house that could contain a secret passage. There must be. I'd like to see it. Yes, you would. He knows it too, and he's waiting for you there. Lombard pulled his gun from his pocket and said, You're forgetting this. You said there was no danger for Bloor either. He was at least twice as strong as Armstrong. But there's something you haven't considered. Armstrong is crazy. And a crazy person can do the most unthinkable things. A crazy person is at least twice as cunning as a sane person. Lombard put his gun back in his pocket and muttered, "Then let's get out of here, Vera." Part 4. Vera groaned. "What are we going to do? God, I'm scared," Philip Lombard said. "The weather is beautiful. The moon will come out too. We'll find a good place for ourselves. We'll sit there and wait for the morning. But we mustn't sleep at all. We must always be on alert. If anyone approaches us, I'll shoot." Then he paused for a moment and added, "But you'll get cold at night in that thin dress." "Get cold? It's probably better than dying and freezing to death." "Yes, you're right." Vera stirred where she was. "If I sit here any longer, I'll go crazy. Come, let's walk around a bit." "Okay." They started walking up and down the rocks overlooking the sea. The sun was beginning to disappear in the west. Twilight was falling among the golden lights. The sea was sparkling. Vera said angrily, "Unfortunately, we can't swim." Lombard looked down at the sea. Suddenly he shouted, "What's that over there? Did you see it?" "Next to the big rock." "No. A little further to the right." Vera looked carefully. "It looks like a dress," Lombard said, laughing. "Do you think someone is taking a sea bath? Strange, I think it must be seaweed or something. Come on, let's go and take a look." As they got closer, Lombard said, "A dress. There are shoes there too. Come on, let's go through here, it's easier." They went through the rocks. Vera suddenly stopped. "It's not a dress. It's a person." The man was trapped between two rocks. Vera and Lombard went to the body and leaned over it. "A colorless, shapeless, drowned face," Lombard said. "Oh my God! It's Armstrong!" Chapter 15. Part 1. Centuries passed. Thousands, tens of thousands of years passed. No, it had only been a minute or two. Two people stared at the corpse. Vera Claythorne and Philip Lombard slowly raised their heads and looked at each other. Part 2. Lombard laughed. "So that's it, Vera," Vera whispered. "There's no one on the island. No one but the two of us." "Yes, now our situation is clear, isn't it?" Vera asked. "But how did the marble bear fall on Blor's head?" Philip shrugged. "A very well-planned act, my love. A very clever act." Their gazes met again. Vera was thinking, "Why didn't you look carefully at his face before? It's a wolf's face, nothing else, those terrible teeth." Lombard spoke. His voice resembled a dangerous, wild growl. "We've reached the end. Do you understand? The truth is out now. And we've reached the end." Vera replied calmly, "I understand." She began to watch the sea. General MacArthur was also watching the sea. When, just yesterday, or the day before, he had said the same things. "We've reached the end." He had said it as if accepting it, even welcoming it with joy. But these words filled Vera with rebellion. No! There would be no end. His end hadn't come yet. She murmured, looking at the corpse lying on the ground. "Per Dr. Armstrong." Lombard snarled. "What is this? Womanly compassion? Why not? Don't you have any feelings of pity? Even if I did, it's not for you." Vera looked at the corpse again. "We should lift him up and take him home. To the other victims? Everything should be in order, shouldn't it? If it were up to me, he could very well lie where he is. At least let's take him somewhere the sea can't reach." Lombard laughed. "As you wish." He leaned over the corpse and tried to pull it away. Vera also leaned over, helping him. Lombard said mockingly, "It wasn't so easy, was it?" Finally, they managed to drag the body to a place where the waves couldn't reach it. As Lombard straightened up, he asked, "Are you satisfied?" "Very much so," Vera replied. The young girl's tone brought Lombard back to his senses. He reached into his pocket and felt it was empty. Vera had moved a few meters away and was looking at him. The gun was in her hand. Lombard said, "So that's why your feelings of pity were stirred?" "To get the gun, then?" Vera nodded. She held the gun tightly in her hand, not shaking it at all. Death was very close to Philip Lombard now. He had never felt death so close before. Despite everything, he couldn't be considered defeated yet. In an authoritative voice, he said, "Give me the gun." Vera laughed. "Come on, give me that gun." Her brain was working rapidly. How? By what method? By engaging him in conversation? By making him feel safe? Or should she lunge at him? Throughout his life, Lombard had always chosen the dangerous path. This time too he did. Trying to give his voice a sweet tone, he began to speak. "Look here, my sweet child, listen." Then he suddenly leaped. He did it as quickly as a panther. Vera immediately pulled the trigger. Lombard's leaping body seemed to stand still in the air for a moment, then collapsed to the ground like a lump of lead. Vera approached Lombard, holding the gun ready to fire. But it was no longer necessary. Philip Lombard was dead. Shot right in the heart. Part 3. A feeling of relief washed over Vera. A great relief. Finally, it was all over. There was no more fear. She didn't have to be on alert anymore. She was all alone on the island. All alone with 9 corpses. But what did it matter? She was alive, wasn't she? She sat down. She was filled with happiness and peace. All her fears had ended. Part 4. The sun was about to set when he moved. He was hungry, tired, and sleepless. He just realized he was. He wanted to throw himself into bed and sleep, sleep, sleep. Perhaps they would come to the island tomorrow and rescue him, but he didn't really care. There was no harm in staying on the island anymore. Because he was alone. He got up and looked up at the house. There was nothing left to fear. Fear. What a strange thing fear was. Yes, fear was over now. He had emerged victorious from a great battle of life and death. He owed this to his composure and his ability to think and decide quickly. He started walking up towards the house. The sun was setting. In the west, the sky had turned a mixture of orange and red. It was a peaceful sight. He was thinking. Maybe all this was a dream. How tired he was. Her bones ached. Her eyelids were closing. There was nothing to fear anymore. She could sleep. 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 She could sleep peacefully because she was all alone on the island. A little black boy was left all alone. Smiling to herself, she entered the house through the front door. Now there was a strange peace and silence in the house too. She stood at the door of the dining room. 3 little black boy statues stood on the table. She picked up 2 of the statues and held them tightly in her hand. "Come with me, my love. We won! We won!" she murmured. The hallway was twilight. Vera, clutching the little black boy in her hand, began to climb the stairs. She climbed slowly, because a sudden weariness had overcome her legs. A little black boy was left all alone. How did the poem end? Ah, yes. He got married and left, and no one was left behind. He got married. Suddenly she felt Hugo's presence in the house. This feeling was very strong this time. Yes. Hugo was waiting for her upstairs. Vera muttered to herself. "Don't be crazy, you're so tired you're starting to hallucinate." She climbed the stairs slowly. As she reached the upper floor, something fell from her hand, making a sound barely audible on the thick, fluffy carpet. She hadn't even noticed that she had dropped the gun. She was only tightly holding the little black statue in her hand. How quiet the house was. Yet it didn't look like an empty house at all. Hugo was waiting for her. A little black boy was left all alone. What was the last line like? It was something about marriage. Or was it something else? She had now reached the door of her room. Hugo was waiting for her inside. She was sure of it. She opened the door. She paused for a moment. What was it? What was that thing hanging from the hook on the ceiling? A rope with a loop at the end had been prepared. Everything was ready. The chair she was going to climb on was even ready under the rope. So Hugo wanted this. She remembered the last line of the poem. He went and hanged himself, leaving no one behind. The little black baby fell from her hand. Its head cracked and it rolled all the way to the wall. Vera moved like a robot. It was the end. The end of everything. A cold and wet hand touched her neck. It was Cyril's hand, of course. You can swim to the rocks, Cyril. That's what they call murder. And a very easily committed murder. But then one can't help but remember. She climbed onto the chair. Her eyes resembled those of a sleepwalker. She put the noose around her neck. Hugo was doing what he had to do. He kicked the chair violently. Chapter 16 Part 1 Sir Thomas Legge, one of Scotland Yard's deputy inspectors, shouted angrily. Unbelievable! Inspector Mayne said respectfully. You're right, sir. 10 people dead on an island, and not a single living thing left? What does that mean? Someone must have killed them. Haven't you learned anything from the people of Sticklehaven? They only know that someone named Oven bought the island, sir. They don't know anything else. Who is in charge of the island's upkeep and other affairs? Isaac Morgan. But he's dead too. We have quite a bit of information about him in our archives. Although we knew he was involved in drug dealing and bond forgery, we could never find enough evidence against him. He was a very careful and cautious man. Perhaps we can find something in the accounting books? If you knew Morris, you wouldn't harbor such hopes, sir. He kept his ledgers so neatly that even the country's best experts couldn't find fault with them, and he skillfully covered up his client's tracks. He also handled the island's buying and selling. He introduced himself to the islanders as Owen's representative. He said that an experiment would be conducted on the island, that his boss had bet that it was possible to live on an island cut off from all other places for a week, and he warned that even if help was requested from the island, no one should go there before a week had passed. Didn't these words seem strange to the townspeople? You're forgetting something, sir. The island's previous owner was a young American millionaire. He threw wild parties. The townspeople had become accustomed to all sorts of oddities. I spoke to the motorboat driver who took the guests to the island. His name is Fred Narracott. He said Owen was very surprised to see that his guests were ordinary, unassuming people. That's why they ignored Morris's instructions and rushed to help when they received SOS signals from the island. When did they go? They received the SOS on the morning of August 11th, but because of the storm, they could only go the next day. Couldn't the killer have escaped by swimming from the island? There's more than a mile between the island and the shore, sir. Also, the waves are sky high. Did you investigate the record found in the house? Yes, Sir Legge. It was commissioned by Morris, on behalf of a fictitious theater company, from a firm that produced material for theater and film companies. Then, again by Morris, it was mailed to the island. Very well. Are the accusations on the record true? Inspector Mayne cleared his throat and said slowly, Let me explain, sir. I investigated all the accusations. In order, they are as follows. The Rogers family were working for an elderly woman named Mrs. Brady. The woman's doctor claims that his patient died due to the Rogers family's deliberate negligence. Of course, this is an impossible claim to prove. The judge who sentenced Seaton to death was indeed Wargrave. But Seaton was definitely guilty. New evidence that emerged after the execution made this undeniably clear. As for Vera Claythorne, she has nothing to do with the drowning of the little boy. In fact, she jumped into the sea to save the child. but almost drowned herself due to the strong current. Armstrong is a famous doctor. Years ago, during his internship, he failed to save a woman who was brought to the hospital with a ruptured appendix. This failure of an inexperienced doctor certainly cannot be called murder. Let's come to Emily Brent. When her lover fired his maid who was pregnant with his child, the desperate young girl committed suicide. That's what he did. While it's not a nice thing to do on Mrs. Brent's behalf, it doesn't count as murder. The deputy headmaster muttered. Apparently Owen has dealt with criminals that the law can't reach. Mayne continued, looking at the list in her hand. Anthony Marston was a very fast, careless driver. He had many accidents. In one of them, he ran over 2 young children and got away with a small fine and compensation. I couldn't learn much about General MacArthur. His record is spotless. He served as a successful commander in the war. Arthur Richmond was under his command and died a martyr in France. There is no evidence of any disagreement between the 2 men. During the war, many commanders were accused of unnecessarily endangering the officers under their command. This must be just a rumor. Philip Lombard is said to have been involved in some illegal activities in the colonies. But there is no evidence that he is guilty. You know Bloor, don't you? He wasn't a reliable person. I was sure he knew the real culprits of the Landon affair and kept it secret. However, despite all my efforts, I couldn't prove that he received a bribe as hush money. Anyway, I finally retired him and got rid of him. We're safe. After a short silence, Sir Legg asked, When did Morris die? He died on the night of August 8th from an overdose of sleeping pills. No evidence has been found as to whether the death was an accident, suicide, or murder. I think there is a connection between his death and the deaths on Negro Island. I agree, sir. The deputy headmaster slammed his fist on the table with all his might. 10 people die on an island of bare rocks, and we can't find the killer. Unbelievable. The killer must be a mind that considers itself tasked with carrying out divine justice. It's clear he had a plan. He wanted to punish criminals the law couldn't touch, and without checking whether they were really guilty or not, he gathered 10 people on the island and killed them. But how did he escape from the island after achieving his goal? I think the killer is one of the 10 people on the island, sir. It couldn't be otherwise. Vera Claythorne and Emily Brent kept diaries during their time on the island, and the judge and Bloor also took some notes. From these, it seems that the deaths occurred in this order: Marston, Mrs. Rogers, MacArthur, Rogers, Mrs. Brent, Judge Wargrave. After the judge's death, Vera wrote that the doctor left the house at night, and that Bloor and Lombard followed him. There are only 2 words in Bloor's notebook about this: Armstrong disappeared. We know that Armstrong drowned at sea, sir. He may have committed suicide by throwing himself into the sea after eliminating the guests one by one. But the doctor who examined the bodies on August 13th said that Armstrong had been in the sea for at least 10 hours after drowning. Also, the body had been stuck between 2 rocks for a long time, then dragged to shore by someone. Hair and bone fragments, and blood stains were found on the rocks. In this case, it is understood that a living being was on the island after the doctor's death. The person who dragged the body to shore could be Vera, Lombard, or Bloor. Lombard's body was near the doctor's. Vera was found hanged in her bedroom. Bloor's body was on the terrace. Her head was crushed by a heavy marble table clock. It was understood that the clock had been thrown from the upstairs window. Which window? Vera's bedroom. Now let's consider the murders separately. Let's assume that Lombard killed Bloor, then drugged her and hanged her, and then went down to the beach and committed suicide with a gun. However, the gun was found not on the beach, but in front of Wargrave's bedroom door, and Vera's fingerprints were on it. So, after shooting Lombard on the beach, The girl returned home, dropped the gun in front of the judge's door, then threw the watch at Bloor's head, and then hanged herself. That seems logical. But we found moss on one of the chairs in the girl's bedroom, caught in her shoes. Apparently, Vera climbed onto the chair, put the rope around her neck, and kicked the chair. However, the chair wasn't overturned, its back was against the wall. So someone else hanged the girl. That leaves Bloor. But no one kills themselves by hitting themselves on the head with a watch. Besides, Bloor wasn't the type to kill himself. You're right. All this shows that there was someone else on the island besides the 10 guests. Someone who disappeared after committing the murders. But where on the island did this person hide, and how did they escape? The townspeople are certain that no one will be able to leave the island in that storm. Inspector Mayne sighed helplessly, muttering, "I can't figure it out." Chapter 17. Some time later, a fishing boat captain named Emma Jane sent the following letter to Scotland Yard, which she had found in a bottle at sea. I understood from childhood that my inner world was full of contradictions. I had a very vivid imagination. I was thrilled to read in adventure novels that important letters were put in bottles and thrown into the sea. I too am putting my confessions in a bottle and releasing them into the waves. The mystery of Negro Island will most likely never be solved. I was a strange child. I enjoyed killing the little animals I caught in the garden. I learned all the finer points of the art of killing at a young age. But I was fair. I couldn't bear to see an innocent being suffer because of me. I chose my victims from among criminals who deserved death. I think a psychiatrist would understand these contradictory feelings of mine very well. I chose judgeship as my profession. Crime and punishment have always fascinated me. The fear that criminals felt when they sensed they were going to their deaths gave me endless pleasure. I was nicknamed the Executioner. Yet, throughout my professional life, I have never sent a single innocent person to the gallows. By the way, I can't help but mention the Edward Seaton case. The defendant's appearance and behavior had a positive effect on the jury. But the evidence and my experience told me that this man was guilty. I am still sure today that I made a fair decision regarding Seaton. In recent years, a change began in my feelings. Instead of punishing murderers, I wanted to commit murder. An unparalleled, perfect murder. One day, a doctor friend of mine said that many crimes go unpunished and gave an example. An elderly female patient had died due to the deliberate negligence of her butler and maid. Of course, the butler and maid had profited financially from their mistress's death. That's how it all began. The path I would follow was clear before me. I decided to commit not one, but a series of murders. I would punish the criminals who had escaped the clutches of the law. The murders would be committed in accordance with the poem, 10 Little Indians, which I remembered from my childhood. I began secretly identifying my victims. During conversations with friends and acquaintances, I would talk about crimes that went unpunished and achieved surprising results. I learned from an old nurse that Dr. Armstrong had killed a patient on the operating table because of drunkenness. I accidentally heard in the club that MacArthur's wife had knowingly sent her lover to his death. A traveler who had just returned from the Amazon told me about Lombard's illegal activities in the army, and a man I met on a trip to Majorca told me about Mrs. Brent and the young maid who committed suicide. I also learned about the crimes committed by Marston, Claythorne, and Bloor during such conversations. I had found 9 victims. I needed one more. Morris came to mind. He was a filthy creature who did shady business. He had gotten a friend's daughter addicted to white poison, causing the poor girl to commit suicide. Meanwhile, I had to act quickly, because I had a fatal illness. My doctor had said I didn't have much time left. I bought the island through Morris. He also made all the necessary preparations. Inviting my victims to the island hadn't been difficult at all. So we all landed on August 8th. I had already settled Morris's account. He had a stomach ailment. I gave him some medicine, telling him it would do me a lot of good, and instructed him to take it at night. I knew Morris was a very cautious man. Even if his papers were scrutinized after his death, I was sure that not the slightest trace that would betray me would be found. I arranged the order of the murders according to the degree of guilt. Those with lighter crimes would die first. Therefore, I finished off Marston and Mrs. Rogers first. Mrs. Rogers, who had been complicit with her husband in the murder of her mistress, died in her sleep. Marston, like many of us, was a man devoid of a sense of responsibility. He had killed the young children accidentally, not intentionally. He couldn't be compared to the other murderers. The police will easily uncover the causes of death for these two people. Potassium cyanide is a readily available poison used as an insecticide in homes. I had brought some with me. In the tense atmosphere that settled in the room after the accusations from the voice on the record player, putting poison in Marston's drink was child's play. Because my pains had increased considerably lately, my doctor had given me a strong sleeping pill. Despite my pains, I hadn't used the daily dose. I had saved it. When Rogers left the glass of cognac he was going to take to his wife on the table, I poured the medicine into the glass. The general's death was also easy. I left the terrace unseen, killed the old man, and immediately returned. He was so preoccupied that he didn't even hear me sneaking up behind him. Later, a search was conducted, and it was found that there were no other living people on the island besides the 7 of us. Everyone began to suspect each other. According to the plan, I needed an assistant. I chose Dr. Armstrong for this job. He knew me from afar, and he knew my respect among my colleagues. It wouldn't have crossed his mind that I could be a murderer. He already suspected Lombard. I deceived him by saying that I shared his suspicion and that I had devised a plan to trap Lombard. I killed Rogers on the morning of August 10th while he was chopping wood, taking advantage of the chaos that ensued after the body was found. I took Lombard's pistol from his room. I had instructed Morris to tell Lombard to take a pistol with him. At breakfast, while pouring coffee into Mrs. Brent's cup, I put some sleeping pills in it. We left her in the dining room and went out. When I secretly entered the room a little later, she was semi-conscious. I injected a mixture of cyanide into her neck. The buzzing wasp on the window was a childish game, but I enjoyed it. I was trying to remain as faithful as possible to poetry. Later, at my suggestion, our superiors and the entire house were searched carefully. I had hidden the gun in a safe place. The sleeping pills and poison I had brought with me were already gone. I told Armstrong that now was the perfect time to implement our plan. The plan was this: I would pretend to be dead, so we could trap the killer. The doctor agreed. We implemented the plan that very night. A little red mud stuck to my forehead, a red shower curtain, and a wig made of gray skeins of wool completed the set. Since there was no electricity, the flickering candlelight also made things easier. The moss I hung in his room was enough to make Vera scream and wake up the whole house. When everyone ran upstairs, I pretended to be dead. Armstrong was very successful in his role. They carried me to my room and put me in bed. We were going to meet the doctor outside at 2 o'clock that night. I took him up to the cliff behind the house. He suspected nothing. If the poem, 10 Little Indians, had come to mind, he would have understood that he should be afraid of me. Someone was swallowed by a fish, but it was the doctor who swallowed the fish. I told him I looked down from the cliff and saw something that looked like a cave. When he tried to bend down to look, I pushed him down. He gasped for breath among the raging waves. Then I went home. Blore heard my footsteps. A few minutes later I was in Armstrong's room. I left the room making a noise, so that someone would hear me. When I reached the top of the stairs, a door opened upstairs. Whoever followed me must have seen my shadow as I went out the front door. They went around the house and left it open. I went into the dining room through the window, closed it. Then, after taking one of the black figurines, I broke the glass and went out, then quietly slipped into my room and lay down. It was clear they would search the house again, but I knew they wouldn't look carefully at the bodies. Indeed, after briefly lifting the edge of the sheet over me and glancing at my face, they left. Meanwhile, I think I forgot to mention that I put Lombard's gun back in its place. During the search, I hid the gun in the pantry, in one of the biscuit boxes. The red shower curtain was under the rug, and the gray skeins of wool were under the cushion of the armchair where I always sat. The most exciting moment of the hunt had finally arrived. There were 3 people left on the island, terrified of each other. One of them had a gun. I was watching them from the window. When I saw Bloor approaching the house, I ran to Vera's room, grabbed the heavy marble clock, and threw it at Bloor's head. I watched the girls shoot Lombard from the window. I understood from the first time I saw her that she was a brave girl. As soon as Lombard died, I prepared Vera's room. I had embarked on a very interesting psychological experiment. Would the young girl's remorse and nervous tension be enough to make her kill herself? I guessed it would. I wasn't wrong. Vera hanged herself right before my eyes. I was hiding next to the wardrobe at that time. To make the job easier, I pulled the chair out from under the girl and took it and leaned it against the wall. Then I left the room. I found the gun Vera had dropped and picked it up from the floor, being careful not to leave fingerprints. My confessions are almost over. Soon I will put the papers in a bottle and throw it into the sea. Why? Yes, why? For years I have wanted to commit a complicated murder that no one could unravel. However, an artist's satisfaction is only possible when their work is appreciated and applauded by others. I am only now realizing this. I too am a wretched soul who desires admiration for my intelligence and cunning. The mystery of Negro Island will, I suppose, remain unsolved. Unless, of course, the police are more cunning than I can imagine. Despite the complete perfection of the murders, there are still 3 clues. First, the police know very well that Seaton is guilty. Thus, they will understand that one of those found dead on the island is not guilty like the others, and will conclude that the killer, that is, the one who punishes the criminals, is that person. The second clue is in the 12th line of the poems. One was swallowed by a fish. That is, it is clear that the doctor was deceived and murdered. Starting from this point, it is understood that among the 4 survivors, only I am capable of deceiving the doctor. The third clue is symbolic. There will be a red mark on the forehead of my corpse. The mark of Cain, cursed by God. After throwing the letter into the sea, I will go up to my room. My glasses are attached to a very sturdy rubber cord. I will thread the cord through the doorknob and attach it to the gun. And then lie down on my bed and place the glasses under my body. Holding the gun with a silk handkerchief, I will pull the trigger. My arm will fall to my side. The freed gun will hit the doorknob as the rubber releases, and fly out of the room. The cord will dangle innocently beside the glasses under my body. My corpse will be found in bed with a bullet hole in my forehead, as my fellow victims described in their diaries. Because the bodies will be examined too late, the exact time of death will not be determined, and the order of death of the victims will be accepted as written in their diaries. When the sea calms, people will flock to the island, and everyone will face the mystery of Negro Island, which will never be solved. Unless my confessions are found, of course. Lawrence Wargrave.